Bro, wake up, I think there's something outside my window. After a full day of moving, Qin Ziwen had only just fallen asleep when his brother's panicked voice dragged him back awake. Irritated, he shot up and snapped, "For fuck's sake, you're a 6'1" athlete. What are you even scared of?" "I think it's a bat, a really huge bat." "A bat? One bat scared you this badly?" Still grumbling, Qin Ziwen reached for the switch by his bed. Click a click. He flipped it several times, but the room stayed swallowed in darkness. "Bro, I think the whole gated community lost power. I tried my light earlier too and it didn't work." Qin Ziwen sat up and by the pale moonlight seeping through the window, saw Qin Ziwu perch stiffly at the edge of the bed. Muttering under his breath, he got up. "All right, let me see what kind of monster bat has you acting like this. I'll beat it into jerky and hang it above your bed." He strode into the spare bedroom, then stopped. "Where's the bat? And why is there such a huge poster stuck to your window?" "That's not a poster, I didn't put anything there." Qin Ziwu's voice shook. Qin Ziwen froze. Covering nearly the entire window was a dark, shifting mass. The glass pane, nearly 1.2 by 1.8 meters, was almost completely blocked. Under the dim moonlight, the silhouette did resemble a bat, sort of, but that wasn't what truly unsettled him. What unsettled him was the view beyond it. How had the apartment he had just bought in the middle of the city suddenly turned into a cabin in the wilderness? In the distance, he could even make out what looked like a river winding through the landscape. He pointed out the window, stunned. Where the hell did the whole downtown area go? "Holy shit," Qin Ziwu finally tore his eyes away from the creature outside. "Bro, your apartment just lost all its value." Thump. A heavy Udaya air slammed against the window. Their voices had drawn the creature's attention and sharp claws began scraping against the glass. Qin Ziwen immediately stepped back, one hand gripping the doorknob. "Go to the kitchen, get knives." "Hurry." Qin Ziwu bolted out and returned moments later with 2 cleavers. The moment Qin Ziwen took one, the cold weight of the blade in his hand eased his nerves just a little. The 2 brothers stood frozen, staring at the monstrous bat outside. After a long, tense moment, it suddenly spread its wings. Its body seemed to double, even triple in size, before it launched itself away from the window and flew toward the forest. Even through the glass, they could hear the powerful beating of its wings. Only after it had become a tiny black shape in the distant sky did Qin Ziwen finally let out a breath. His body loosened and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He returned to his bedroom, grabbed the phone from beside his pillow and unlocked it. No signal. Even though he had already suspected the truth from what he had seen outside, the empty bars in the corner of his screen still left him dazed. So, the entire gated community had really been transported somewhere else. With a sharp motion, he yanked open the curtains in the master bedroom. Under the moonlit sky, the apartment buildings of Riverside gated community stood in cold silver light. But beyond the surrounding walls, in every direction there was nothing except an endless black forest. Chirp, chirp, tilde. Perched among the towering trees nearby, brightly colored birds unlike anything from Earth tilted their heads and watched the strange newcomers below with curious eyes. Not far from Building 8, a large crowd of residents had gathered in an open area. The mood was heavy. A middle-aged man in a suit spoke with a grim expression. "I've tried calling over and over, nothing connects. There's no signal anywhere. I even went up to the rooftop to take a look around, it's all forest." An older woman asked anxiously, "Will the government come rescue us?" A younger woman standing beside her pointed at the sky. "I don't think that's likely, there are 2 suns up there, we can't even be sure we're still on Earth." Nearby, a teenager in a gray tracksuit angrily jabbed a finger at his friend. "This is all your fault. You just had to invite us over to hang out, and now look what happened, we got transported somewhere else. How am I supposed to get home? My mom must be worried sick." The taller boy's face darkened. "How the fuck was I supposed to know this would happen? You think you're the only one with a mother. Instead of blaming me, maybe you should be figuring out how we're going to survive." Off to the side, Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu exchanged a glance. Qin Ziwu lowered his voice and whispered, "Bro, good thing this happened at night. At least your apartment came with us. If it had happened during the day, not only would you lose the apartment, you'd still have to keep paying the mortgage." Qin Ziwen shot him a sidelong look. "You really think you're funny, huh?" Qin Ziwu forced out a bitter smile. "Things are already this bad, might as well stay optimistic, it's not like things could get worse." Since being woken in the middle of the night, neither brother had dared go back to sleep. By the time dawn broke, the rest of the residents had also started realizing something was very wrong. Some had even begun knocking on doors one by one. Riverside gated community had 10 residential buildings in total, most of them mid-rise towers. Whatever had happened had transported the entire complex perfectly intact, including its outer walls, the main southern entrance, and the eastern gate. To the north stood a large iron gate that was usually kept locked. Even the underground parking garage had come with them, its entrance and exit still positioned beside the eastern gate. Because the event had occurred late at night, most residents had been home. By rough estimate, there were at least 1 or 2,000 people trapped here. At the center of the crowd, the suited man swept his gaze over everyone present and continued, "My water, electricity, and gas are all out. I assume it's the same for everyone else. Without power, the food in our refrigerators won't last long. If we want to survive, I think we need to work together and find a stable food source in the surrounding area." Before anyone else could answer, a bald man in a short-sleeved jacket cut in sharply. "There's a whole forest out there. How could we possibly run out of food? Sounds to me like you're just using this chance to seize control. I've seen people like you before." The suited man's expression didn't change. "It's only a suggestion. I'm not forcing anyone. I'm simply looking for people willing to cooperate. Those who want to work together can join me and try to survive. My name is Huang Tao. I live in Building 7. I've trained in free fighting for a few years, and I enjoy hiking and camping, so I know a bit about setting up camp and starting fires." At the edge of the crowd, Granny Lee from Building 8 clapped her hands anxiously. "Oh no. The power's out, the meat in my fridge will spoil. I need to smoke it immediately." With that, she hurried off. Her words instantly stirred the crowd. Many people rushed back home, while others, unsure of what to do, followed those who seemed more experienced. Most only had a vague idea of smoking meat. They knew it involved hanging it over smoke, but had no clue about the details like how long to smoke it, how high to hang it, or whether salt was needed. Qin Ziwen nudged his brother. "Let's go take a look." Qin Ziwen blinked in surprise. "Bro, we always order takeout, we don't even have meat." Qin Ziwen replied calmly, "Just because we don't have any now doesn't mean we won't need it later." Inside Granny Lee's home, she patiently explained everything and eventually decided to demonstrate it herself. Smoking meat is simple. Just remember 3 steps: cure, smoke, and store. First, rub the meat inside and out with coarse salt several times, then press it with a stone to remove the blood. After that, smoke it. She continued, "Don't roast it over open flames. Use damp wood or sawdust so it smolders and produces smoke. Hang the meat and let it dry slowly. When it turns deep red, feels firm, and becomes lighter, it's ready. If you don't have salt, slice the meat thin and smoke it directly. But without salt, it won't last very long." Her husband, sitting in a wheelchair, quietly washed some fruit and handed it out to the visitors. Some people ate immediately while others saved it. "Thank you," Qin Ziwen said, accepting an apple politely. Qin Ziwen quickly took one as well. After finishing, Granny Lei shared a few more preservation tips. She mentioned she used to live in the countryside, but after her husband broke his leg, their son brought them to the city. "Where's your son?" someone asked. "He worked the night shift yesterday, so he's not home," she replied with a smile. A strange chill spread through the room. Qin Ziwen and his brother left shortly after. Crunch on the stairs, Qin Ziwen bit into his apple, savoring it. "This is so sweet, we probably won't get fruit like this again." Back home, Qin Ziwen began reviewing their supplies. Most appliances were useless now. The table and chairs were fine. Food was limited: a box of bread rolls, a case of instant noodles, half a container of protein powder, and half a jug of water. Other items included glue, buckets, a wooden pole, clothes, rope, string, 2 cleavers, a small knife, and scissors. "Some people went outside," Qin Ziwen said, pointing out the window. Beyond the walls, a group of people cautiously explored the surroundings. A sudden scream echoed. "A snake," someone shouted, "a huge snake." In the grass, a massive dark green snake, thicker than a sewer pipe and at least 5 to 6 meters long, slithered away. Qin Ziwen's eyes widened. "Bro, that thing could swallow a person." Qin Ziwen nodded grimly. "It definitely could, and if one animal is this big, the rest won't be normal either. We need to be careful." The group outside quickly retreated. Without hesitation, Qin Ziwen got to work. He removed the blade from the small knife, sharpened one end of the wooden pole, carved a slot, and fixed the blade into it. After binding it tightly with rope and reinforcing it with glue, he wrapped another layer around it, a simple spear. He tested it several times until he was satisfied. "Put this on." He tossed a winter jacket to his brother. Before leaving, Qin Ziwen equipped himself properly. Thick boots, leather jacket, long pants, and tightly secured clothing. Once downstairs, they headed toward the south gate. People had already gathered there in small groups, forming teams like players in a game lobby. Groups with strong adults were the most sought after. "Hey, Xiaoqin, over here." Qin Ziwen turned and saw his department head, Wang Huan. Standing beside her were her husband and a younger woman with glasses who was quietly observing Qin Ziwen. "Xiaoqin, what's going on? We had a project meeting today and now everything's ruined," Wang Huan complained. Qin Ziwen frowned, clearly annoyed. The woman with glasses said calmly, there are two suns in the sky, we're definitely not on Earth anymore. Wang Huan smiled, perfect timing, you two can join us. With my husband, that makes a strong team. You men handle scouting and protection. My sister is a nurse, so she can take care of injuries. We just need a few capable men. Qin Ziwen gave a faint, cold smile. We have our own plans, we won't trouble you. He turned and walked away. Wait, how can you have no sense of teamwork? Look at the situation, what can you achieve alone? He didn't respond. Behind them, Wang Huan's husband muttered, your subordinate has no sense of discipline. Once they were out of earshot, Qin Ziwen complained, bro, does she still think she's at the office? Some people never stop trying to be in charge. They reached the south gate. Qin Ziwen stopped. One of the glass doors was shattered, the other hung open. Inside was a clean, paved area. Outside. Wild, untamed land. Knee-high weeds stretched.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Qin Ziwen swept the clothes-drying pole spear in his hands through the grass a few times, and the chirping of insects abruptly stopped. Stepping out of the main gate, Qin Ziwen followed behind. Bro, which way should we go? Qin Ziwen first surveyed their surroundings. Although the resources by the river might be more plentiful, he opted for caution. Let's check the immediate area first. Don't go too far from the gated community. Following behind, Qin Ziwen spotted something unusual. He pointed at a large green grasshopper crawling on a wide leaf not far away. Is that a grasshopper? It's almost the size of my palm. Qin Ziwen followed his gaze. I hear those things are pretty tasty when roasted, 16 times the protein of beef. Then I'll catch one and try it. Qin Ziwen tiptoed closer, but before he had taken 2 steps, the grasshopper sprang into the taller grass behind it. Qin Ziwen ran after it, but with a few more leaps, the grasshopper vanished deep into the weeds. To avoid snake bites, Qin Ziwen moved slowly, sweeping the path ahead of him with his spear every couple of steps. A rustling sound came from underfoot as a small, yellowish-brown creature scurried past his feet. Qin Ziwen gave chase, but the undergrowth was too thick with shrubs, weeds, and roots. He lost track of it after just a few steps. Qin Ziwen had also spotted a similar yellowish-brown creature, but it was too nimble to catch. These things are too fast. Qin Ziwen wiped the sweat from his forehead. They look a bit like rats, we'd need to set traps. Let's look for fruit trees first. The sun gradually climbed higher, baking a faint, grassy fragrance out of the surrounding vegetation as the air grew hotter. Qin Ziwen and his brother had already circled the gated community once. More and more families like them were now out searching the periphery. Xiao, come look, are these mulberries? Qin Ziwen looked up, pointing at the tree in front of them. Qin Ziwen was certain. It's a mulberry tree. Didn't we pick them on the mountain back home? Qin Ziwen said, all right, you climb the tree and pick them. I'll keep watch for you down here. Without a word, Qin Ziwen shouldered his backpack and obediently started to climb the tree. The mulberry tree they found was somewhat hidden, tucked away between several other trees, so no one had noticed it at first. But it wasn't far from the gated community, and they hadn't been picking for long before a passing old man spotted them and hurried back to get others. Okay, his younger brother Qin Ziwen was full of energy as he scampered up the tree like a nimble monkey. Qin Ziwen reminded him, be careful, don't climb too high. The old man who had run off to get help returned with 4 or 5 people. In the newly arrived group, a middle-aged woman with a poodle perm glanced at Qin Ziwen and said in a passive-aggressive tone, so there are mulberries here. How unethical of you 2 young men, finding something and not making a sound, just picking them secretly. Qin Ziwen retorted mercilessly, you were too slow to find it yourself. How is that my problems? The skinny old man next to the woman pointed at Qin Ziwen. Is that any way for a young person to talk? A flicker of impatience crossed Qin Ziwen's eyes. He raised his long spear and took a step forward, and the group's bravado instantly deflated. A young man in the group quickly tried to smooth things over. Hey man, my family didn't mean it like that. Mom, with stuff you find in the wild, it's always finders keepers. Perhaps intimidated by the weapon in Qin Ziwen's hand, the woman resentfully withdrew her gaze and turned to her own daughter. Zihan, you go pick some. The girl, who looked to be in high school, had wide eyes. Me. She glanced fearfully at the long spear in Qin Ziwen's hand, clearly reluctant. Her mother urged her on, you useless girl, what are you standing there for? Just go when I tell you to. It's not like this big brother is an unreasonable person. Is he going to bully you? The woman said to her daughter, besides, these mulberries don't last long. You have to eat them the day you pick them or they'll spoil by the next. How many can these two handsome boys eat anyway? Now go. The girl dawdled forward a few steps, casting a timid glance at Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen ignored her. Growing a little bolder, the girl, who was wearing sweatpants, hugged the trunk and slowly began to climb. The skinny old man went over and gave her a push from below. Just then, two more families arrived, one after the other. Qin Ziwen jumped down from the tree and handed his backpack to his brother. The rest are a little hard to get to. Qin Ziwen glanced over. His brother's backpack was about half full. This mulberry tree hadn't been picked much before, so its fruit was plump and juicy. Qin Ziwen had already cleared most of the easily accessible branches. Let's go. He zipped up the backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and the two of them headed back. This alligator. Someone's been bitten by an alligator. There's an alligator in the rivers. Shouts erupted from the riverbank not far away, with someone screaming for help. Qin Ziwen and his brother exchanged a look and simultaneously started walking toward the river. When they were still dozens of meters from the river, they could hear the sound of violent splashing. On the water's surface, a massive alligator was thrashing about, kicking up huge waves. On the bank, a teenage girl was crying and shouting, "Dad, please save my dad." Some people on the shore were cautiously throwing rocks at the alligator, while others beat at it with branches they had picked up. The alligator, agitated by the attacks, dragged the man away from the shore and swam toward deeper water. The water in its wake was stained red with blood. The man it had bitten had stopped struggling, his two legs dangling limply. Qin Ziwen gasped. That alligator is huge, probably 4 or 5 meters long. Good thing we didn't go to the river just now. The animals around here all seem to be a bit oversized. Qin Ziwen said in a grave voice, "Have you forgotten about the bat from last night? Bats are usually social animals." Hearing this, Qin Ziwen's scalp tingled. He pictured scenes he'd seen on TV of caves packed densely with bats. If they were all that size, the thought was terrifying. SOB. SOB. On the riverbank, a girl knelt on the ground, sobbing her heart out as her mother held her. An old man carrying a bucket shook his head. "AI, this family is in for a hard time. Their only son is gone." Back home, Qin Ziwen emptied all the mulberries from his bag into a metal basin. Having been picked a while ago, the mulberries were already getting a little soft. He picked one up, sniffed it, then popped it into his mouth and took a small bite. The flavor had already changed from when they were freshly picked. Qin Ziwen furrowed his brow. They go bad this quickly. He walked outside and looked up at the increasingly scorching suns. Two suns, one on the left and one on the right, hung close together. From a distance, they looked like a pair of eyes in the sky. He gently dabbed the mulberries dry with a tissue, picked out the fresh, plump ones and spread them evenly on a piece of cardboard on the balcony. Qin Ziwen squatted beside him, watching. "Bro, will this work? We'll try it out first. If we can sun-dry them, they'll last longer. Think of it as an experiment." Picking up the basin, he looked at the remaining broken and shriveled mulberries. Qin Ziwen wiped them gently with a tissue, carefully picked out any impurities and put them in his mouth to chew slowly. The pulp was soft and juicy with a slight graininess. The sweetness was prominent with just the right touch of tartness. The taste was quite good. He'd heard they were also rich in vitamins and could supplement many of the nutrients the body needed. "Have some?" He passed the basin to his younger brother. Qin Ziwen took the basin, wiped the dust off a few, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. They're pretty sweet. It was too hot to go out at noon, so Qin Ziwen stayed inside. He found a piece of paper and, drawing on his memories from the morning, began to sketch a map. In the center was the gated community. A little over 100 meters south of the gated community was a river that flowed from east to west. The water was calm and shallow, with exposed rocks visible in some areas. The river was about 100 to 200 meters wide. To the north, the terrain was higher. In the distance were mountains surrounded by dense forests and thick vegetation. He paused his pen. After a moment of thought, Qin Ziwen drew a small circle in the northwest where he had found the mulberry tree. Putting down the pen and paper, he felt sleepy. He hadn't slept much last night and had been busy all day. Qin Ziwen yawned. "I'm going to take a nap. It's too hot outside right now, so let's not go out or we'll get heat stroke. We can go out later this afternoon when it cools down." Qin Ziwen nodded. His older brother had always gotten good grades since they were kids. Listening to him was never the wrong choice. The bed was a bit hot, so Qin Ziwen simply pulled off the sheet, spread it on the floor, and lying down, quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 4:40 in the afternoon. The temperature had cooled down. The diurnal range here was quite large. His phone's battery was down to just 24%. It would probably shut down automatically soon, so he just went ahead and turned it off completely. After waking up his brother, Qin Ziwen went to the balcony. Looking down, he saw that some residents were actually setting up stalls in the shade of the trees in the gated community, laying out items to start a little flea market. People were putting out their unwanted, surplus household items to barter. Qin Ziwen squatted down and turned the mulberries on the balcony over to prevent them from sticking to the cardboard. He wasn't sure if this would actually produce dried fruit, but he'd seen people do it this way when he used to browse videos online. Qin Ziwen was leaning against the balcony, still yawning nonstop. He watched for a while, growing interested in the stalls below. The more he watched, the more awake he became. He leaned over the balcony, propping his elbows on the railing and stretching his neck out. "Bro, I want to go down and take a look. Think I can find any good stuff?" Qin Ziwen flipped a mulberry in his hand. Everything out there was brought out by the owners themselves. They aren't idiots. If you want to find a real bargain, you'll have to wait a while. By then, you probably won't even need money. Qin Ziwen understood his brother's meaning and chuckled. After turning the last mulberry, Qin Ziwen stood up and looked at the bustling scene downstairs. Right now, most families still have food and can maintain some dignity. It'll be different once the food runs out. After the transmigration, the power and internet were completely out. Without the internet, time seemed to slow down. Qin Ziwen said to his brother, "Weapons, food, water, we need to prepare more of everything. Our advantage now is that we're two adult men. We have to try our best not to get sick. If you need to drink water, you must boil it first, and try to eat cooked food as much as possible." "But you just gave me mulberries to eat." "Don't talk back," Qin Ziwen turned and rapped him on the head. Qin Ziwen asked, "Bro, do we have a lighter at home?" "I don't smoke." "Neither do I, so where are we going to get fire?" "You don't know how to make fire by drilling woods." "I don't." "Don't worry, I'll teach you." Coming out of their apartment building, Qin Ziwen noticed the atmosphere in the gated community was somewhat oppressive. People were gathered in small groups of twos and threes. From listening to others' conversations, he learned that someone from Building 6 had been bitten by a venomous snake that afternoon. By the time they were carried back, their whole body was black and blue, and they were already cold. Counting the resident from Building 4 who was eaten by a crocodile in the morning, 2 people had died in the gated community in less than a day, making everyone panic. At a nearby stall under a tree, an old man in a gray tank top asked the vendor, "How much for this lighter?" The vendor replied, 5 liters of clean water or enough food for 1 meal. The old man was taken aback. "Are you crazy, kid? A 1 yuan lighter for such a high price?" The vendor sneered. "This is fire we're talking about. How are you going to cook without fire, eat raw food? Besides, this lighter is brand new. If you're careful, it'll last you a long time." "That's still too expensive. Lower the price. How about this? I have half a bottle of mineral water at home. I'll trade you for that." As he spoke, the old man squatted down and reached for the lighter. The vendor was a tall, heavyset man. He grabbed the old man's hand. "I haven't agreed. Are you trying to steal it?" "Hey, he's hitting me. The old man flopped onto the ground. The big man laughed in anger, rolling up his sleeves. "There are no cops here. Are you really asking for a beating?" Hearing this, the old man scrambled back to his feet. "Young people these days, your words are so barbed. You have no respect for your elders." The big man's lips moved, but no sound came out. However, Qin Ziwen could recognize the 3 words he mouthed. The big man turned his head to look at Qin Ziwen, who was standing nearby. "Hey buddy, want to buy a lighters?" Qin Ziwen smiled and waved his hand in refusal. He took his brother for a stroll around the gated community. The things their neighbors were selling were a motley collection. Most of it was luxury goods, electronics, and some gold jewelry. There were very few items that were actually useful for survival. Even for those, the asking prices were exorbitant and usually required food in trade. Qin Ziwen suddenly stopped. He saw a crowd gathered at a stall not far ahead. Moving closer, he saw that someone was selling a fishing rod. Qin Ziwen whispered in a low voice, "Bro, this is good stuff. There's a river right next to us. With a fishing rod, we can catch fish." Qin Ziwen listened for a moment and then silently shook his head. "It's too expensive." Scarcity drives up value. Several families were already vying for the fishing rod. Getting it for a bargain was impossible. Besides, the most important thing in fishing was never the rod but the bait. As long as the bait could attract fish, you could catch them with just a branch, some thin line, and a safety pin. "Come on man, sell it a bit cheaper. I'm a serious buyer. There are crocodiles in that river, so fishing isn't that safe anyway. What if a croc takes the hook? The rod would be ruined." "This is a Dewa. It's a brand name." A man in a suit standing nearby said, "Brother, I've got 5 packs of crackers here. I'll trade you, you really won't lose out. These crackers have a long shelf life, you can keep them for months. In a few months, you won't even be able to get 2 packs for this, let alone 10. No way, that's too cheap. If you add a few more packs, maybe we can talk. Qin Ziwen recognized the man in the suit. It was the resident from Building 7 who called himself Huang Tao and had tried to rally everyone to work together. He led his brother out of the crowd and continued to search the area around the gated community. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any other fruit trees like the mulberry. He did, however, find a rat trap next to what looked like a rat's burrow, seemingly hidden there recently by one of the residents. Memorizing the location, Qin Ziwen returned home, drew all the curtains, and locked the door and windows. That evening, he ate 4 small bread rolls and drank half a bottle of water. His stomach was still a bit empty. Qin Ziwen lay flat on his bed. Until I find a new food source, I have to conserve as much as possible, he thought. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Without the internet, he wasn't used to sleeping this early. But having walked around outside for most of the day, he was mentally and physically exhausted. Not long after lying down, he drifted into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he thought he vaguely heard a voice. You have successfully survived your first day in the wilderness, gathered a small amount of fresh fruit, and drawn a simple map. Overall score 3 points. You have received a reward. Flint X1 Simple Trap Blueprint Fragment X1. The next day, when Qin Ziwen woke up, his left hand touched something cold. He picked it up instinctively. It felt like an iron rod. He rolled over and sat up, and his right hand touched a piece of paper. He walked over to the windowsill and pulled open the curtains. In the dim morning light, he got a clear look at the objects in his hands. Is this a magnesium fire starter? Why would a fire starter suddenly appear on my bed? Wait a minute. Qin Ziwen's mind raced. He thought back to the voice he'd heard in his dream last night. It was strange. He couldn't remember any other details from the dream after waking up, but a cold, mechanical prompt was etched in his memory. The objects in his hand seemed to correspond with that strange prompt. Daily settlement. Normally, the cutoff should be midnight. I'll stay up late tonight. If I make it to midnight, I should be able to confirm things. He went to his younger brother's room. Young people really were deep sleepers. His brother's snores were as loud as thunder. He first looked around the bed, nothing extra was there. Then he checked the living room and the other rooms in the house. Once he was sure he hadn't missed anything, he shook his brother awake. Did you hear anything last night? What, did the bats come back? The sleep was scared right out of Qin Ziwen, and he instinctively looked toward the window. No, they're not here. Did you hear anything last night? Like a voice in your dreams, maybe. Qin Ziwen shook his head, looking lost. Nope. Qin Ziwen paused thoughtfully. It's nothing then. He walked over to the balcony and spread out the paper he'd found. It was a diagram for building a snare trap. The edges were ragged, as if it had been torn directly from a book. The diagrams detailed illustrations and text explained how to make a trip snare, a type of trap capable of catching small mammals and reptiles. Qin Ziwen leaned in for a closer look. This trap doesn't look too difficult, it just needs wood and rope. Do we have any rope at home? We do. Qin Ziwen looked up at the curtain cord above his head. He found a stool, climbed up, and took down the pull cord for the curtains. He gripped it with both hands and gave it a tug. It felt quite sturdy. The cord was a little long, so he used a kitchen knife to cut it into 2 pieces. He also grabbed a small handful of mulberries from the balcony. Then, he and his brother took the rope and left the gated community together. As the 2 of them headed out, other residents were already trickling out of the gated community. He even saw a few people fishing by the river. The few people fishing were all positioned high up on the rocks along the bank, where the crocodiles couldn't reach them immediately even if they came ashore. Bro, where are we setting the traps? Let me think, Qin Ziwen frowned. If we set them too close, people from the gated community will find them and any prey we catch will likely be taken. But if we set them too far away, it's dangerous. The round trip would be too risky. So we need to find a relatively hidden spot near the gated community. And we also have to make sure it's a place where animals pass through. After all, the whole point of setting a trap is to catch prey. First, I'll rule out the area near the river. Second, I'll avoid open spaces. Finally, I can't pick anywhere with overgrown vegetation or near rock piles. Qin Ziwen remembered the massive snake he'd seen from his apartment building yesterday. In the end, Qin Ziwen set up 2 snare traps, using the mulberries as bait. He placed one in the bushes along the northern wall of the gated community and the other under a tree more than 80 meters to the northwest. Bro, check this out, what do you think? Qin Ziwen had snapped off a branch from somewhere that was as thick as a baby's arm. It was long, straight, about 2 meters in length, and had a bit of flex to it. Qin Ziwen took it and gave it a couple of test swings. It had a good feel. Yeah, this is good. If we tie something sharp to the tip, we can use it as a spear. That's already. A sudden shriek echoed from the sky. High in the sky, a dark shadow was closing in at an unbelievable speed. It grew closer and closer, the shadow expanding in size. Qin Ziwen quickly grabbed his brother and pulled him under a large tree. Something's in the sky, someone in the distance yelled, but it was too late. In an open area, a young man who couldn't dodge in time was snagged by the shoulder and hoisted high into the air. The giant bird was incredibly fast. From a distance, the teen it had caught looked like a small lamb struggling for his life. After climbing several dozen meters into the air, the giant bird opened its talons and the person plummeted downward like a meteor. Thud. A heavy thud echoed from the distance. The giant bird circled once before landing, grabbed the figure with its talons again, and flew off toward the northern mountain range. This time, however, the figure in its talons had stopped struggling. Qin Ziwen's heart sank. Judging by the bird's size relative to a person, its wingspan had to be at least 6 or 7 meters. It feels like humanity's place on the food chain here is dropping lower and lower. He had witnessed so many dangers near the gated community in just the past 2 days, to say nothing of the ones he hadn't seen. Bro, where do we go now? Qin Ziwen said, let's go check by the river. Stick close to the trees and stay out of the open spaces. Qin Ziwen nodded, showing he understood. In the shade of a tree up ahead, a round-faced woman wearing glasses asked an older woman who was squatting and digging at something, "Ma'am, are those wild vegetables?" The older woman quickly shook her head. "I dunno, I'm just digging." "That's not very neighborly of you. We're all from the same community, what's the big deal with telling me?" The older woman got angry. "How dare you speak to me like that, young lady? If you want some, go dig your own, stop bothering me." As she spoke, the older woman put the plant she had just dug up, stems, leaves, and all, into a cloth bag and quickly covered the top with a flap of fabric. The round-faced woman reached out to grab the cloth and uncover it. The older woman quickly clutched the bag, jumping to her feet and shouting, "Have you no shame? A grown woman like you messing with other people's things. Didn't your mother teach you any manners?" The round-faced woman's movements paused, and she glanced sideways at the passing Qin Ziwen and his brother. The older woman hurriedly grabbed Qin Ziwen's arm. "Young man, you be the judge. Tell me, is it right to just go around messing with other people's things?" Qin Ziwen looked down at the weathered hand gripping his arm, then slowly raised his head to meet the woman's eyes. The older woman sensed something was off and released her grip. Qin Ziwen smiled. "Of course she's in the wrong, you can't just go around messing with other people's property." The round-faced woman's face went pale. She lowered her head and scurried away. Seeing the woman had gone, the older woman prepared to turn and leave, but Qin Ziwen stopped her. "We're all neighbors, it's only right that we help each other." The older woman suddenly felt she had miscalculated. She shouldn't have dragged these two into this. She forced a smile. "You're right, we're all neighbors, we should help each other." Qin Ziwen glanced at the tightly clutched bag. "My brother and I left early this morning and still haven't eaten. Are those vegetables edible?" The older woman quickly pleaded her case. "Young man, I have a bedridden husband and an 8-year-old grandson at home. If I give these to you, my whole family will starve." Qin Ziwen waved a dismissive hand. "You're worrying too much. I'm not going to take your food. I just want to see what these wild vegetables look like. After all, it's a big place out here. You can't possibly gather them all by yourself. And didn't you say neighbors should help each other?" The older woman's expression froze. "What does he mean? I said it. Wasn't he the one who said that?" But she glanced at the two tall, sturdy young men and figured that telling them was better than having her food taken by force. She opened the bag and took out the wild vegetables. "This one is purslane, these are bupleurum shoots, and this is a fiddlehead fern." Qin Ziwen realized he'd seen many of these plants before in other areas. He just hadn't recognized them, so he never picked them. "Looks like the resources in this area are more abundant than I imagined. If only I'd majored in agriculture or botany in college." Figuring she might as well tell him everything, the woman explained all at once. "You have to blanch these vegetables before you eat them. Boil them for a few minutes. You can serve them as a cold salad, stir-fry them, or use them as a filling." At this, the woman hesitated. There might be a lot of these vegetables, but they won't last long. If everyone starts gathering them, they'll be picked clean in a couple of days. Qin Ziwen nodded. "Thanks, you can keep gathering here." Once they were some distance away, Qin Ziwen whispered, "Brother, look over there. Is that man picking wild vegetables too?" Following his brother's gaze, Qin Ziwen saw an old man dozens of meters away. The man had his hands clasped behind his back, a bag in one hand, pretending to take a stroll. He would suddenly bend down, swiftly stuff something he'd picked into the bag, then stand up and look around nonchalantly. When he saw the two brothers staring at him from a short distance away, the old man even smiled at them before continuing his leisurely stroll. A few steps later, he suddenly darted down again. Qin Ziwen smiled. He decided to have his brother join the foraging party as well. After a busy morning that required several trips back home, the two had gathered over 10 pounds of wild vegetables. That many greens would spoil in just a few days if left out. So he brought some soil back home. He flipped over a plastic stool, filled its hollow base with the soil, and planted the vegetables that still had intact root systems. Viewed from above, the small space inside the stool was crammed with greens. It'll be fine as long as they stay fresh for another couple of days. I'm starving, Qin Ziwen said, rubbing his stomach. Brother, can we eat a little more for lunch today? I'll cook some noodles. Qin Ziwen unwrapped the fire chicken noodles and took out 4 packs. After toiling all morning, 1 pack each wouldn't be nearly enough. He also blanched a large handful of purslane. He didn't add much water to the pot, just enough to cover the noodles. Once they were cooked, he added about a third of the fire chicken sauce packet, along with a little soy sauce and MSG. Water was a scarce resource, and eating something too spicy would mean wasting a lot of it to quench their thirst. Although they had a fire starter and a river nearby, meaning they weren't technically short on water, the river was home to crocodiles, making every trip to fetch it a risk. Even after lunch, Qin Ziwen still felt a faint pang of hunger. He'd eaten so little over the past 2 days that his body was instinctively craving more meat and protein. You take a nap. This afternoon we'll fetch water, then check the traps and gather more vegetables. When he woke up, the midday heat had already subsided. With no clock, he couldn't tell the exact time, but judging by the position of the sun, he guessed it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They had a large, green plastic water barrel at home. The two brothers slung their bags over their shoulders, carried the barrel between them, and left the building. The south gate was the closest exit. Just as the two of them arrived, they heard a loud argument erupting nearby. On one side were property management staff in white security uniforms, on the other, a few residents. Among the security staff, Qin Ziwen spotted Huang Tao, who was wearing a suit. I wonder how he got mixed up with this group of security guards. A large crowd of residents from the gated community had also gathered to watch the commotion. From the surrounding chatter, he pieced together what was happening. Apparently, these security guards from the property management team had all been in the security dormitory when the transmigration occurred. Afterward, those rooms became their turf. The property management fees at their riverside gated community weren't cheap. The complex consisted of mid-rise residential buildings, with each floor having 2 elevators serving 2 households and each building containing 2 units. As a result, the day-to-day security was excellent. The property management not only had its own dedicated set of rooms, but they were also fully equipped with all the necessary tools. This included tools like fire axes, riot shields, and steel forks. A few of the homeowners had wanted to get some tools from the property management office, but the security guards refused, which led to the conflict. Someone in the crowd murmured, "Those guards have teamed up with a few of the other residents. They've formed their own little clique. Everything in that office was paid for with our management fees. We can't just let a few people hoard it all." Yeah, and those guards have a real attitude problem. Huang Tao stepped forward, holding up his hands to placate the crowd. Neighbors, everyone, please calm down, let's not be rash. Can we please try to communicate calmly? Conflict won't solve anything. I'm just like all of you, a member of this gated community. Look at our situation. Our entire community has been teleported to this godforsaken hellhole, with crocodiles, venomous snakes, and that giant bird that snatches people. You're all the backbones of your families. It would be completely irrational for us to be fighting amongst ourselves at a time like this. A man with a thick beard on the opposing side spoke impatiently, "Cut the crap. Are you giving us the tools or not? Just a simple yes or no." Huang Tao replied patiently, "The tools in the property management warehouse belong to everyone, not to any single household. And there's a limited number of them, we can't just give one to every family. If someone has an urgent need for one, taking it out is not a problem. But what if you take one and just hoard it for yourself?" The bearded man swore, "I paid my damn management fees." Huang Tao's voice remained calm. So did everyone else. As I was saying, I suggest we hold on to these resources and establish a public resource monitoring committee. If a family needs something, they can use it under the supervision of the rest of the community and return it when they're done. Our gated community has 10 buildings. I propose that each building selects one representative, and our brothers here from property management select one as well. That makes 11 representatives in total. We'll follow a majority rule system. As long as more than half vote to approve a request, it's granted. What does everyone think of that? Huang Tao looked around at the other residents. Some people looked scornful, but others seemed interested, especially the older residents. Huang Tao said to the bearded man, "We're all civilized people here. If a family has a genuine need, say, to form a team to chop firewood, build traps, or make weapons for self-defense, they can come and apply. They'll register their name, building, and apartment number, what they're borrowing, and when they'll return it. The item must be returned in the same condition. If it's broken or lost, we can all work out a system for compensation. Besides, you all remember that giant bird that snatched someone this morning, right? Who knows what else might fly or crawl into the gated community at night? We can't leave this place unguarded. I think we can organize watch shifts by building, with groups taking turns on night duty. That way, everyone can feel safer at night. Going it alone won't work in a place like this. If we want to survive, we have to band together. Anyone who's interested can come find me at the property management office later. My name is Huang Tao and I live in Building 7. Sir, I can tell you're a straightforward guy. If you need something, come find me later." As for these 4 security guards, their families aren't here with them. They're just missing their loved ones, which is why they might sound a little aggressive. They absolutely don't mean anything else by it. Those last words completely cornered the bearded man. What did he mean their families weren't here, so they're aggressive because they miss them? That's a fucking threat, plain and simple. He's saying they have nothing to lose. The bearded man glanced at the onlookers and snorted. "So you're all just here for the show, huh?" He finally said, "Fine, we'll talk later." "Bro, should we join?" Qin Ziwen frowned. He didn't really like people with Huang Tao's personality, finding him too slick. Qin Ziwen shook his head. "The people here aren't even a tenth of the residents in the gated community. Besides, this so-called alliance of his most likely won't work out. He doesn't have enough prestige. People won't listen to him. People in modern society all have their own ideas. Unless there's a real, tangible benefit, who's going to follow him based on empty promises? Plus, he can't possibly provide that much food. In a few days, when everyone's starving, no one will pay him any mind." Qin Ziwen paused for a moment before continuing. "I don't think his goal is to form an alliance for the entire gated community. It's more likely he's planning to use the property management supplies as bait to rope in a group of people." Following behind, Qin Ziwu's tone grew uncharacteristically serious. "Anyway, I'll only listen to you. I don't respect anyone else. After Mom and Dad's accident, you were the one who paid for my education, big bro. You had good enough grades to get a postgraduate recommendation." Qin Ziwen kicked him in the ass. "What are you yapping about? I'm your brother. If I don't look after you, who will? I'll beat you up if you keep whining." Qin Ziwen chuckled and quickened his pace. "Oh, holy shit, bro, come quick, the trap caught something. Keep your voice down. You want everyone to hear." Walking over, Qin Ziwen immediately recognized the creature caught in the wall-hugging snare trap. It looked like a yellow mouse. Sensing the human's approach, the yellow mouse struggled desperately. "Looks a bit like a field mouse. It's pretty fat too." Qin Ziwen crouched down, lifted the rope, and after a careful look confirmed, "It is a field mouse. Good, we're having meat tonight." Hearing they were going to eat a mouse, Qin Ziwu's pupils contracted. He knew it wasn't a city sewer rat. These field mice that ate plant roots and small insects were relatively clean, but he still felt a little squeamish. However, having not tasted meat in 2 days, he was also getting hungry. He stared conflictedly at the field mouse dangling from Qin Ziwen's hand. Qin Ziwen said, "Gutting it and cleaning out the organs is your job." Qin Ziwu's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Qin Ziwen gave him a calm look. "A young man needs to see a little blood. If you don't even have the guts to kill a mouse that weighs a pound or two, how are you going to kill something that's over 100 pounds later on?" Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen picked up a rock and brought it down on the field mouse's head. The struggling field mouse went still. He picked it up by the tail and tossed it into Qin Ziwu's backpack. "Let's go. We'll check the other trap." When they arrived at the second trap, it had also been triggered. But the trap was empty, and some short grayish-brown fur was left at the scene. They looked around the area but found no trace of the prey. "What a shame." Qin Ziwen crouched down and picked up the grayish-brown fur from the ground. Qin Ziwen examined it for a moment and found chew marks on the rope. The prey must have been very cautious. There are no signs of crushed grass or plants nearby, which means it couldn't have been too big. Qin Ziwen righted the branch and reset the trap. "It's fine. Catching one field mouse was already more than I expected. As long as we got something, that's what matters. Let's go dig for wild vegetables first." As dusk began to fall, the wild vegetables around the gated community grew scarcer. The ranks of people digging for vegetables had also swelled. The easily discoverable wild fruits and vegetables around the gated community had been picked clean. If they wanted to keep digging, they would have to go farther out. Out of caution, Qin Ziwen decided to head back for now. Let's go get some water. By the river, the crowd of fishermen had grown even larger, but a strange sight had also formed. The elevated, rocky part of the riverbank was packed with people. Those who weren't on the rocks also kept a certain distance from the water, staying in open areas. Moreover, most were in groups. There were very few lone fishermen. "There's a crocodile's coming over." One of the fishermen shouted, pointing at the river's surface. "Hit it." The person next to him picked up a rock and hurled it at the crocodile's head. Splash. The water churned. Perhaps hurt by the rock, the crocodile swished its tail and swam toward the deeper parts of the river. Qin Ziwen walked to the river's edge with his bucket. Observing it up close, he saw it was a shallow, east-west flowing river about 100 meters wide. The current was gentle, the riverbed was rocky, and the banks were a mix of weeds and mud, interspersed with shrubs. Qin Ziwen skirted the muddy areas, stepping on rocks to get to the water's edge. He watched cautiously for a moment, making sure no sneaky predators like crocodiles or water snakes were hiding in the clear water before him. Then he bent down and filled the bucket. He carried the bucket back to the bank. "Let's go." "We're heading back." Back home, he first let the bucket of water sit for 20 minutes. Once the water at the top had cleared, he used a clean, washed piece of clothing as a filter and slowly poured out about half of the water. Qin Ziwen took the field mouse out of the backpack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The field mouse, which had just been playing dead, began to struggle violently once it was in his hand. Qin Ziwen took his knife and struck it hard on the head with the spine of the blade. The field mouse went completely still. Tossing it on the ground, Qin Ziwen said, "I'm going to go gather some firewood." "You deal with this." A troubled look crossed Qin Ziwu's face. "I've never done it before." "It's simple, skin it, gut it, and wash it." Qin Ziwu's eyes darted around and he had a sudden idea. "Right. Bro, we don't have a fire at homes." "Are you an idiot? How do you think I made the fire to cook the noodles at lunch?" Qin Ziwen said with a half-smile, pulling a magnesium fire starter from his pocket. Not wanting to ask where the fire starter came from, Qin Ziwu's face fell. "Fine, I'll handle it." That evening, the two of them ate hot, roasted field mouse along with some bread. There wasn't much meat. After removing the organs, bones, and head, there was only enough left for the two of them to get a taste. "Bro, should we join?" Qin Ziwu frowned. He didn't really like people with Huang Tao's personality, finding him too slick. Qin Ziwen shook his head. "The people here aren't even a tenth of the residents in the gated community. Besides, this so-called alliance of his most likely won't work out. He doesn't have enough prestige. People won't listen to him." People in modern society all have their own ideas. Unless there's a real, tangible benefit, who's going to follow him based on empty promises? Plus, he can't possibly provide that much food. In a few days, when everyone's starving, no one will pay him any mind. Qin Ziwen paused for a moment before continuing. "I don't think his goal is to form an alliance for the entire gated community. It's more likely he's planning to use the property management supplies as bait to rope in a group of people." Following behind, Qin Ziwu's tone grew uncharacteristically serious. "Anyway, I'll only listen to you. I don't respect anyone else. After Mom and Dad's accident, you were the one who paid for my education, big bro. You had good enough grades to get a postgraduate recommendation." Qin Ziwen kicked him in the ass. "What are you yapping about? I'm your brother. If I don't look after you, who will? I'll beat you up if you keep whining." Qin Ziwu chuckled and quickened his pace. "Oh, holy shit, bro, come quick, the trap caught something." "Keep your voice down. You want everyone to hear." Walking over, Qin Ziwen immediately recognized the creature caught in the wall-hugging snare trap. It looked like a yellow mouse. Sensing the human's approach, the yellow mouse struggled desperately. "Looks a bit like a field mouse, it's pretty fat too." Qin Ziwen crouched down, lifted the rope, and after a careful look confirmed, it is a field mouse. "Good, we're having meat tonight." Hearing they were going to eat a mouse, Qin Ziwu's pupils contracted. He knew it wasn't a city sewer rat. These field mice that ate plant roots and small insects were relatively clean, but he still felt a little squeamish. However, having not tasted meat in 2 days, he was also getting hungry. He stared conflictedly at the field mouse dangling from Qin Ziwen's hand. Qin Ziwen said, "Gutting it and cleaning out the organs is your job." Qin Ziwu's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Qin Ziwen gave him a calm look. "A young man needs to see a little blood. If you don't even have the guts to kill a mouse that weighs a pound or two, how are you going to kill something that's over 100 pounds later on?" Qin Ziwu. Qin Ziwen picked up a rock and brought it down on the field mouse's head. The struggling field mouse went still. He picked it up by the tail and tossed it into Qin Ziwu's backpack. "Let's go. We'll check the other trap." When they arrived at the second trap, it had also been triggered. But the trap was empty, and some short grayish-brown fur was left at the scene. They looked around the area but found no trace of the prey. What a shame! Qin Ziwen crouched down and picked up the grayish-brown fur from the ground. Qin Ziwen examined it for a moment and found chew marks on the rope. The prey must have been very cautious. There are no signs of crushed grass or plants nearby, which means it couldn't have been too big. Qin Ziwen righted the branch and reset the trap. It's fine. Catching one field mouse was already more than I expected. As long as we got something, that's what matters. Let's go dig for wild vegetables first. As dusk began to fall, the wild vegetables around the gated community grew scarcer. The ranks of people digging for vegetables had also swelled. The easily discoverable wild fruits and vegetables around the gated community had been picked clean. If they wanted to keep digging, they would have to go farther out. Out of caution, Qin Ziwen decided to head back for now. Let's go get some water. By the river, the crowd of fishermen had grown even larger, but a strange sight had also formed. The elevated, rocky part of the riverbank was packed with people. Those who weren't on the rocks also kept a certain distance from the water, staying in open areas. Moreover, most were in groups. There were very few lone fishermen. "There's a crocodile's coming over." One of the fishermen shouted, pointing at the river's surface. "Hit it." The person next to him picked up a rock and hurled it at the crocodile's head. Splash. The water churned. Perhaps hurt by the rock, the crocodile swished its tail and swam toward the deeper parts of the river. Qin Ziwen walked to the river's edge with his bucket. Observing it up close, he saw it was a shallow, east-west flowing river about 100 meters wide. The current was gentle, the riverbed was rocky, and the banks were a mix of weeds and mud, interspersed with shrubs. Qin Ziwen skirted the muddy areas, stepping on rocks to get to the water's edge. He watched cautiously for a moment, making sure no sneaky predators like crocodiles or water snakes were hiding in the clear water before him. Then he bent down and filled the bucket. He carried the bucket back to the bank. "Let's go." "We're heading back." Back home, he first let the bucket of water sit for 20 minutes. Once the water at the top had cleared, he used a clean, washed piece of clothing as a filter and slowly poured out about half of the water. Qin Ziwen took the field mouse out of the backpack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The field mouse, which had just been playing dead, began to struggle violently once it was in his hand. Qin Ziwen took his knife and struck it hard on the head with the spine of the blade. The field mouse went completely still. Tossing it on the ground, Qin Ziwen said, "I'm going to go gather some firewood." "You deal with this." A troubled look crossed Qin Ziwen's face. "I've never done it before." "It's simple, skin it, gut it, and wash it." Qin Ziwen's eyes darted around and he had a sudden idea. "Right. Bro, we don't have a fire at homes." "Are you an idiot? How do you think I made the fire to cook the noodles at lunch?" Qin Ziwen said with a half-smile, pulling a magnesium fire starter from his pocket. Not wanting to ask where the fire starter came from, Qin Ziwen's face fell. "Fine, I'll handle it." That evening, the two of them ate hot, roasted field mouse along with some bread. There wasn't much meat. After removing the organs, bones, and head, there was only enough left for the two of them to get a taste. The thought of eating it was repulsive at first, but after the first bite, he found it didn't have any strange, gamey flavor. It tasted a bit like roasted quail, but with a wild game flavor that was richer than that of domesticated pigs, cattle, or sheep. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they finished the roasted rat, a knock came from the door. Qin Ziwen gave his brother a look, and Qin Ziwen, taking the hint, grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen and positioned himself behind the door. Qin Ziwen snatched up the wooden stick resting in the corner. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking from outside continued, followed by a voice. "Is anyone home? I'm from upstairs. Were you guys just grilling something in here? The smell of smoke is really strong. Be careful not to burn the place down." "It's dangerous." Hidden behind the door, Qin Ziwen replied, "The gas is out. If I can't cook in my own home, where am I supposed to cook?" The person outside said, "In the hallway. Or the rooftop would work too." Qin Ziwen shook his head at his brother, signaling him to ignore the person. "Well, I warned you," the person outside grumbled. When no one inside replied, his footsteps faded away. Qin Ziwen was annoyed. He pointed to the smoke rising from the balconies of other buildings in the gated community. "We're not the only ones cooking on our balcony, and we even cleared everything else off at first. I think that guy was just looking for trouble." Qin Ziwen said calmly, "I know, just ignore him. Don't let some outsider throw us off. We'll stick to our plan. There are birds out there that prey on people, so the rooftop is absolutely out of the question. The hallway is no good either. If we cook there, the whole building will smell it." Knock, knock, knock. Another knock echoed from the hallway, but this one sounded more distant, coming from the neighbor's door across from them. "Hey neighbor, you home? Do you have any extra cups? Could we borrow a couple?" It was the same man as before, but this time he was at the door across the hall. Qin Ziwen looked through the peephole. The hallway was dim. His neighbor's door across the hall was shut tight. Two men were standing outside it. One was knocking, while the other was hiding in a blind spot just out of view, concealing something in his hand. Qin Ziwen's eyes narrowed. He beckoned his brother over, putting a finger to his lips. Qin Ziwen got the message. He came over to look, his expression first turning to shock, then hardening into a ruthless glare. He drew a hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture. Qin Ziwen shook his head. Qin Ziwen leaned in and whispered, "Bro, was there also someone hiding outside our door earlier? If we had opened it, they would have attacked, right?" There was no answer from the apartment across the hall, but Qin Ziwen remembered seeing his neighbor return that afternoon. Someone was definitely home. The man called out a few more times. After waiting a while longer with no response, the two of them turned and left. "Bro, they just asked a few times and left." Qin Ziwen said, "They're probably casing the place." The neighbor didn't reply, which means either no one's home or they're too scared to make a sound. Qin Ziwen understood, realization dawning. So when he knocked on our door, it was just an excuse to try and trick us into opening up. And he was checking to see if there were any adult men here. Qin Ziwen nodded. If they're going to make a move, they'll most likely choose early tomorrow morning. The light in the hallway is dim then, making it easy for them to hide. Also, residents will probably be carrying their keys when they leave. Why not in a few days or at nights? Breaking down a door at night is too loud. And in a few days, everyone's food will be gone, making a robbery pointless. Surely they're not after the few dozen pounds of meat on our bones. All right, let's get some sleep. Lock the doors and windows tight just in case. I'll wake you early tomorrow. As night fell, Qin Ziwen forced himself to stay awake. As the sky grew darker, the gated community fell into a dead silence. The reinforced concrete buildings stood like monoliths in a cold forest, which seemed to come alive at night. The occasional howl of a beast echoed from the distance, and the sound of flapping wings reverberated through the night sky. He wasn't sure how much time had passed. Just as he was growing drowsy and about to nod off, a cold, mechanical male voice spoke in his ear. "You have successfully survived your second day in the wilderness. You gathered a number of wild vegetables, collected a small amount of river water, and captured one small prey. Overall score, 8 points. You have received your rewards. Building card, level 1 cellar grain storage X1, folding water filter bag X3. A golden screen of light appeared before his eyes. At the very top of the light screen, 2 large words were displayed, Daily Settlement. Below were many densely packed squares, but only the first 2 contained anything. One was a gray card, the other a small stylized icon of a water filter bag with a X3 marker in its top right corner. Extract automatically. A 3, a 2, no. The golden screen shrank, becoming a tiny, barely noticeable golden dot in the upper left corner of his vision. A single thought would cause the screen to unfurl. After trying it a few times, Qin Ziwen readily accepted it. Whatever it was a good thing for him, so why get hung up on the details? He'd already crossed over into another world. There wasn't anything he couldn't accept at this point. Withdraw building card. A weight settled in his palm where a thin, gray metal card had appeared. The moment the building card appeared, the space around him stuttered for a moment. A small sphere of light then lit up in the center of his bedroom, and a white screen materialized before his eyes. Survivor detected obtaining building card, activating resident identity. Home function unlocked. You may use building cards, resource cards, expansion cards, function cards, and recruitment cards to expand and modify your home. The bounds of your home are defined as Riverside Gated Community, Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 5-2. A flood of basic information streamed from the small sphere of light into his mind, finally allowing him to understand the situation. So that's it. Before obtaining a card, they were all just considered survivors. Only by acquiring a card ahead of time, or by successfully completing the first stage survival objective, could one activate their resident identity. There were 2 ways to acquire cards. The first was to explore supply points in the wild, but those were usually located in high-risk areas. The second was to kill powerful creatures in the current region, which would drop cards. No, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So what's the deal with this daily settlement thing? Are you two from different departments or something? Qin Ziwen got it. The home system was a cheat that everyone in the gated community could activate. The daily settlement, however, was some rogue element that had snuck in from God knows where. So I'm playing the cracked version of the game. He toyed with the building card, level 1 cellar grain storage in his hand. His entire 98 square meter apartment was now a map he could build on and modify. All he had to do was select a 1x2-meter rectangular area, and he could build a food storage cellar right inside his home. Qin Ziwen immediately selected a spot on his bedroom floor, right up against the corner. Use. The building card dissolved into a ray of light that sank into the ground, causing the floor to ripple like the surface of water. The flat floor sank inward, forming a square entryway. Stone steps shrouded in a thin mist led downward, the light and shadow twisting at the opening. When the light faded, a wooden trapdoor with an iron ring handle had appeared where the floor had been. Its rough, rustic style clashed horribly with the modern decor of the room. Qin Ziwen hesitated. Where does this cellar lead? It didn't just punch a hole into my downstairs neighbor's bedroom, did it? He reached out, hooked his fingers through the iron ring, and pulled. A deep stone staircase descended about 5 or 6 meters, flanked by stone walls. The moment he stepped into the cellar, a wave of cool air hit him. At the bottom was a large, square chamber made of gray bricks, even more spacious than his bedroom. It was clearly not the apartment below, and its style was anything but modern. He estimated the temperature down here was at least 10 degrees cooler than his bedroom. The air was crisp, dry, and completely free of any musty smell. He knocked on a wall. The sound was a dull thud with no echo, as if he were truly deep underground. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Incredible. This space must be overlapping with reality. From now on, I can store surplus food here." "Oh, bro, are you telling me you spent all night digging a cellar this big in your bedroom?" Qin Ziwen turned his head, stunned, and rubbed his face. "Do you believe me?" "I do." "Of course I do. I'd believe you even if you said you'd awakened memories from a past life." Qin Ziwen looked at his older brother expectantly. "Bro, did you awaken something?" he asked, nodding eagerly. Qin Ziwen said with a grin, "It's not that dramatic. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I just got a card and activated my home." Qin Ziwen briefly explained what the home was and summoned the small ball of light in front of his brother. The home wasn't a one-of-a-kind thing. Others in the gated community would eventually activate their own. For now, however, that knowledge was a secret. Qin Ziwen understood. "So this home is the reason we were brought here." Tab tab tabu. The sound came from the balcony. The two brothers stopped talking at the same time, both turning to look toward the living room balcony. Qin Ziwen pointed upward, a questioning look in his eyes. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, then nodded. The odds were high that it was the people upstairs. The two grabbed their weapons for protection and crept slowly toward the balcony. The moonlight was bright and clear, bathing the balcony in a silvery sheen. The glass door leading from the living room was locked tight. The balcony was empty. The sound was coming from the right, like something was being tapped. When they got closer, they saw the tip of a clothes-drying pole extending from the balcony opposite theirs, tapping against the railing. After a moment of observation, he undid the lock and slid the glass door open. On the balcony opposite them, a woman in a long slip dress held the other end of the pole, tapping their railing lightly. The woman's face clearly brightened when she saw Qin Ziwen come out. She pulled a crumpled ball of paper from the front of her dress and tossed it over. He picked up the paper ball and unfolded it. It was covered in neat handwriting. "Hello. I'm your neighbor from across the hall. You have to be careful of the family of 3 upstairs. They aren't good people." The young man was sentenced to 10 years for robbery and was just released last year. "When they knocked on your door this evening, I saw them hide someone in the blind spot outside. They might be targeting you." Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, then went back inside to find a pen and wrote a reply on the paper. "They hid someone when they knocked on your door, too." Then he tossed the wadded-up paper back. The woman picked up the paper. After reading it, her expression was one of utter surprise. She scribbled quickly on the paper and tossed it over again. Qin Ziwen picked up the note. It was in the same neat handwriting. "Thank you. Can I please come stay with you for a little while? I'm terrified to be home alone and I think it would be safer at your apartment." "I can help with anything." Qin Ziwen was taken aback. How could she be so forward? We're just neighbors who don't even know each other and she actually wants to come to my place. With the cellar and the home's little ball of light, bringing a stranger in here would expose everything. Besides, Qin Ziwen wasn't about to assume she was harmless just because she was a woman. A person's capacity for good or evil has nothing to do with their gender. So without hesitation, Qin Ziwen waved his hand, refusing her request. He did so even as the woman on the other balcony pressed her palms together, bowing repeatedly and looking utterly pitiful. Qin Ziwen simply went back inside, locking the balcony door behind him. As Qin Ziwen left, the expression on the woman's face turned foul. She turned and went back into her apartment where 2 men were sitting. One of them had a scorpion tattooed on the back of his hand. The other was bald, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed on something. The man with the scorpion tattoo asked, "So, did he agree to let you go over to his place?" The woman rolled her eyes. "He refused." The man on the bed sounded incredulous. My cousin's so beautiful, how could he resist? Is he even a man's? The woman in the long black slip dress gritted her teeth. How should I know? Do you think he knows about our relationship? The man with the scorpion tattoo said, no way, that kid just moved in. There's no way he could know about us. The woman said, why make this so complicated? Forcing me to sneak over there to open the door for you in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid I'll be at a disadvantage, a single woman alone with them? The man with the scorpion tattoo wrapped his arm around her. I trust you can take care of yourself, he said, comforting her. Besides, it's much safer for us to make our move while they're asleep. I've been watching them. They've come back with big bags several times in the last 2 days, and they were even grilling meat last night. They must have found a good stash of food. The woman sneered, don't tell me you're just scared to face them head-on because they look strong. The man with the scorpion tattoo grew angry. Of course not, it's just. We're all stuck in this godforsaken place. If we have to do something, we should keep it quiet. Getting a bad reputation will make things difficult later. I'm doing this for our sake. The man with the scorpion tattoo's hand slid up under the hem of her dress. Slap! The woman slapped his hand away. Someone's still here, she chided. The man with the scorpion tattoo just chuckled lewdly and buried his face in her chest. De Zhuang's my brother, I trust him. The bald man stood up. Bro, sis-in-law, I'm heading back to my room to sleep. Without turning his head, the scorpion man just waved a hand. De Zhuang's eyes met the woman's. She blinked at him and he guiltily looked away. After De Zhuang left, amorous sounds filled the room, lasting for about a minute. The woman lay on the bed, her face unnaturally flushed and her chest heaving. She fiercely pinched the arm of the man beside her. Useless trash. Still unsatisfied, she went to pinch the man's waist, but he caught her hand. His voice was low and his expression serious. All right, stop it. Tomorrow, find a way to get friendly with those 2 young men. Guys their age are full of energy. If you make the first move, they won't be able to control themselves. The woman was angry. You want me to make the first move? What do you take me for? The man with the scorpion tattoo hugged her waist. My little treasure, of course. Now be a good girl and listen. The woman closed her eyes. After a long moment, a quiet hum of assent escaped her. In the early morning, Qin Ziwen rubbed his leg from his post behind the peephole. Bro, there's no sound outside the door. No movement at all. It doesn't look like our neighbors across the hall are planning to leave. Qin Ziwen shook his head, his tone full of meaning. They're probably worried about the people upstairs. As for the people upstairs, he wasn't sure either. After all, it was all just his own speculation. Qin Ziwen asked, so are we leaving now? I saw people from other buildings going downstairs. Qin Ziwen frowned, thinking, let's wait. There are still other people on the floors above us in this building. We'll go out when we see someone else heading down. After all, he'd set up snare traps outside the gated community. If they were too late, someone else might take whatever was caught in them. But if they left too early, there could be threats lurking in the stairwell. He had to think of a permanent solution to this problem. Otherwise, it would seriously interfere with farming his daily rewards. Sounds of people coming down the stairs came from the stairwell, loud with talk and laughter. When the footsteps were about to reach his floor, Qin Ziwen opened his door, his younger brother right behind him. After leaving the apartment building, Qin Ziwen realized from the way they were grouped that they were 2 separate families. They had a very traditional modern family structure. Both sets of husband and wife were around 40 years old. The 2 kids in the families looked to be high school age, 1 boy and 1 girl. Qin Ziwen went up to strike up a conversation. Sir, did you see anyone in the stairwell when you were coming down just now? The man he addressed had thick brows and large eyes and was of medium build. He smiled and replied, no, there was no one in the stairwell when we came down. He seemed to realize something and gave Qin Ziwen a second look. You must be the new neighbors who just moved in on the 5th floor, right? That's right. The man nodded and said, oh. A few seconds later, the man suddenly said, the folks in 602 upstairs from you don't have a very good reputation. I think the guy used to be a gangster or something. He used to get drunk and cause trouble in the gated community all the time. You should be careful. I heard he's been to prison. The man shook his head. That I'm not sure about. The man's wife spoke up. He has been to prison. And I think there's something improper going on between 602 and 501. The man was stunned. How do you know that? His wife rolled her eyes. All you do all day is go to work, come home, and go fishing. When have you ever paid attention to this stuff? I was coming home from grocery shopping once and saw the man from 602 use a key to open the door to 501. And you know, a single woman lives alone in 501. Trailing behind his brother, Qin Ziwen frowned. If the man upstairs has the key to the apartment across from them, doesn't that mean they know each other? Why didn't the woman say anything last night? And they both acted like they didn't know each other. Unless they're putting on an act. Qin Ziwen felt he had guessed the truth. Qin Ziwen secretly glanced at his older brother's face, only to find his expression was as calm as ever. The thick-browed man extended an invitation. Young man, want to go fishing together? I've found that this river is pretty well stocked with fish. Qin Ziwen shook his head. I don't have a rod. The thick-browed man said, no problem, I have extra rods. Seeing Qin Ziwen's surprised expression, the man laughed heartily. I'm a fishing fanatic. I've always loved to fish, so I have a lot of rods at home. The man's wife found this amusing. You're just a lousy fisherman. It's like they say a poor student always has the most stationery. What do you mean, a poor student has the most stationery? It's just that sometimes the weather's bad and the fish aren't biting. The man turned to ask Qin Ziwen, so how about it, want to go fishing with me? In my experience, there are plenty of fish in this river. I guarantee you'll have meat to eat every day. Qin Ziwen agreed. Sure, I'm a novice at fishing, so I'll need you to show me the ropes. The man laughed heartily. It's not about showing you the ropes, we'll work on it together. Besides, beginners usually have the best luck. As he spoke, he patted the bag on his back. As it happens, I brought an extra rod, you can just come with me. Bro, are we going fishing now? We are. You're coming along to learn too. The thick-browed man called out to the man from the other family, Old Liu, this young fellow is coming fishing with us too. There's strength in numbers. Yesterday, I saw someone on that steep bank over there get 2 bites in a row, and then a bunch of people rushed over and stole his spot. Old Liu, who was tall and thin, said, I have no objections. The more, the better. You can decide, Brother Deng. Qin Ziwen followed them out. He hadn't considered fishing before, partly because he didn't have the gear and partly because he had no experience. Now that someone was willing to teach him, he was naturally open to trying. After all, if he wanted to survive in the wilderness, fishing was an essential skill to learn. Besides, based on his observations, the daily settlement score was related to the day's harvest. He'd managed to get an 8-point score yesterday because of the bonus from digging up wild vegetables. Now, the wild vegetables had been pretty much picked clean. To get such a high score again, he would have to venture far from the gated community and deeper into the forest. Compared to heading deep into the forest, fishing by the river at the gated community's entrance was obviously much safer. When they reached the entrance to the gated community, they found many people standing on the steps. Only after squeezing through the crowd did they see it, a gigantic crocodile lying motionless on the floor of the south gate's lobby. Its dark brown, leathery hide was covered in bumps. Even though it wasn't moving, its massive body merely lying there was enough to make many people's legs feel weak. It's huge, I'd say it's at least 5 meters long. At that size, it could probably swallow a person whole. What are we going to do with it blocking the ways? How do we chase it off? Why don't we just kill it? We're on land, so a crocodile won't be as agile. In the crowd, a young man wearing a delivery driver's helmet said, I used to work at a zoo, in charge of feeding the crocodiles. I know a bit about their behaviors. The crowd fell silent. This crocodile looks a bit like a saltwater crocodile, but the proportions of its head are even larger, which means its bite force is probably stronger. Its weak spots are its eyes and belly, as well as the area behind its head near the spine. But whatever you do, don't provoke it from the front. Its speed on land isn't as fast as in the water, but its short burst speed is nothing to scoff at. A crocodile's bite force is immense, but the force it uses to open its jaws is much weaker. That means if you can wrap your arms around its snout before it opens its mouth, you might be able to keep it shut. The others silently stared at the crocodile in the lobby, which was longer than a small car. Of course, that's all just theoretical. This crocodile is even more ridiculously large than the biggest one I ever saw at the zoo. For a crocodile of this caliber, I don't recommend attacking it. We should just find a way to scare it off. Crocodiles usually aren't that brave. Someone suddenly spoke up. If it were timid, would it still be lying here without moving? Buddy, you're talking about crocodiles from Earth. We're not on Earth anymore. Yeah, I get the feeling this crocodile doesn't see us as a threat at all. Didn't someone fall into the water and get eaten by a crocodile the other day? I suspect these crocodiles now see us as prey. Fuck, that's too arrogant. There are so many of us you think we're afraid of one crocodile. In the river, I wouldn't say a thing, but on land, it's just a salted fish. Let's just slaughter it and split the meat. Old Liu teased Old Deng, ever caught a fish this big? Now that's a big fish down there. The thick-browed Old Deng chuckled. If I caught one this big, you can bet I'd be driving it around the city for a couple of victory laps. Old Deng's wife tapped him lightly. You're just talking nonsense. Don't try to be a hero. If you see a crocodile in the river, you back away. There will always be more fish to catch, but you're the pillar of this family. Old Deng squeezed his wife's hand. Don't worry, I know. Their daughter, trailing behind them, saw the cheesy display of affection and hugged her arms. At the back of the crowd, someone appeared, carrying a thick, heavy curtain from who knows where. Coming through, coming through. Make way, don't block the path. Is anyone ready to take on this crocodile? Let me make this clear up front. Only the people who help out get a share of the meat. Don't come looking for a free handout if you don't lift a finger. Qin Ziwen recognized the man carrying the curtain. It was the same bearded man he'd seen confronting Huang Tao on his way home last night. Next to him, he also saw Huang Tao and the group from property management. Get it. Several more people stepped out, holding clubs and bats. Qin Ziwen recalled what Home had said about acquiring cards. The first way was to explore high-risk areas, and the second was to kill powerful creatures in the current area. I wonder if this crocodile counts as a powerful creature in this area, he thought. In terms of sheer size, even 10 or 20 adult men wouldn't be its match if they fought it bare-handed in the river. But on land, the crocodile's agility and stamina were limited. Let's go. Qin Ziwen took a step forward, holding the laundry pole spear with a fruit knife tied to its end. His younger brother followed behind him, clutching a wooden club. A quick scan revealed that at least a dozen men had stepped forward. The bearded man said, "In a bit, I'll throw this curtain over the crocodile to cover it. It's sure to struggle, so we'll have to find a way to tangle it up." Qin Ziwen said, "I have an idea." The bearded man looked over. Qin Ziwen explained his suggestion: if we just throw it, the curtain is too smooth. If the crocodile turns to run, it'll be hard to trap it. I think we should tear some holes in it. That way, when it tries to escape or struggle, its head and limbs will get caught in the holes, just like a fishing net. The more it struggles, the tighter it will be trapped. The bearded man's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yeah, that sounds a lot more reliable. Qin Ziwen said, "I have curtains at my place too. I can go get mines." The bearded man waved his hand. "No need to go to all that trouble, we'll use mine." The salesman was bragging about how good the quality was, said it was even resistant to cat and dog claws. Perfect time to test it out. With that, the man pulled out a boning knife and stabbed it into the curtain he was holding. The motion was so fast and precise that it made Qin Ziwen's eye twitch. Soon, the curtain was full of holes of various sizes. But getting the crocodile to stick its head precisely into one of them was another problem. Qin Ziwen suggested, "Why don't we use poles to hold it open and try to guide its head into a hole?" Huang Tao said that might work, but who's going to hold the poles? The group looked at each other at a loss. The crocodile lay there, its limbs thicker than a man's waist, its eyes slightly narrowed. Even though it was motionless, no one was foolish enough to treat it like a statue. The longest of their clubs and laundry poles were only about 2 meters long. At that distance, facing a 5-meter-long crocodile, they felt no sense of security whatsoever. The young property management employee in the white security uniform said, "How about we just throw it? If it works, great. If not, we'll just go get another curtain." Everyone agreed with this plan. Qin Ziwen said in a low voice, "Bro, I'll do it." Qin Ziwen's gaze sharpened. "Stay back." Qin Ziwen immediately stood his ground obediently. Old Deng put down the box containing his fishing rods, asked his wife to hold it for him, and then rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. His wife asked worriedly, "Are you going?" Old Deng laughed heartily. "Those young fellas dare to go, so how can I just stand back and watch the show? Besides, I've never eaten a fish this big. I'll get some crocodile meat for you and our daughter to try." Old Deng asked Old Liu, who was standing nearby, "You coming?" Old Liu shook his head cautiously. "Nah, you guys go ahead." Qin Ziwen, who had been staring at his brother, felt a couple of pokes in his side. He turned around to see the girl behind him teasing, "Your brother looks so serious. Are you scared of him?" Qin Ziwen recognized her as Brother Deng's daughter and said dismissively, "Like you're not scared of your dad." "I'm not scared of my dad. I am. I'm scared something will happen to my bro." After saying that, Qin Ziwen turned back around, his eyes fixed on his brother's back. He tightened his grip on his club, ready to charge forward at a moment's notice. The girl blinked, looking at Qin Ziwen's back. She wanted to keep talking to him, but her mom slapped her on the shoulder. "You talk too much. Your dad and the others are doing something important." "Be quiet." Though, the Liu family's son took the opportunity to sidle up to her. "Ying, I think fighting that crocodile is really dangerous." The girl wrinkled her delicate nose. "Shut up. Brother Deng, you're coming too." Qin Ziwen looked at Old Deng beside him in surprise. Old Deng raised an eyebrow. "Who are you looking down on? I was a soldier, you know." 6 men each grabbed a corner of the curtain, stood on the ladder, and took 2 steps forward. As they got closer and closer to the crocodile, Qin Ziwen could hear the breathing of the men around him grow heavy. Never mind the others, even his own hands were starting to feel weak. No one who hasn't been up close to a large predator without a barrier between them could possibly understand the feeling. The crocodile's tail suddenly twitched. Clatter. On the far left, the young man in the security uniform suddenly went weak in the knees and nearly fell, only catching himself by planting his left hand on the ground. The sudden movement immediately caught the crocodile's attention. The crocodile opened its cold eyes. Its vertical pupils, devoid of any emotion, turned to stare intently at the 6 humans who dared to approach. The crowd of onlookers on the ladder behind them erupted in an uproar. Thump, thump, thump. The crocodile shot into motion. Its thick limbs exploded with incredible speed as it charged toward the fallen security guard. "Throw it now!" the bearded man yelled. The men threw the curtain, but since the fallen guard was still holding one corner, it didn't go very far. The charging crocodile ran headfirst into the curtain, its head and the front half of its body becoming covered. But its speed didn't decrease in the slightest, and it slammed right into the security guard. The guard's thigh was pinned under its claws, and he let out a terrified shriek, "Help! Help!" The bearded man grabbed the back of the guard's collar, trying to pull him back. But the crocodile sensed its prey trying to escape and instinctively hooked its claws in. The others' clubs and bats rained down, striking the crocodile's back. Ahhh. In the distance, the crowd of onlookers gasped. That crocodile's cry is so pitiful. "You heard wrong. That's the security guard screaming." The crocodile's claws were sharp, digging deep into the guard's thigh like hooks. After being attacked, the crocodile let out an enraged, low growl that sounded like a roaring engine. Its thick tail swept back and forth, making a swish-swish sound as it scraped against the ground. Qin Ziwen gripped the laundry pole with both hands and thrust it at the side of the crocodile's head, under the curtain. He was aiming for the eye but hit something hard, like tough leather, and couldn't pierce it. Immediately, an immense force traveled up the other end of the pole, driving him stumbling backward. The crocodile charged in Qin Ziwen's direction. Qin Ziwen's furious shout erupted from behind him, "Get out of the way." A dark figure leaped from behind and to the side, swinging a long club in a half-circle. Crack. The club, as thick as a man's thumb, snapped in two. But the charging crocodile also stopped in its tracks. The solid blow had dazed it. "Get it!" A burly man with a fire axe charged out from the crocodile's rear flank, bringing the axe down hard on the curtain covering it. "Ow, Tilda!" The crocodile under the curtain let out a mournful howl, its tail lashing out behind it in a blur. Thump. There was a dull thud, like a sledgehammer hitting a sack of rags. The burly man with the fire axe didn't even have time to react before his entire body was sent flying backward without warning. He flew a good 3 or 4 meters before landing heavily on the ground like a pile of mud. His lower leg was bent at an unnatural angle. Anyone could see it was clearly broken. The scene instantly fell deathly silent. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on the previously feverish atmosphere. The burly man was flung aside, but the axe remained lodged in the top of the crocodile's head. Agonizing pain made it thrash its head, still caught behind the curtain, as it let out an enraged roar. Huang Tao shouted, "Don't attack from the side, attack it head-on." A large iron shovel crashed down on the crocodile's head from the side. Clang, it was a loud strike. The blow made the crocodile's head jerk upward. Clang. The shovel swung down again, this time striking the axe handle. The crocodile shook its head repeatedly in pain. Qin Ziwen took a half-step forward and thrust with his pole, striking the crocodile's hide. The impact sent a numbing jolt up his arm. "Its hide is too tough, we need heavy weapons." The bearded man let out a vicious grin. "Fuck, no matter how fierce it is, it's still just a beast. It'll run when it feels pains." The crocodile lurched to the other side. With a RIP, its head finally broke through the tear in the curtain. It glanced back at the humans, then began to twist its clumsy body, fleeing toward the river. "Stop it!" A group of people gave chase. On land, the crocodile was no match for them in speed. 2 security guards approached from the sides, pinning the crocodile's head from the left and right with riot control forks. The crocodile instinctively opened its massive jaws. Qin Ziwen, who had circled around to the front, seized the chance. He shoved the clothes-drying pole into its cavernous mouth, essentially deep-throating it. Qin Ziwen had no idea what he'd hit, so he just gripped the pole and began to twist and churn. The crocodile's claws scrabbled at the muddy ground as it struggled desperately. Axes, iron bars, and wooden clubs rained down on it. The crocodile's struggles grew weaker. Finally, it stopped struggling. Qin Ziwen stared at the crocodile. He was waiting to see if this one would drop a card. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Nothing happened, not even when someone took an axe and nearly chopped the crocodile's head from its neck. Looks like this crocodile still didn't meet the standard for a powerful life form in this area. It had taken over a dozen able-bodied men to kill it on land. And that was only after they'd first blinded it with the curtain and attacked it in turns with long weapons. Is the crocodile dead? Incredible. The crowd of onlookers began to trickle over from the back. A few people mustered the courage to step forward and kick the crocodile's corpse. Huang Tao produced a tape measure from somewhere and stepped forward to measure the beast. 5.03 meters long. Whoa, that's pretty long. Geez, you guys are incredible. Killing a crocodile this big just like that. A young man who used to be a crocodile keeper squatted down, marveling at the sight. A 5-meter crocodile is rare even in the wild, he said in awe. You rarely see them grow this big even in a zoo. Having worked with crocodiles, he knew better than anyone just how terrifying a beast this size was in its natural habitat. Qin Ziwen emerged from the crowd and found the security guard who had been sent flying by the crocodile. Onlookers had dragged him away from the scene and propped him up against a wall. His lower leg was bent at an unnatural angle, covered in blood. White shards of bone poked through the wound, his tibia and fibula were likely shattered. If they could get him to a hospital right away, he might have a chance, but out here, he was as good as dead. The guard's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes squeezed shut. A large pool of blood was forming beneath him. A middle-aged man with glasses who had been squatting by the guard stood up after a careful examination. His chances of survival are slim unless he gets immediate surgery. He's going into hypovolemic shock from arterial bleeding and needs a transfusion now. We can't perform surgery here. Does he have any family? Dr. Lin, none of these guards have family around here. Dr. Lin shook his head with regret. Based on my experience, even if by some miracle he pulls through, the long-term complications will be severe. And he'll have no family to care for him. An old man nearby spoke up. If Dr. Lin says there's no hope, then that's it. Sigh, what terrible luck for the young man. An old woman in a thin, floral print blouse shook her head. Dr. Lin is a top doctor from the city hospital. If even he can't save him, then I guess there's nothing to be done. Isn't Dr. Lin a department head, and even a department head can't save him? Dr. Lin's face turned ashen. I'm a doctor, not an immortals. Give me an emergency room and I could at least try. What am I supposed to do without one? Huang Tao pushed through the crowd, squatted down, and gently shook the guard. Du-gu. Du-gu. Du-gu's eyelids fluttered and his lips moved, but he failed to respond. Dr. Lin said he's in shock, not asleep. It's when the circulatory system collapses. The brain and other vital organs are severely deprived of blood and oxygen. It's a physiological coma. Huang Tao hesitated, so there's no hope for him. Dr. Lin just sighed softly, not offering an answer. The bearded man walked over and glanced at the unconscious Du-gu. He hesitated for a moment. It's a shame about this guy. We should divide up the meat. It'll spoil if we leave it out too long in this weather. Huang Tao nodded. Right. As they walked, the bearded man extended a hand to Qin Ziwen, his eyes full of admiration. That was damn brave of you earlier, man, shoving that long spear right down the crocodile's throat. Let's be friends. Name's Zheng Yuan. I live in Building 3. The two shook hands, Qin Ziwen, Building 8. Old Deng came over, laughing heartily. Younger brother Qin, that was a perfect thrust. Thanks to you, we landed a 5-meter fish. Never caught one that big in my entire life. Qin Ziwen replied modestly, we only managed it by working together. I couldn't have handled that crocodile by myself. Someone brought a bathroom scale and a large iron basin from their apartment. Butchering the crocodile and dividing the meat took all morning. A large crowd gathered to watch, and some even tried to guilt-trip the group, hoping to get a share of the meat. The hot-tempered Zheng Yuan immediately shut them down. Fuck off. Didn't see you anywhere when we were killing the croc, but now you have the gall to show your face for a handout. The river's full of them. If you want meat, go kill one yourself. Zheng Yuan, who had been cutting the meat, stood up as he spoke and brandished the boning knife in his hand. The person who had spoken scurried back into the crowd in fear. Huang Tao tried to ease the tension. Brother Zheng, you're pretty skilled with that knife. What did you do for a living? With a smooth pull and slice of his boning knife, Zheng Yuan cut off a strip of bright red flesh. I was a pig butcher, he said. The meat yield on this croc is damn low, probably only half of what you'd get from a pig. In the end, Qin Ziwen was allotted 80 jin of meat. The crocodile yielded a total of 604 jin of meat. 16 people had taken part in the kill. Since Du Gu was incapacitated and had transmigrated here alone with no family, everyone tacitly agreed to omit his share. Zheng Yuan was in charge of portioning out the meat. Butchering the crocodile was also hard physical labor. The beast weighed a ton or two, and the average person couldn't have handled the work. Thus, the extra 4 jin were considered Zheng Yuan's service fee. Since Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwen were brothers, their shares were combined, giving them 80 jin total. The heavy meat was packed into bags. The crocodile flesh was mostly white with faint pinkish marbling. His share was from the tail. From a distance, it looked like a gigantic, more fibrous piece of chicken breast. After receiving their shares of meat, it wasn't just Qin Ziwen who lost interest in fishing. Old Deng felt the same way. This much meat would be enough to feed a family for a long time. Old Liu was green with envy. 40 jin, he thought. He had fished all day yesterday and only caught a little over 2 jin of fish. After a few shoves from his wife, Old Liu rubbed his hands together and sidled up to Qin Ziwen with a sheepish grin. You guys got so much meat, you can't possibly eat it all, right? In this weather, it'll spoil if it sits out for too long. How about you lend me a little? Qin Ziwen frowned. Deng Guang's voice rang out. Old Liu. Liu Feud glanced over at the approaching Deng Guang, his expression turning awkward. Deng Guang said, "These young men risked their lives to get this meat. You're just putting them in a tough spot." Liu Feud forced a laugh. "Ah, my fault, my fault. My legs went numb at the time, so I didn't dare go up. If I'd known it was so easy, I would have gone too." Deng Guang pointed to Du Gu, who was in shock. It only looked simple. One small misstep and it becomes very dangerous. Liu Feud grew annoyed at his words. "I'm not asking you, so why are you playing the good guy?" He immediately changed his tune. "Well then, why don't you lend me some?" Deng Guang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Sure, I'll cut you off a piece. Come by my place later to pick it up." Walking behind them, Deng Guang's wife's expression soured. But since there were others around, she just shot Deng Guang a sharp glare. "Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin, it really is you," a familiar voice called out from behind. Wang Huan ran over, her eyes fixed feverishly on the crocodile meat in Qin Ziwen's bag. Wang Huan tried to cozy up to him with a wide smile. "Hey Xiaoqin, look, about the other day, my attitude might have been a little harsh, I apologize. Could you spare a little of that meat? I won't ask for it for free, of course, I can pay you for it." Wang Huan's husband walked over, gently tugged on his wife's arm and said in a friendly tone, "Brother Qin, you and my wife used to be colleagues, and it's fate that we've all ended up here together. Our food at home is almost gone. Could we borrow some? We'll pay you back later. Oh, and we could also team up to hunt together in the future. You're familiar faces after all, so we could all cooperate." "Not happenings." "Save your breath, we're not that close," Qin Ziwen said, waving his hand dismissively and cutting the man off. After such a blunt rejection, Wang Huan's husband's face darkened. He pushed his glasses up his nose and stared at Qin Ziwen's retreating back. Wang Huan complained to her husband, "I told you not to come, you just had to make me apologize to him. Now we didn't get any food, and I just ended up embarrassing myself for nothing." Wang Huan's husband gritted his teeth. "That colleague of yours is too cold-hearted. Can he even eat all that meat? It'll be rotten in 2 days. I hope he eats it all in bursts." The 3 families entered the apartment building. Old Liu stole a glance at Qin Ziwen. Compared to the couple that came after, even though this Xiaoqin hadn't lent him anything, at least his tone wasn't as hostile. The comparison suddenly made him feel a little better. As they were climbing the stairs, footsteps echoed from the floor above. A woman came down the stairs dressed in a tracksuit and cooling sleeves and wearing a sun hat. The woman looked pleasantly surprised to see Qin Ziwen. "Oh, you're back so early." "That thing from yesterday." With other neighbors present, the woman seemed hesitant to speak plainly, offering only a cryptic reminder. Old Deng said to Qin Ziwen, "We're heading back now." "All right. You guys go on ahead, Brother Dengs." Once the others were gone, the woman's eyes landed on the big bag of meat in Qin Ziwen's hand, her gaze growing more intense. She pressed right up against him, grabbing Qin Ziwen's arm and squishing it into her soft bosom. "Can we go to your place?" Qin Ziwen smiled faintly, "Of course." Back in his apartment, the door clicked shut. The woman was about to speak when Qin Ziwu grabbed her from behind, forced her down onto the sofa, and clamped a hand over her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Qin Ziwen set down the bag of meat and raised his long spear, its sharp tip pointed directly at the woman's forehead. "Shhh." He raised his index finger, making a shushing gesture. Then he said softly, "In a moment when my brother lets go, don't make any sudden noises. I'm a timid person, you see. If you raise your voice, I might just start stabbing randomly." "Got it." The woman nodded frantically, her eyes wide with terror. 3, 2, 1. Qin Ziwu released the hand covering her mouth. The woman gasped for breath, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Ziwen glanced toward the security door, then pointed to the inner bedroom. Let's talk in the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, the door clicked shut, and the woman's body trembled involuntarily. Qin Ziwen sat on the bed and looked at the woman, his expression serious. Have I ever done anything to you? The woman hastily shook her head. Qin Ziwen scratched his head, looking puzzled. His tone was filled with bewilderment. Then why are you trying to harm me? The woman quickly tried to defend herself. I wasn't trying to harm you. Qin Ziwen sighed, and his expression suddenly turned sinister. Still not telling the fucking truth. He suddenly shot up, grabbed the woman by the neck, and slammed her against the wall. If you won't talk, then you can just stay quiet forever. There are no cops here. After all this, you're still playing tough. You think I won't kill you just because you're a woman. Veins popped out on the back of his hand as he squeezed, and the woman's face flushed a deep red. Just as her eyes were about to roll back into her head, Qin Ziwen finally released his grip. The woman clutched her throat, bent over, and coughed repeatedly. Qin Ziwen's voice was calm. Keep the coughing down. The woman's body shuddered. She forced herself to stifle her coughs, reducing them to quiet hacks. Now she was truly terrified. This man, he'll actually kill me. I'll ask one more time, who put you up to this? The words came tumbling out of her like spilled beans. I'll talk, it was Zai Jun, he made me do it. It was all him, he forced me. How would a woman living all alone dare to plot against you? SOB, SOB. After hearing the woman's story, Qin Ziwen felt a lingering fear. If their plan had actually succeeded, he thought, two strange men sneaking into our home in the middle of the night while we slept soundly, the consequences would have been dire. He looked at his older brother with admiration. He remembered how, just as they entered the apartment, his older brother had whispered in his ear, telling him to cover the woman's mouth and restrain her. But if the woman had remained defiant, would his brother have actually killed her? Even though it was their third day in the other world, Qin Ziwen's mindset hadn't fully adapted. Qin Ziwen said, so, you're saying he had you get inside our apartment, then told you to secretly unlock the door in the middle of the night to let them in. The woman looked utterly pitiful. That's right, but they made me do it. I didn't want to at first, really, but how could a weak woman like me fight back against two grown men? My name is Wang Xiaoli. The one with the scorpion tattoo is named Zai Jun, and the other one who's a bit slow is Zai Guang, Zai Jun's cousin. Before this, Zai Jun was a loan shark, and he and Zai Guang were his enforcers. They'd splash chicken blood and excrement on people's doors. They even broke someone's legs once. That Zai Guang is no good either. His nickname is De Zhuang, and he was always in and out of jail for fighting. One time when his cousin wasn't around, he even forced himself on me. So a whole nest of scumbags, Qin Ziwen thought. But Qin Ziwen wasn't interested in her sob story. He cut her off. All right, that's enough. Get to the point. What kind of weapons do they have? Any guns? Wang Xiaoli bit her lip, thinking hard. They don't have a gun. At least I've never heard them mention one. But they both have mountain climbing knives, the really long kind. She even gestured to indicate the length, which was about half a meter. Qin Ziwen gave a humorless smile. Did they happen to mention what they planned to do with me and my brother once they got inside? Wang Xiaoli fell silent, too scared to answer. But when she saw Qin Ziwen's brow furrow, she quickly blurted out, they didn't say specifically, but it would probably be. Probably. Qin Ziwen finished her sentence for her. Kill me and my brother. Since they've already made an enemy of us, they'd want to pull the problem out by the roots, right? Especially in a place like this, where there's no law. Wang Xiaoli lowered her head. Qin Ziwen stared at her. Do you have any secret signal? Wang Xiaoli quickly shook her head. No. To avoid drawing attention, he just told me to secretly open the door in the middle of the night. Qin Ziwen sighed and said quietly, I'm still too kind. In an environment like this, I'm just thinking about hunting for my own food instead of robbing others. This brother Junner, now he's the one who knows how to make things happen. Qin Ziwen nodded in solemn agreement. I think you're right, big brother, you're too kind. It's always good people like us who get bullied. The corner of Wang Xiaoli's mouth twitched. Kind. If I hadn't confessed a minute ago, I'd probably be dead right now. Qin Ziwen patted Wang Xiaoli on the head. Tonight, you'll proceed with the original plan, get both of them over here. I hope you won't do anything foolish, like secretly tipping them off. If you do, they might live, but you will definitely die. If you do as you're told, I'll let you walk away from this. Wang Xiaoli nodded her head up and down like a chicken pecking at grain, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. 10 p.m. Qin Ziwen set up a rope snare trap inside the bedroom door, with the other end tied to the leg of the bed. The night was heavy and dark. Thick clouds obscured the moon, making it the perfect time to strike. He gestured to Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli quietly opened her door, crossed to the apartment opposite hers, and knocked softly 4 times. Knock, 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 knock. The door to the apartment creaked open a crack. Zai Jun's head poked out. He warily eyed the ajar door of the apartment across the hall, then glanced at Wang Xiaoli beside him. A smirk spread across his face. He leaned in and whispered in Wang Xiaoli's ear, "Good job. I'll reward you handsomely later." He turned and waved to someone behind him. "De Zhuang, come here." "Boss?" De Zhuang walked over, separated one of the 2 mountain-climbing knives he was holding, and handed it to Zai Jun. Zai Jun moved to the doorway. Looking into the dimly lit room, he asked doubtfully, "Why are the curtains closed?" Wang Xiaoli said in a low voice, "They closed them before bed. Said they were worried about birds and stuff hitting the glass in the middle of the night. I was afraid opening them would make too much noise and wake them up, so I left them." Zai Jun ordered her go open the curtains a little. "Be quiet about it." Wang Xiaoli went over and gently pulled back the living room curtains. Faint moonlight spilled into the living room. Zai Jun first scanned the area cautiously. The room was open with no place to hide. Only then did he wave for his cousin to follow him. Zai Jun lowered his voice. "Which room?" Wang Xiaoli pointed to the room Qin Ziwen had prepared in advance. Zai Jun gestured behind him, and he and his cousin walked to the door. The two exchanged a look. Zai Jun had Zai Guang go first. Zai Guang turned the doorknob and pushed the door inward. The curtains in the room were drawn, but he could faintly make out a lump-like silhouette on the bed, accompanied by the sound of long, drawn-out snores. Zai Guang took a step forward when he suddenly felt like he'd stepped on something. "Azwoj." A rope snare tightened, binding his calf. Bam! Caught completely off guard, Zai Guang staggered and fell. The adjacent wardrobe door flew open. Qin Ziwen strode forward, raised his long spear, and stabbed. It was pitch black and hard to see clearly, so he aimed for the fallen man's upper body, thrusting repeatedly, causing the man to wail and scream in agony. Then he decisively thrust the long spear toward the narrow bedroom doorway. When Zai Jun heard his cousin's screams, he froze for a moment. Then he realized he'd fallen into a trap. That bitch Wang Xiaoli sold me out. He looked back just in time to see another bedroom door diagonally behind him slam shut. The bolt slid into place. Wang Xiaoli had hidden in the other room. He cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to move forward, a long spear lunged at him. He tried to dodge, but the doorway was right beside him, leaving no room. It stabbed his shoulder, and he sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Before he could react, the snoring from the bed stopped abruptly. Qin Ziwen flipped over and leaped up, bringing his knife down on the head of the man on the floor. His hand was a bit weak on the first strike, but fueled by a surge of adrenaline, the second blow came down hard, splattering blood all over his face. Then, Qin Ziwen quickly retreated to stand beside his brother. The two of them stared menacingly at Zai Jun, but out of the corner of his eye, Qin Ziwen spotted the mountain-climbing knife that had fallen on the floor, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Zai Jun glanced at his cousin, who was whimpering on the ground. His expression was grim. He clutched his mountain-climbing knife and slowly backed away. "Brothers, I'll admit defeat this time. We're all neighbors, no need to fight to the death. I have a knife. If you insist on coming at me, I'll take one of you with me when I die." "Ah." Qin Ziwen couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and thrust his long spear forward. "We've already tried to kill each other. Why waste time talking instead of finishing the job?" Zai Jun swung his knife to parry. The clothes-drying rod was knocked aside, but its tip stabbed into his shoulder. A vicious glint flashed in Zai Jun's eyes. He grabbed the clothes-drying rod with his left hand, preventing it from being pulled back. As they grappled for control, he pushed his body forward, only to be met with the sudden whoosh of a blade. He instinctively swung his own knife to block. Clang! A powerful force shook his arm, making it go numb. Qin Ziwen laughed. "This knife of yours is pretty damn good, now die." In Qin Ziwen's hands, the half-meter-long mountain-climbing knife was like an axe. He swung it at Zai Jun's head again and again with reckless abandon. Just hearing the whistling of the blade made his scalp tingle with fear. Blow after blow rained down, jarring Zai Jun's arm until it went weak. He could barely hold onto his knife. This bastard is strong as hell. The thought had just crossed his mind. His left hand went slack, and the clothes-drying rod he was gripping was pulled back. A blade's edge sliced across his palm. Before he could even register the pain, the clothes-drying rod was lunging at him again. Not good. A sharp pain shot through his eye. His head snapped back, and the world began to spin. He could only feel something sharp piercing through his eye, cold, terrifying, and twisting inside, making him almost lose consciousness. Zai Jun slammed into the wall with a thud and slowly slid down it. Squelch. Qin Ziwen twisted the clothes-drying rod, then gave it another vicious shove inward. Only when Zai Jun's right hand went limp and his mountain-climbing knife clattered to the floor did he finally pull back the long spear. The fight was over. An indescribable emotion washed over him. Qin Ziwen stared blankly, his eyes darting back and forth between the two motionless bodies on the floor. Qin Ziwen's heart was pounding. He clutched his chest. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the closed bedroom door. All right, it's over. You can come out now. There was no sound from the bedroom. Wang Xiaoli was probably scared. Qin Ziwen's voice dropped. Come out, I don't want to say it a second time. Click. The deadbolt on the bedroom door was unlocked. Wang Xiaoli opened the door. Her head was bowed and her body was trembling as she cast a fearful glance at the two corpses on the floor. In her mind, Zai Jun and Zai Guang had been people you didn't mess with. Now, the Qin brothers who had killed them inherited that status in her mind, perhaps an even higher one. His eyes still bloodshot from the kill, Qin Ziwen suddenly asked his older brother, Brother. Qin Ziwen said, Let her go, I'm a man of my word. She did what she promised me and I'll do what I promised her. Qin Ziwen was taken aback for a second, then nodded. Huzo. Qin Ziwen shouted impatiently, Get lost. Wang Xiaoli immediately fled without a backward glance, terrified the two would go back on their word. Outside in the stairwell, old Deng, having heard the commotion, came downstairs carrying something and cautiously peered into the apartment. The fleeing Wang Xiaoli nearly ran into him, letting out a frightened shriek. Qin Ziwen and his brother were dragging the bodies out when they saw old Deng at the door. They were a bit surprised. Old Deng. Old Deng looked at the body of Zai Jun being carried out. It was too dark to see the face clearly. I heard a noise just now and thought something might have happened to you, so I came down to check. Qin Ziwen said with a smile, The Zai brothers heard I got some meat and tried to break in and rob me tonight. I was just defending myself. With all the screaming and wailing earlier, there was no way to hide what happened on such a quiet night. He hadn't planned to hide it anyway. It was good to have old Deng as a witness. Old Deng was shocked, but he quickly understood. The world they lived in now was different. He looked at the Zai brothers' bodies with a complicated expression, thought for a moment, then rolled up his sleeves. Let me help you carry them. With old Deng's help, the three of them quickly carried the two bodies downstairs. The best solution would have been to dig a hole and bury them, but digging a pit big enough for two people would take too much energy, and they didn't have any tools. It wasn't worth wasting so much energy on these two scumbags, so they just dumped the bodies outside the south gate of the gated community. The three of them didn't go out themselves. The wilderness at night was more dangerous than in the daytime. After they were done with the grim task, old Deng wiped his hands. Tomorrow my family is planning to smoke our meat. Want to join us? Qin Ziwen readily agreed. Sure, let's do it together tomorrow. What time are you guys getting up? We were planning on 6, but after all this, let's get some more sleep. Let's make it 7. Back in their apartment, the faint, metallic smell of iron still hung in the air. Qin Ziwen found some old clothes and gave the bloodstains on the floor a quick wipe. Soon it was midnight. You have successfully survived for a third day in the wilderness. You hunted an alligator as part of a team and were allocated some raw meat. The hearts of men are more terrifying than wild beasts. Someone tried to attack you, but you successfully used a trap to counterkill them. Overall score, 32 points. You have received the following rewards. Expansion card, blank expansion card, Micro X1, Mountain Plant Guidebook Fragment X2, Building card, Level 1 Beast Cage X1, Bag of Salt X3. Qin Ziwen took out the two cards he received as a reward. The first was a blank card and the second was a thin gray metal card. They felt completely different. The former was smooth and warm like jade, while the latter had the frosted texture of metal and was engraved with the image of a beast cage. The former was the blank expansion card, with a standard micro designation written after its name. Once he held them, he understood the uses of both cards. The first card could be used in any area of his home. Upon activation, it would expand the chosen area, creating a 10x10m extended space. This space was similar to the level 1 cellar grain storage, a pocket dimension that wouldn't affect the apartment's external appearance. The latter required selecting a 4x5m rectangular area. Activating it would create a beast cage for raising animals within that space. Qin Ziwen looked at the card in front of him. His apartment originally had only 98 square meters of interior space, the area recognized by the home system. After using the blank expansion card, Micro, the area would instantly jump from 98 square meters to 198, turning it into a massive single-floor apartment. If I could get a few more blank expansion cards, couldn't I build a building within a building? Or even a city within a building? After a moment's thought, Qin Ziwen decided to use the blank expansion card in the bathroom. The new beast cage would definitely have to be placed in the expanded area. If he were to raise livestock in it in the future, the smell would be overwhelming, so putting it near a bedroom was not an option. His family's apartment was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom layout. He lived in the master bedroom, his brother in the secondary bedroom, and there was also a guest room, the same one Wang Xiaoli had hidden in earlier. With the water and electricity out, the bathroom had become little more than a decoration. Qin Ziwen opened the bathroom door and chose to use the card at the far end by the window, a flash of light. A large, empty area instantly extended from the far end of the bathroom, and the original bathroom window vanished. Almost simultaneously from the outside, the 5th-floor bathroom window of Building 8 in the gated community was erased from existence, leaving only the tiled exterior wall. Amazing! Qin Ziwen marveled. With the wall where the window used to be as the new boundary, a vast stretch of grayish-white land had appeared. The ground was hard rock with no soil or plants. It looked as if a piece had been cut from an immense boulder and embedded here. The sky showed no moon, but the light intensity, temperature, and humidity within the expanded area were identical to the outside world. The ceiling and the boundaries of the expanded area were shrouded in a gray mist that was impossible to touch, like an invisible wall. The height was similar to his own apartment, still 2.8 meters from floor to ceiling. Even so, witnessing it with his own eyes, Qin Ziwen couldn't help but be amazed. He selected a 4x5 rectangular patch of ground near the left side and used the level 1 beast cage card. The card dissolved into light that enveloped the designated area. When the light faded, a huge wire cage stood in its place. The 4 corners of the cage were anchored to the ground with thick wooden posts, and its interior was divided into several smaller sections by wire mesh. It also contained feeding and water troughs. He summoned the little orb of light from his home, and text appeared on the white screen. Home Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 5-2. Area 198 m2. Height 2.8 ms. Structures Level 1 Cellar Grain Storage, Level 1 Beast Cage. Qin Ziwen called his brother over. When Qin Ziwu opened the bathroom door, he was dumbfounded by what he saw behind it. Qin Ziwu stared at the scene in shock. "Bro, what is this?" Qin Ziwen said with a straight face, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I dug it out." Qin Ziwu rolled his eyes. "Yeah, right, I believe you, I totally believe you. Fine, I won't ask you anymore." However, Qin Ziwu had his own theory. This must be the mysterious power of the cards Big Bro was talking about. "I bet it dropped when we hunted that crocodile today." Qin Ziwen smiled. He knew his brother's personality well, having grown up with him. Besides, a change this massive was impossible to hide. Qin Ziwen said, "Next time we catch some voles, we can raise them in the cage. We'll just need to feed them some plant roots or small insects every day. If we can get a male and a female pair, it probably won't be long before we have a whole litter of them. Then we'll have meat to eat every day." I don't know about voles, but hamsters have terrifying breeding capabilities. I had a roommate in college who kept 2 hamsters, a male and a female. He kept them in a cage, and in less than a month, they had a litter of over a dozen babies. Then, less than a month later, the female had another litter. He asked around and found out that hamsters can go into heat again on the same day they give birth. Those things can breed all year round. Hearing this, Qin Ziwu grew even more excited. The breeding ability of hamsters was that terrifying, he figured the voles couldn't be much worse. For Qin Ziwen, however, securing a stable source of meat by raising animals was a secondary goal. His main purpose was the daily settlement score. Based on his deductions, the act of raising livestock should also count as a bonus for the daily settlement. It wasn't every day he could hunt a crocodile. Nor was it every day he'd run into someone like Zai Jun. Getting a score as high as today's wouldn't be so easy in the future. Remembering he had to smoke the meat tomorrow, he knew he needed to prepare tonight. Qin Ziwen went to the kitchen, cut the crocodile meat into long, thin strips, and then rubbed salt and pepper onto the surface of each strip to cure it. "Bro, let me help you with the meats." The 2 brothers worked for an hour and finally finished processing all 88 pounds of crocodile meat. Thankfully, yesterday's settlement reward had included 3 1-pound bags of salt. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had enough. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Qin Ziwen packed the cured meat into a bag and met up with Old Deng's family. As they were heading downstairs, he noticed Old Deng's wife frequently glancing at him. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong, Mrs. Deng? Do I have something on my face?" Zio Meixu quickly shook her head. "It's nothing." Deng Guang said she's probably still thinking about last night. He glanced at his wife. After decades of marriage, how could he not know her personality? He explained on Qin Ziwen's behalf, if you ask me, you can't blame Brother Qin for any of this. Cancers like the Zai brothers should have been dealt with sooner, and we're lucky to have them. If the Zai brothers had targeted anyone else in our building unit, who knows what kind of trouble would have broken out. Zio Meixu shot him a glare. I wasn't saying anything, I'm just curious, you too. Wasn't it your first time doing something like that? Weren't you scared? Qin Ziwen gave a nonchalant smile. Scared? Of course I was scared, I was terrified at the time. But when someone is bullying you right to your face, you can't just cower, can you? Qin Ziwu tried hard to recall, did Big Bro even look scared at all? He couldn't quite remember. Deng Wen asked curiously what's going on. Zio Meixu said it's nothing. Grown-ups are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. Deng Wen scoffed and lifted her chin. Someone died, that's all, what's so secretive about it? I'm 17, do you really still think I'm a little kid? Zio Meixu was furious, but Deng Guang cut her off. All right, if Zioen knows, she knows. Kids these days are exposed to a lot more than we were, she's a young woman now. Deng Wen muttered under her breath, there was so much commotion last night. I was already asleep, but it woke me up. I knew something big had happened. She didn't seem repulsed by the fact that Qin Ziwen had killed someone. On the contrary, she seemed a little starstruck. He was way cooler than all the Jaya House at her school. As they exited through the south entrance, Qin Ziwen glanced over at the spot where they had dumped the bodies last night. His brow furrowed. The two corpses were gone, vanished into thin air. Two grown men just gone. He walked over, stepping on the overgrown weeds. Crouching down to inspect the area, he found drag marks and crushed vegetation along with a faint trail of blood. What's wrong? Deng Guang walked over from a short distance away. His expression changed slightly when he saw the body on the ground was gone. Did something drag the body away? This was the spot, right? This is it. Wow, that was fast. It's only been a few hours and it's already gone. Judging by these tracks, it was probably something big. Deng Guang looked in the direction the tracks led. From the looks of it, it seems to be heading toward the river. Qin Ziwen said it might have been a crocodile from the river. Deng Guang was puzzled. Are their senses of smell really that sharp? Qin Ziwen mused they should be pretty good. In any case, we need to be careful. The two families searched all over but couldn't find a suitable place to smoke the meat. It wasn't safe to go too far from the gated community, but closer in, there were people everywhere. Everyone was out looking for food right now. Smoking meat out in the open under these circumstances would be asking for trouble. In the end, the two families decided to carry some damp wood to the rooftop of one of the gated community's buildings to smoke the meat. The rooftop had its own risks. There were giant birds in the sky. But as long as they were careful, it wasn't impossible to avoid them in advance. Qin Ziwen took the opportunity to check his two snare traps. Both had been triggered, but there was no prey. He found some familiar short, grayish-brown fur in one of the traps. The other trap had been violently destroyed. When Qin Ziwu saw the broken trap, he flared up in anger. Who has no decency? This is just ruining things for everyone. Qin Ziwen decided to just remove both traps entirely. He planned to find a time to set up new snares a bit farther away. The rooftop of the building in the gated community wasn't locked. To make it convenient for residents to dry their clothes, many clotheslines had been tied up there in the past. Looking at the clotheslines on the rooftop, Qin Ziwen suddenly had an idea. He went home, brought up a large bedsheet, spread it out over the lines, and clipped the four corners with clothespins. A simple awning was now complete. That bird looks down from above. If we cover this area, it won't be able to see us unless it has thermal vision. The group was busy all morning, and Qin Ziwen finally managed to smoke all his small strips of meat into jerky. He picked one up. After a full morning of smoking, the surface of the small meat strip had become dry and hard. Qin Ziwen took a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The meat was cooked. Its exterior was as hard and dry as wood, but if he chewed carefully, the inside still had a moist, salty, sweet flavor. Here, try this. Do you think it's smoked enough? Qin Ziwen handed a strip to his younger brother. Qin Ziwen put it in his mouth, chewed slowly, and finally swallowed. It's pretty good. Qin Ziwen kicked him in the butt. I asked if it was smoked enough, not how it tastes. Qin Ziwen felt wronged. How would I know? I've never smoked meat before. Qin Ziwen thought of someone. Looks like I'll have to ask a professional. He took a small bag containing about a quarter kilogram of the jerky and went downstairs. Arriving at the second floor, he knocked on a door. Who is it? From outside the door, Qin Ziwen spoke humbly. Granny Lee, I'm a resident from the 5th floor. I was hoping to ask you for some advice. Oh, Tilda. The door opened right away. Granny Lee let Qin Ziwen in. Come in, have a seat. Qin Ziwen handed over the smoked meat strips. Granny Lei, these are the meat strips I smoked. Could you take a look and tell me if they're done? And about how long they can be stored. Granny Lee took a piece of jerky from the bag, sniffed it, and then slowly broke it apart with some effort. She then asked Qin Ziwen, I'll just try a tiny piece to see if the inside is dry. Qin Ziwen explained, this whole bag is for you. Please just eat it. Granny Lee quickly shook her head. I still have food, you don't have to be so polite. Popping a small piece into her mouth and chewing it slowly, Granny Lee said, the flavor is fine and it's smoked decently. But if you just store it out in the open, it might still get moldy because the inside is still damp. Back when we used to smoke meat in the countryside after smoking, we had to hang it in a cool, ventilated place to air dry. Or we'd hang it right over the stove so the smoke would keep smoking it every day when we cooked. Only meat prepared like that will last a long time. When you can break a piece of this jerky and it's completely dry from the inside out, like a wooden stick that you can snap cleanly in your hands, then it's ready. If you store that kind properly, it'll be fine for a year or two. Qin Ziwen pondered, would it be okay to let it continue air drying in a cellar? A cellar, as long as it's ventilated, it should work. The underground parking garage in our gated community would be suitable, but don't put it there. Just yesterday, I heard someone say they saw snakes and rats inside. Qin Ziwen thought of the food cellar in his own home. The temperature inside was lower than outside and it seemed to be ventilated. He had felt a draft when he was in there before. Qin Ziwen stood up to thank her. Thank you. Granny Lee got up, found a clothes drying pole, and used it to take down a string of sausages hanging on the wall. I still have some sausages I made before the new year. Take them and eat. Qin Ziwen politely refused. I don't need any, please keep them for yourself. I have plenty of meat at home. Granny Lee found a black plastic bag, put the sausages in, then grabbed Qin Ziwen's hand and pressed the bag into it. Take them, I can't eat this much by myself anyway. Returning to the rooftop, Qin Ziwen moved all the smoked meat strips to his cellar, set up a rack, and hung all the strips on it. By the time he finished, it was past noon. He cooked 4 packs of noodles, adding the smoked meat strips and some wild vegetables, and had a satisfying meal with his brother. He spread a cooling mat on the floor, lay down, and took out the torn pages from a guide to mountain plants, his reward from the previous night's settlement. They were called torn pages, but in reality, they were just 2 sheets of paper torn from some sort of atlas. The sheets were printed on both sides, with each side describing a different plant and including a picture. In total, the 2 pages covered 4 different plants: moonlight moss, gray sweet potato, stone mushroom, and yellowleaf chrysanthemum. The summary after reading was simple: 2 were edible, 2 were not. Moonlight moss prefers to grow in forests, usually found covering tree roots in damp environments. Edible, long-term consumption can improve eyesight, must be kept out of direct sunlight as exposure to sunlight will make it bitter. Gray sweet potato, also known as mud sweet potato, a tuberous plant that grows in marshy environments. Its leaves are inedible and mildly toxic. Its tuber, the sweet potato, is hidden in the mud and is edible. It has a plain taste, is very filling, and can be harvested twice a year. Stone mushroom grows inside caves, plump and full in appearance with a rubbery texture that is difficult to chew, inedible and poisonous. Yellowleaf chrysanthemum, mildly toxic and inedible. Consumption will cause dizziness and diarrhea. Its petals can be used as a dye. The other 3 would be hard to find, so Qin Ziwen focused his attention on the gray sweet potato. Moonlight moss had to be looked for at night, while the stone mushroom and yellowleaf chrysanthemum were inedible. Only the gray sweet potato seemed reliable. It grew in mud, and there were mudflats by the river. If he was lucky enough to find some, he could bring them back to plant directly. He happened to have plans to go fishing with old Deng that afternoon, so he could take a look around the riverbank then. In the afternoon, Qin Ziwen went to the riverside with Deng Guang's family. Just you, where's your neighbor? Deng Guang gave an awkward smile. Xiao Zume didn't hold back. HMPH, that Liu Changjin. I told you we couldn't be close with him. We might as well have fed that meat to a dog. You risked your life to get that crocodile meat, and he wasn't even satisfied after you gave him 2 pounds of it. The way he was acting, you might as well have given him the whole lot. He's a grown man, perfectly able-bodied, so why is he acting like a shameless mooch? Qin Ziwen got the picture. He'd been a little annoyed himself when Liu Changjin came asking him for meat the day before. It was their first meeting, they were strangers, yet Liu Changjin had just come right out and demanded it. Anyone could have signed up back then. There were no restrictions. Old Deng had shown up, so he got 40 pounds of meat, regardless of how many times he had actually stabbed the crocodile. But the fact that he was willing to step forward at that node was what earned him his share. Qin Ziwen teased, Brother Deng, you're pretty generous. Did you lend him that meat or give it to him? The topic made Xiao Zume fume. He might have said he was borrowing it, but in my eyes it was a handout to that man Liu. Deng Guang chuckled. We're all neighbors. When they arrived at the riverside, Deng Guang wasn't smiling anymore. For the past few days, he and Liu Changjin had often fished together on a large boulder by the bank. The top of the boulder was wide enough for 2 or 3 people. But now the top of the boulder was full. Besides Liu Changjin, there were 2 other strangers with fishing rods. Xiao Zume sneered, so this is your good neighbor. Deng Guang stared blankly at Liu Changjin's back, then gave a self-deprecating laugh and explained in a low voice. I didn't come this morning, so maybe someone else came over. Xiao Zume said, well, go on then. See if he'll give you your spot back. Deng Guang hesitated for a long time, but in the end he didn't go ask. He turned his head and said cheerfully to Qin Ziwen, younger brother Qin, I saw another good spot when I was fishing here before. We can go there. Qin Ziwen nodded. Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not easy for crocodiles to sneak up on us. Haha, of course. Deng Guang picked up his bucket and fishing rod, walked a few dozen meters along the riverbank and stopped at a small hillock. The south side of the hillock was the river, with a sheer drop of 3 or 4 meters to the water's surface. For a crocodile to get to them, it would have to circle around from the gentler slopes on either side. According to the area's layout, this was directly below the gated community, not too far from the riverbank. To the north was a thicket of bushes and a small grove of trees, and beyond that was the southeastern wall of the gated community. Deng Guang found a long stick and beat the grass to scare away any snakes. With all the commotion these past few days, there shouldn't be any large animals left. We just have to make sure no snakes are hiding in there. Qin Ziwen squatted down and grabbed a handful of soft, dark earth. Can we dig up any earthworms in this soil? Deng Guang smiled confidently. Yes, not only are there a lot of earthworms here, but they're fat too. He then showed the Qin family brothers how to dig for earthworms, demonstrating himself and quickly unearthing more than 20 plump, juicy ones. Just as he'd said, the earthworms here were not only thick, but long. Deng Wen hit the nail on the head. Dad, you're not that great at fishing, but you're amazing at digging for worms. Deng Guang's face flushed. Nonsense. Your dad is a great fisherman. How many people have ever gotten their hands on a 5-meter-long crocodile? He then muttered something about how crocodiles were a type of fish too, which made everyone laugh. Liu Changjin's child, who was digging for worms nearby, heard the commotion. The kid spotted Deng Wen and started to come over and say hello, but then seemed to think better of it. The child stopped awkwardly, ducked their head, and turned back, running over to Liu Changjin and whispering something to him. Liu Changjin turned to look toward Deng Guang's group. Seeing Deng Guang and Qin Ziwen laughing and talking, he snorted coldly and turned back around. Deng Guang helped Qin Ziwen bait his hook with an earthworm and adjust the float. You haven't fished much before, have you? Qin Ziwen thought back. My most memorable fishing experience was taking my younger brother to fish for goldfish at a park back in middle school. I haven't had much contact with the sport since then. Qin Ziwen took the rod. Not really. Deng Guang clapped Qin Ziwen on the shoulder. No problem, you'll get the hang of it after fishing with me a few times. Not long after he took hold of the rod, Qin Ziwen saw the float start to move. Like a chicken pecking at grain. It dipped and rose. He instinctively pulled up and felt resistance from the other end of the rod. Fish on. Deng Guang, who had been waiting bitterly for a fish to bite, quickly placed his rod on its stand, walked over to stand behind Qin Ziwen, and stared intently at the water's surface. Splash, the fishing line pulling a silver fish, broke the surface of the water. Its silver scales glittered dazzlingly in the sunlight. After being pulled ashore, the fish, about 2 palms long, was still frantically thrashing its tail. Deng Guang sighed. Looks to be about 5 or 6 ounces. This was only the beginning. In less than half an hour, Qin Ziwen caught several more fish in quick succession. Qin Ziwen remarked, we should have come earlier. There are so many fish here. Deng Guang glanced at his own empty bucket and felt that the sun was a bit too blinding today. Xiao Zume pointed to the river. There's a crocodile. A crocodile glided brazenly across the surface of the water. From its silhouette, it seemed slightly smaller than the one killed at the south gate of the gated community, but its presence in the water was no less intimidating. After a few days of observation, it had discovered that these 2-legged beasts on the shore posed no real threat to it. The crocodile roamed a circle on the water's surface, as if patrolling its territory. After it swam past, the fish in the water all stopped biting. Qin Ziwen got skunked for the rest of the afternoon. As evening fell, a cool breeze drifted along the riverbank. Ripples creased the water's surface. Suddenly, the fishing rod jolted violently. A giant strength far greater than before shot up from the depths, instantly bending the rod into a deep arc. Qin Ziwen instinctively tightened his grip on the rod with both hands. It's a big one, with that much pull it's gotta be huge. Deng Guang hurried over to help. Slowly, don't rush it, just wear down its stamina. Whatever you do, don't let it get tangled in the tree roots by the bank. After a stalemate of nearly 10 minutes, the fish underwater gradually lost its strength. The commotion attracted the attention of many of the other anglers on the bank. Some of them even ran over to watch. When the large fish was finally pulled from the water, an old man in the crowd exclaimed, "Whoa, that carp's almost 2 feet long." Deng Guang helped lift the bucket to catch the fish, his voice full of envy. "Hot damn, look at the size of it. Is this beginner's luck to land a catch this big on your first time?" After being stuffed vertically into the bucket, the fish filled it almost completely. This fish is pretty fat. I'd guess it's a little over 10 pounds. Qin Ziwen grabbed a few of the small fish from his own bucket and put them into Deng Guang's, then handed the rod back to him. "Brother Deng, let's go." Deng Guang, who had only caught a single palm-sized carp all afternoon, was a little ashamed. Qin Ziwen consoled him, "It's no big deal. Next time I get skunked, you can share some of yours with me." Deng Guang accepted the few fish, but absolutely refused to take the fishing rod back. "I have another one at home. You use this for now." Back at the gated community, an old man and an old woman were sitting at the property management desk by the south gate. They called out to everyone who passed, "Hey, there's a meeting for all the residents at 7 p.m. tonight. If you can make it, your household should send a representative." "A residents' meeting, who's holding it?" "The property management is organizing it." An old man sitting on a ladder chuckled. "What property management? It's just those security guards and that Huang Tao from Building 7. They're trying to get something going, have everyone discuss how to find food." Qin Ziwu didn't quite understand. If you're hungry, you go find food. Isn't that basic instinct? There's a huge forest out there. How could anyone starve to death? It just means they're not hungry enough yet. A voice came from behind. "Heh, you're right, the forest outside is huge. As long as you're willing to work for it, you definitely won't starve." Qin Ziwen turned to look and saw a dusty, travel-worn group walk into the lobby from outside. The group's backpacks were all stuffed to the brim. They carried various modified weapons, wore hats, and were bundled up tightly. Everyone in the team was carrying a large backpack. They looked fully armed. The one who had spoken was a man in the group wearing glasses who looked to be in his early 30s. He glanced at the fish in Qin Ziwen's bucket and gave a friendly smile. The two of them walked over to a quieter spot. "Young man, are you trading that fish?" It was Qin Ziwen's first time bartering, and he found it a little novel. "What do you have to trade for it?" The man took off his backpack, unzipped it, and Qin Ziwen saw two furry creatures huddled together inside. They looked like rabbits. "Are these wild rabbits?" The man smiled and nodded. "That's right, I don't need to tell you how fast rabbits breed. This is a male and a female, plus you can raise them on grass. If you're willing to trade, I'll give them to you. Take them home, raise them for a while, and you'll have a steady supply of rabbit meat." Qin Ziwen shook his head. "It's not a bad deal in the long run, but from what I know, it takes at least 2 or 3 months for a rabbit to get pregnant and give birth. If I wait that long, I'll have starved to death myself." The man with glasses explained, "It's not that long. A rabbit's gestation period is usually about 6 weeks. That's still a month and a half, and I'd have to go out and pick grass to feed them every day." The man with glasses looked a little disappointed. "All right, it's just that I really like fish, and it's been a while since I've had any." After speaking, the man gave a polite nod and prepared to leave. Qin Ziwen stopped him. "How much do your rabbits weigh?" The man thought for a moment, then shook his head honestly. "I haven't weighed them, but when I picked them up, one felt like it was about 3 or 4 pounds. The two together should be around 7 pounds. Qin Ziwen considered it. Although the carp weighed more, rabbit was red meat while fish was white meat. In terms of calories, rabbit meat provided more than carp. Besides, he had the beast cage. To him, these 2 rabbits were actually more valuable than one fish. After all, it seemed like fish weren't that hard to catch. "All right, I'll trade. But can I ask you some questions first?" The man's eyes crinkled into a smile as he readily agreed. "Of course. Where did you catch these rabbits?" "Over there, go out the south gate, head west, and walk for about 30 minutes. You'll see a foothill grassland with a lot of rabbits." The man with the glasses pondered for a moment, then said, "Wild rabbits are creatures of habit. They usually wear down fixed paths in the grass. These are called rabbit runs. If you can find a rabbit run, it's pretty easy to catch them by setting a trap along it. Rabbits like to move along natural boundaries, like stone walls, hedgerows, and the edges of forests. You should pay close attention to those areas when you're looking for their runs." Also, wild rabbits are most active at dawn and dusk, which is when they primarily go out to forage. But they have a very keen sense of smell, so if you're setting traps, it's best to wear gloves to avoid leaving your scent. Qin Ziwen silently committed what the man said to memory. These were all details not mentioned on the trap blueprints. He couldn't help but ask, what do you do for a living? The man with glasses smiled, I'm a veterinarian. A vet knowing how to catch animals, that seems pretty normal. The man said, my name is Wang Yun, I live in Building 1. Is this your younger brother? Yes, this is my brother Qin Ziwu, my name is Qin Ziwen. Wang Yun said, I used to lead an outdoor hiking group, so I have some survival experience. We've been exploring the outside for the past 2 days, mainly focusing on the area to the west. I can see you two are resourceful. If you're interested, you and your brother can come find me. I live in Unit 1 on the 8th floor. Qin Ziwen didn't completely refuse. Okay, by the way, if you catch any more animals next time like rabbits, you can come find me to trade. I'm in Building 8, Unit 2 on the 5th floor. Wang Yun readily agreed, sounds good. After Wang Yun left, Qin Ziwu scratched his head. Bro, seems like everyone likes inviting us to join them. Qin Ziwen shot him a sidelong glance. It's because you have that look about you, simple limbs but a brilliant mind. People like your type. Qin Ziwu was suspicious, having a feeling his brother was making fun of him. Bro, you're dissing me, aren't you? No, why would I do that? You're so smart. Damn it, you totally are, I saw you smile. The two brothers headed home, bickering playfully. One of the wild rabbits was white, the other was gray. The gray one was the male, the white one the female. That beast cage was a strange thing. The two rabbits, which had been trembling, were tossed inside. They sat there quietly for a moment, and then after a while they started hopping around leisurely. It was just like the cellar, which was sealed tight but somehow still had ventilation. These buildings seemed to have some kind of strange magic power. Qin Ziwu crouched in front of the beast cage. Bro, what do you think we should feed the rabbits? Qin Ziwen looked at his brother. What do you think rabbits eat? Carrots. Qin Ziwen was speechless. Where are we going to get carrots? Cabbage. Qin Ziwen retorted, I think you're the cabbage. We still have to eat the wild greens we have at home. Don't you go feeding them to the rabbits. Got it. Qin Ziwen said, I'll go ask Dr. Wang later. He's a vet, so he's bound to know about this stuff. Although he knew he could just feed them random grass from outside, it was his first time raising rabbits, and he was a bit worried. He'd heard people online say that they were very delicate creatures that could easily get stressed out and die of fright. I just hope this level 1 beast cage can work a little of its divine power. That evening, after dinner, the two of them went to the middle of the gated community's courtyard. This area had originally been a play area for the community's children, with a small fountain connected to a water pump next to it. Now, the fountain was off, and there were no children to be seen in the play area. Someone had moved a table into the middle, and next to it stood those few security guards in their white uniforms. The periphery was packed with people, to the point of being crowded. Qin Ziwen and his brother arrived a bit late and couldn't squeeze through the crowd, so they simply climbed a nearby tree. The balconies of the surrounding buildings were also full of people. This was probably the largest gathering of the gated community's residents since they were transported here. Someone in the crowd shouted, Where is he? What's the announcement? Hurry up. If you have something to say, just say it. Amidst the sea of people, Huang Tao climbed onto the table, stood up, and raised his hands so more people could see him. Then he put the megaphone in his hand to his mouth. Testing, testing, 1, 2, can you hear me? None of us has much food left at home, do we? Huang Tao's words silenced the noisy crowd of residents. Qin Ziwen sat on a tree branch, a little curious. What is this Huang Tao up to? He wondered. Have any of you thought about what you'll do when the food runs out? Huang Tao's question was a needle, piercing the bubble of a problem many had been subconsciously avoiding. Resort to looting. Once your own food is gone, do you really think anyone else will have much left? We can't just sit around and wait for our supplies to run out. Huang Tao raised a megaphone and shouted, There are over 1,000 people in our gated community. Over 1,000. Just trying to forage for wild vegetables and fruits or hunt small animals won't be nearly enough to feed us all. Qin Ziwen rubbed his chin. Why does this all sound so familiar? Huang Tao's voice was filled with passion. There's a river right at our doorstep. As the old saying goes, you live off the land and we have water right here. We must take control of this river. I'm pleading with all of you, we have to unite and clear out those crocodiles. This is a war between humans and crocodiles for territory. When he finished, he looked out at the unresponsive crowd, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. From the edge of the crowd, a clear voice rang out, So what's the plan? Huang Tao looked toward the source of the voice. His eyes landed on Qin Ziwen, who was sitting in the tree. Qin Ziwen whispered, "Bro, since when did you become his plant in the audience?" Qin Ziwen shook his head slightly. "I'm not. Clearing out the crocodiles benefits us too. At the very least, we won't have to worry about one of them sneaking up behind us while we're fishing." There was something else he left unsaid. He was just waiting for the chance to hunt crocodiles and raise his daily settlement score. Besides, once the crocodiles are gone, this river's abundant resources will become the perfect hunting ground for grinding points. I can lay down more earth cages in the water and build stone traps on the bank. Huang Tao said loudly, "I propose we form crocodile hunting teams, 20 people per team. With our gated community's population, we can easily put together 10 or 20 teams. Crocodiles are dangerous, but they're not invincible. We killed one just yesterday, didn't we? That proves they aren't as powerful as they seem. Once they're on land, they can't even use half their strength. Our greatest advantage over animals is our intelligence. We can set traps. Plus, a crocodile is all meat. Kill one and every person on the team could get dozens of pounds of meat, enough to feed a family for a week. Shouldn't we hunt them now while we're still well-fed and strong? Or should we wait until we're fighting them on an empty stomach?" A young man on a nearby second-floor balcony shouted, "How would the meat be divided? What about the freeloaders? Do they get a share too?" Huang Tao raised his fist resolutely. "I absolutely despise freeloading. In a team, you'll have many pairs of eyes watching. Everyone will know who's slacking and who's contributing. I don't want people like that on any team, but if we find one, the team can vote on whether to kick them out." An old man nearby spoke up. "And how are we supposed to kill them? Don't think we didn't hear. A young man died during the hunt yesterday. Those crocodiles are huge. How is anyone supposed to survive a tail whip from one of those?" Huang Tao explained patiently, "We learned from our hunt yesterday. The key is to do everything we can to ensure everyone's safety, but nothing in life is completely risk-free. You can choke to death just drinking water." The spectating residents brought up all sorts of questions. Some were just trying to stir up trouble, while others were genuinely asking. Regardless, Huang Tao answered each one patiently. Finally, Huang Tao said, "The battery on this megaphone is dying, so I'll keep it short. One last thing. Anyone willing to hunt crocodiles can come sign up with me. I'll do my best to group you into suitable teams based on your building floor and needs. If you've already formed your own team, you can still register with me. I'll share what we've learned with everyone free of charge." Zheng Yuan's voice came from under the tree. "Brother Qin want to team up for tomorrow." Looking down at the somewhat unfamiliar man, Qin Ziwen's mind raced. The man under the tree said, "It's me, Zheng Yuan." Qin Ziwen couldn't believe it. He struggled to reconcile the clean-shaven, handsome man with thick eyebrows and large eyes before him with the burly, bearded man he remembered. Zheng Yuan laughed heartily. "I shaved my beard. It was too much of a hassle to maintain every day." Since they had worked together well once before, Qin Ziwen readily agreed after a moment's thought. "How many people have you contacted?" Zheng Yuan pointed toward Huang Tao in the crowd. Tentatively, old Huang plus a few of the security guards from property management. Then there's a neighbor from my building, a fitness instructor. So I've got 7 people so far. Qin Ziwen said, "Me and my brother plus one other person on my end who was with us last time. That makes 10, we still need 10 more." He was saving a spot for old Deng. Old Deng always comes back empty-handed from fishing, but he's a decent guy. Zheng Yuan said, "Let old Huang pick the rest. He must have plenty of people signing up with him now, so he should be able to choose some suitable teammates." Qin Ziwen couldn't help but tease, "You're already calling him Old Huang so casually." Zheng Yuan looked a little awkward but said, "Huang Tao might be a bit of an opportunist, but he's still pretty reliable." The two chatted for a bit before parting ways. Qin Ziwen and his brother headed to the 8th floor of Building 1, Unit 1. Reaching the 8th floor, Qin Ziwen was sweating. That was a bit of a climb. Qin Ziwen patted his thigh. "It's rough without an elevator." There were only 2 apartments on this floor. Apartment 801 had a shoe rack by the entrance and couplets on the door. Apartment 802, however, was bare and showed no signs of life. Qin Ziwen knocked on the door of 801. A woman's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Does Wang Yun live here? I met him this afternoon. I live in Building 8. "Ah Yun, someone's here for you. Says he's from Building 8. The door soon opened to reveal Wang Yun. He was wearing glasses and casual clothes and invited Qin Ziwen inside. "This is my wife, Lin Yi. This is the young man who traded fish with me this afternoon, and his brother." Lin Yi, her hair in a bun, greeted Qin Ziwen with a graceful smile. "Hello." Qin Ziwen felt a bit sheepish. "Sorry to bother you so late. I actually wanted to ask for your advice, Dr. Wang. I was wondering what I should know about raising rabbits. It's my first time and I'm not sure what to be careful with regarding their food. Realization dawned on Wang Yun and he explained patiently. When it comes to raising rabbits, you really just need to be mindful of two things. First, don't feed them too many high-water content vegetables like cabbage, lettuce, or carrots. It can disrupt their gut flora, leading to severe diarrhea and bloating. In serious cases, it can be fatal. Second, wild rabbits are hindgut fermenters. They need to ingest a lot of high-fiber roughage to keep their digestive systems moving. Basically, their main diet should be things like dried grass, leaves, and bark, supplemented with a small amount of fresh vegetables. You should also give them 250 to 500 milliliters of drinking water daily. Wang Yun went on to give him several other important tips for raising rabbits. Qin Ziwen felt he had learned a great deal. Indeed, he thought, knowledge is the most valuable asset. Qin Ziwen asked, "Are you two going on the crocodile hunt tomorrow?" Wang Yun shook his head. "We're going to sit this one out, be careful if you go. Crocodiles are extremely dangerous. Their stamina and endurance are poor, but their explosive power is incredibly high. Crocodiles are cold-blooded. They can't regulate their own body temperature and have to rely on their environment. They get sluggish when it's cold. Of course, I'm talking about crocodiles from Earth. The ones here aren't native species, so you can only use that information as a reference. I hope you have a good hunt tomorrow." You have successfully survived for a fourth day in the wilderness. You caught 5 fish, the largest being a silver carp, 81 cm long and weighing 10.54 kilograms. Through a trade, you obtained a pair of juvenile mountain hares to raise. Comprehensive score, 9 points. You have received the following rewards: Resource Card, Level 1 Spring Eye Solar-Powered Flashlight X1. Qin Ziwen was taken aback by today's rewards. It was the first time he had ever seen this type of card. "I can actually install a spring eye in my home, but my apartment is on the 5th floor. Then again, even pocket dimensions have appeared, so creating a spring eye out of thin air doesn't seem that unbelievable. I just wonder how big this spring eye will be and how much water it can provide each day." He summoned the card, and a silver card with a black border appeared in his hand. The center of the card depicted a spring eye. It required him to select a circular 3x3 meter area, and upon activation, it would create a level 1 spring eye within that space. Qin Ziwen pondered for a moment. A 3x3 meter area wasn't huge, but there weren't many places in his apartment that could accommodate it. First was the living room, followed by the master and secondary bedrooms, and finally the new area created by the expansion card. The living room is definitely out. The master and secondary bedrooms both have beds and wardrobes, and I need them for sleeping. So the only option is the new area from the expansion card. Qin Ziwen was glad he had built the animal pen to the left of the entrance. Considering there might be other livestock in the pen in the future, it's best to keep some distance from the spring eye to prevent contamination. So he went to the upper right corner, diagonally opposite the pen. The pen was in the lower left corner just inside the entrance. Qin Ziwen walked to the upper right corner and silently willed the card to activate. The card in his hand turned into a ray of light that sank into the floor. When the light faded, a 3-meter diameter rock formation jutting up from the floor came into view. The edges of the rock formation were irregular, and it stood nearly a meter high. Its inner walls, however, were relatively smooth, like a natural bowl carved from stone. But where's the water? Qin Ziwen summoned the flashlight. It was a bit heavy and had a solar panel on its handle. He pressed the switch, and a bright beam instantly illuminated the entire room. The flashlight even had a small display showing the battery percentage, which was a thoughtful touch. It had 4 settings. The first was about as bright as a small pocket flashlight, but the 4th setting was intense, a full 10,000 lumens, casting a wide and extremely bright beam. He climbed into the spring and, bracing himself with both hands on the bottom, leaned in for a closer look. Finally, he spotted a patch of stone at the bottom of the basin that was gradually darkening. As time passed, a very shallow film of moisture coated the bottom. A single wipe of his finger was enough to make it completely dry again. The water was seeping out from cracks in the stone. I know it's a level 1 spring eye, so I didn't get my hopes up too high. But this is a little underwhelming, isn't it? How much water can this possibly produce in a full day? Qin Ziwen shook his head. Forget it, I'll check on it tomorrow morning. The next day, bright and early, Qin Ziwen went to the spring eye. A small puddle had collected at the bottom of the stone basin. The puddle was very shallow, only about half a finger deep. Qin Ziwen estimated it was about 7 or 8 liters. It should be able to produce 20 to 30 liters of water over the course of a day. He gently cupped some water in his hands and took a small sip. The spring water was sweet and crisp. As long as he was frugal, his home's water supply should be sufficient from now on. No more exhausting trips to haul water from the river. It will save so much energy. The trek from the river back to the gated community, followed by lugging it up to the 5th floor, was exhausting. If the gated community had been transported to a desert or the Gobi Desert, this spring eye would be many times more valuable. After returning last night, Qin Ziwen had told Old Deng about the plan to hunt the crocodile. As a result, Old Deng came knocking on his door bright and early. Looking at the fully armored Old Deng, Qin Ziwen couldn't help but tease, "Whoa, look at that getup." Old Deng wore a motorcycle helmet and a thick down jacket. He even had several magazines duct taped to his legs and was holding a sharpened wooden stick. Clearly, the events from 2 days ago had left a deep impression on him. "You're going out just like that?" Old Deng asked, seeing that both Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu were only wearing long-sleeved shirts and pants with no other special protection. "Wearing too much would restrict our movement." Qin Ziwen smiled. "It's better to be agile. If you get bitten, a little extra padding isn't going to make much of a difference." Old Deng, feeling safer in his thick layers, chuckled and followed the Qin brothers to the meeting point. On the way, Old Deng proudly showed off his leg guards. "My wife helped me tape these on. They're my daughter's old elementary school textbooks." Qin Ziwen gave him a thumbs up. "Oh, nice." The main gate of the gated community was already bustling with people. At a glance, they had split into at least 7 or 8 different teams. "Over here," Zhang Yuan waved at him. As he got closer, Zhang Yuan introduced the man beside him. "Zhu Sheng, my downstairs neighbor, a professional fitness enthusiast." Zhu Sheng wasn't very tall, about 175 cm, but he was lean and muscular. He had a buzz cut and a broad, toothy smile. Zhu Sheng extended his hand. "I've been hearing all about you from Zhang Yuan. He couldn't stop talking about you on our way down, saying your spear throw was crucial during the crocodile hunt 2 days ago. I'll be counting on you later." Qin Ziwen shook his hand. "No need for that, we're all in this together. Crocodiles are incredibly fast in short bursts, so we just all need to stay vigilant." Time passed as they chatted, and the air gradually grew warmer. Zhang Yuan frowned. "Why isn't everyone here yet? The other teams have already left." He walked over to find Huang Tao. The two of them spoke in low voices for a moment before Zhang Yuan returned. Qin Ziwu quickly asked, "Brother Zhang, what's the word?" Zhang Yuan said Huang Tao sent someone to check. "Apparently one person from Building 7 isn't here yet, probably overslept." Soon after, someone came jogging out from the south gate and whispered something in Huang Tao's ear. Huang Tao froze for a second, his expression turning ugly. He took a deep breath and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, we're all here and the tools are ready. Let's head out." Someone called out, "Weren't there supposed to be 20 of us? Why are there only 19s?" Huang Tao hesitated for a moment before admitting, "One member of our team can't make it. His family was worried and thinks hunting the crocodile is too dangerous. But it doesn't matter. There's really no difference between 19 and 20 people. Plus, it's one less person to split the meat with." Hearing this, the group erupted in outrage. Shit, who was it? If he wasn't coming, he should have said something earlier. Bailing at the last minute leaves us a man short. What a selfish jerk, scared of this, scared of that. He should just stay home and starve. Someone suddenly spoke up. "Is it the guy from Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 302? Damn it, he and his wife came to see me last night, going on and on about how dangerous the crocodile hunt is and how there are no safety guarantees. They even asked if I was still coming tomorrow. I thought it was strange at the time. Turns out he just wanted to bail and was trying to drag me down with him." Qin Ziwu was also annoyed. If he wasn't coming, he should have just said so. "He made us wait all this time." Huang Tao calmed the crowd while he and the security guards distributed the pre-prepared tools, most notably a large net. "Where'd this net come from? It looks really familiar." "I think it's the climbing net from the kids' playground. Looks like he took it." "What a genius. I was wondering where all the ropes and nets from the play area had gone, so they're the ones who took them." Qin Ziwen heard the sound of furious splashing even before he reached the riverbank. Teams were spread out along the bank. Some were already trying their hand at the hunt, while others were still observing. The team with the most obvious results had managed to restrain a crocodile with a rope woven from several bedsheets and curtains. They'd tied the other end to a nearby tree, and a group of them were relentlessly prodding the crocodile with long weapons. Gurgle, the crocodile thrashed wildly, its jaws gaping as it let out an enraged roar. Another team had dug a pitfall trap on the bank, but it wasn't deep enough. The crocodile had eventually escaped, scrambling back into the river in a panic and sending up a huge splash. On the river's surface, several crocodiles floated, their cold eyes breaking the water as they watched silently. A young man in the group said, "We need to go further downstream. If we're too close, these crocs won't fall for it." Huang Tao said, "Let's go, we'll head downstream. By the way, this is Zhang Zhen. He used to work at a zoo as a crocodile keeper for a while, so he knows their habits pretty well." The others immediately began to ask him for advice. Zhang Zhen said, "It's hard to form any kind of emotional bond with a crocodile. I've always thought of them as cold learning machines. They don't have complex emotions and they don't feel fear. All of their behavioral logic is tied to survival and reproduction. For example, if you feed one, it learns that coming near you means getting food. After it's eaten its fill, it will just lie there and digest. As long as you don't make it feel threatened, it won't attack you. When it sees another of its kind killed, it doesn't get scared, but it does become wary. It will equate us humans with a threat." Zhang Zhen pointed to the crocodiles floating on the surface. "Look. Those crocs watching us from the water are assessing our threat level. They'll mark this location and us humans as a danger, and they'll be more cautious when dealing with us." Qin Ziwen asked, "So does that mean they won't come ashore?" Zhang Zhen shook his head. "No, in the short term at this same spot, using the same method, they won't be fooled. They've already equated this place with danger. But if we move to a different spot, they'll still be lured by bait. They don't have a concept like, humans are using traps to hunt us in their heads. They only operate on a simple logic of food, threat, and defending territory." Qin Ziwen was starting to understand. The group walked over 100 meters downstream. Huang Tao took out the leftover crocodile entrails from the last hunt, tied them to a rope, and threw them into the water near the bank. The red of the blood spread through the water. Beneath the surface near the bank, a thick shadow slowly approached. Zhang Yuan, the lookout, gave a hand signal. The people behind him dragged the rope, pulling the reeking entrails from the water and across the mud. The shadow paused at the surface, motionless. "Will it be lured ashore?" Qin Ziwu whispered, squatting next to Zhang Zhen. "It will. A crocodile's favorite food is animal organs. When it sees entrails, it's like a cat seeing a feather wand. It thinks something is trying to steal its food. Just watch." As soon as he finished speaking, the water's surface exploded. A massive black shape burst from the river and charged toward the entrails on the bank. "Pull!" But they were a step too slow. The dark shape had already clamped down on the entrails and was turning to return to the river. The rope tied to the organs instantly went taut, and the two men on the other end stumbled forward. The giant crocodile paused, lying flat. It seemed confused, as if wondering why something was pulling on the food in its mouth. Its peripheral vision caught sight of the humans nearby. With a violent shake of its head, its thick tail sent a spray of mud flying. Snap, the rope broke and the giant crocodile slipped back into the river. Zhang Zhen muttered, "We'll have to try again." Huang Tao asked in a low voice, "Will it fall for it again?" Zhang Zhen nodded confidently. "It got a taste of the entrails just now, so it's had its reward. It will definitely fall for it if we offer more. But this time we have to pull the bait faster, drag it up the bank. Once it gets close, we'll throw the large net over it and then stab it with our weapons. Good thing I prepared a few extra pieces of bait. We'll need 2 people on the rope this time. We have to be faster." Qin Ziwen stepped forward. "I'll do it." Beside him, Zhu Sheng rolled up his sleeves. "Count me in." The second piece of bait was thrown into the river. The entrails splashed into the river. Under the surface, the giant crocodile, which hadn't gone far, flicked its tail and swam back. Qin Ziwen pulled the line. The organs dragged through the water, across the mud, and snaked up through the grass. Following the scent, the giant crocodile heaved itself onto the bank, its heavy steps thudding as it chased the entrails. Qin Ziwen and Zhu Sheng increased their pace, pulling the rope faster. The crocodile's steps faltered for a moment, then it suddenly accelerated. Qin Ziwen's eyes were fixed on the giant crocodile. From his perspective, the beast was charging straight for him. If the others are too slow with the net, this thing's going to be right in my face. Fortunately, there were no mistakes this time. The massive net dropped from above, blanketing the giant crocodile. At the same time, 4 people hidden off to the side pulled on the tail ropes, using the creature's forward momentum to completely ensnare it. "Go!" Everyone swarmed forward, their weapons raining down on the crocodile. They focused their attacks on its head. Squelch. Someone got lucky, a spear strike landed squarely in the crocodile's eye. Roar, the crocodile let out a pained shriek. "My turn," a security guard roared from the side, bringing his long-handled axe down hard. The axe struck the crocodile right in the head. The connection between the axe head and the wooden handle came loose at that exact moment. With a crack, the short-handled axe head was left embedded in the crocodile's skull. The blow was so painful it almost reared up. Qin Ziwen got a clear look, it was a fire axe. They must have tied the fire axe to a wooden pole. The crocodile struggled frantically, instinctively trying to escape back to the river. But the others wouldn't let it have its way. They all grabbed the ropes and pulled back. A dozen strong men pulled on the ropes at once, yet several were still caught off guard and fell to the ground. The crocodile's speed slowed dramatically, however. After a standoff that lasted a dozen or so seconds, its strength began to fade. Finally, it stopped moving. Zhang Zhen said, panting heavily, "It's out of stamina." Qin Ziwen remembered what Wang Yun had said yesterday about crocodiles having poor stamina. Now he had a much more direct understanding of it. The entire ordeal had lasted just over 2 minutes, but that massive burst of energy had almost completely drained the crocodile's strength. Even though the crocodile seemed exhausted, no one dared to get close and provoke it. Instead, they continued to attack with their long weapons from a relatively safe distance. Finally, the crocodile breathed its last. The group waited for another 10 minutes or so before moving in to butcher the carcass. On the river's surface, a pair of cold eyes watched the scene dispassionately as its own kind was carved apart. This crocodile was slightly larger than the one they had killed at the south gate, measuring nearly 17 feet long. With 3 more people in the group this time, everyone's share came out to 42 pounds of meat, 2 pounds less than the last hunt. Even so, everyone was still overjoyed. After they finished butchering the crocodile, Zhang Zhen's brow remained tightly furrowed. Huang Tao nudged his arm and teased, "What's wrong? Why so glum after we killed the croc?" Zhang Zhen paused for a moment, then shook his head. "It's nothing. I was just observing. This one seems to be a female, and the one we killed at the south gate last time was also a female." Huang Tao's curiosity was piqued. From the sound of it, the males are bigger than the females. "How much bigger?" Zhang Zhen's expression was grim. He gave Huang Tao a deep look. In a crocodile colony, the average male is 1.5 times the length of a female and 2 to 3 times the weight. The smile on Huang Tao's face froze. "That big of a difference?" Zhang Zhen nodded. Yes, crocodiles are polygynous. A stretch of river is usually home to a single colony, which consists of a dominant male, several females, and some subadults. If food is plentiful, the colony will grow. Based on the size of this female, the male should be between 7 and 8 meters long. 7 to 8 meters. Standing not far away, Qin Ziwen overheard their conversation and instinctively glanced back at the dark surface of the river. Zhang Zhen said worriedly, "If my estimations are correct, then this male crocodile. It could be truly terrifying." Seeing that the others didn't grasp the severity of the situation, Zhang Zhen explained, "Have you guys ever heard of Luo Long? He was the largest crocodile ever captured by humans on Earth. In a documentary, they tried to catch him by hanging chicken meat from a tree branch with a steel cable. The idea was that when the crocodile bit the meat, it would be snared, but he snapped the cable instantly. They kept making the cable thicker, but Luo Long broke it every time. They had to keep reinforcing the cable until they finally managed to capture him. Then, they got about a dozen villagers to try and drag Luo Long out of the water, but he wouldn't budge. He almost got away. In the end, all the onlookers had to come and help. It took more than 60 people in a tug-of-war that lasted for hours to finally haul Luo Long onto the bank. On an empty stomach, he weighed 1075 kilograms. And he was only 6.2 meters long. That last part was what shocked everyone the most. Someone muttered, he was that ferocious at only 6.2 meters. A 7.2 meter one would be off the charts. Zhu Sheng frowned. It might be even longer than 7.2 meters. If we go by the 1.5 times rule, its length should be at least 7.5 meters. As a fitness coach, he knew very well that a difference in tonnage was nearly impossible to overcome with skill. The 6.2 meter Luo Long weighed a ton. A 7.5 meter crocodile would likely weigh 2 tons. A true amphibious superbeast of physical might. Zhang Zhen said, "If we're really dealing with a giant crocodile over 7 meters long, we probably have no way to restrain it. The only way to deal with it is to dig a trap and try to bury it in a pit." But someone thought Zhang Zhen was being an alarmist. "You said that's how it is on Earth. Who's to say that in this other world the females aren't bigger? It's been days and no one's seen this giant crocodile you're talking about. Yeah, if it really existed, why hasn't it shown up while we've been hunting its kind?" A distant scream cut off their discussion. "Run!" The crocodile is huge. The people who were still butchering the meat looked at each other in dismay. Then, they all turned in unison to look at the person who had just said it wouldn't show up. Zheng Yuan's mouth twitched. "You and your big mouths." The man looked regretful too. He never imagined his words would come true. Through the sparse bushes, they could see many residents fleeing in the distance. Huang Tao shouted, "Wait. The gated community's main entrance is over there." If we head that way, we might get cornered at the gate by the giant crocodile. Let's go in a different direction. Qin Ziwen moved to his brother's side. Brother, let's take the iced gate. Okay, we need to be careful. Then Qin Ziwen saw the bushes shaking violently, as if a monster was rampaging through the undergrowth. Wait, I think the crocodile is coming this way. Run! Qin Ziwen ran back several dozen meters before looking over his shoulder. At the spot where they had been butchering their kill, an incredibly ferocious giant crocodile was lying quietly beside the female's remains. Just lying there, the giant crocodile exuded an aura of terror. Next to it, the female crocodile, which had been butchered down to a mere carcass, looked as small and frail as a little girl. Qin Ziwen muttered, "It's huge." Qin Ziwen could feel his own heart pounding. It was the instinctive human reaction to facing a giant beast. Its head is probably over a meter high. The giant crocodile opened its massive jaws and let out a low roar from its throat. Its open mouth was tall enough to swallow an adult whole. Then, it bit down on the carcass and dragged it straight into the river. Only when its enormous body had completely disappeared beneath the water did everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Qin Ziwen felt the giant crocodile's behavior didn't quite match Zhang Zhen's description. According to Zhang Zhen, crocodiles were emotionally detached creatures whose actions were primarily driven by survival instincts. But he had sensed an emotion in the male that went beyond survival. It wasn't just anger at having its territory invaded. Zhang Zhen muttered, "It seemed to be expressing anger just now. We're screwed." This crocodile's intelligence might be quite high. Everyone quickly retreated along the outer wall of the gated community. They made their way around to the east gate and re-entered the gated community. When they arrived back at the south gate, it was packed with people. From their conversations, Qin Ziwen learned that a crocodile hunting team near the south gate had just managed to kill a crocodile. As they were butchering it, the giant crocodile had suddenly shot out of the water, bitten one of them, and dragged the carcass on the bank back into the river. They had managed to snatch back the person who was bitten. But while they'd gotten him back, he was not in good shape. Even someone with no medical knowledge would fall silent at the sight of his gruesome injuries. The entire area from his chest to his pelvis was caved in like a smashed piece of fruit. His clothes were soaked in blood, and he was only breathing out, not in. His family knelt beside him, holding him and weeping. Seeing Huang Tao approach, the deceased's family ran over and surrounded him. How can there be such a terrifying crocodile in this river? The victim's mother grabbed Huang Tao by the collar. My son was only 23, he just graduated from college, he had his whole life ahead of him. Why did this have to happen? I wish it had been me instead. The victim's mother let her hands fall limp. She collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Huang Tao was silent. "I'm sorry." Huang Tao looked around at the crowd. "This crocodile, we have to kill it. It's not like the others. It's smarter and stronger, and now it hates us. If we don't kill it now, our chances of killing it in the future will only get lower and lower. This crocodile must be the leader of its colony. As long as we can kill it, this stretch of the river will truly be ours." Someone said, "Easy for you to say. How are we supposed to kill a crocodile that big? We tried using a net just now and it tore it to shreds." Huang Tao said with determination, "We'll dig a trap. A pitfall is the most effective weapon against an enemy with that much mass." The atmosphere grew silent. The cautionary tale lying on the ground was a grim reminder. This terrifying giant crocodile was without a doubt the most fearsome opponent they had ever faced. The victim's mother forced the words through her teeth. "I'll dig." "All right, let's dig, let's kill this crocodile. Let's get it. Shit, are we really going to let some beast push us around? Who knows if that crocodile will target me or my family next? Kill it. No matter how strong it is, it's still a carbon-based life form. Let's get it in a pit and bury it alive." In an instant, the crowd erupted in a furious, heaven-shaking roar. Qin Ziwen was momentarily dazed, then a slow smile spread across his lips. This alpha male crocodile, it must meet the standard for a powerful life form that can drop a card. I just wonder what form the dropped card will take. Just like the others said, no matter how strong it is, it's still just a carbon-based life form. And anything that's carbon-based can be killed. Ziwen, have you ever seen that video of the Maasai people in Africa hunting elephants? Even a 6-ton elephant ends up getting stabbed until it looks like a pincushion when they surround it. Qin Ziwen, who was shoveling dirt, straightened up at Zhu Sheng's words. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said with a smile, "I've scrolled past it before. But the Maasai trained from childhood, hunting is their way of life. We definitely can't compare to them in that regard. Hey, don't build them up by putting ourselves down. I work out a lot too. I don't think my fitness is necessarily any worse than theirs." Zhu Sheng flexed his arm, striking a bodybuilding pose. Zhu Sheng had the kind of build that looked lean with clothes on but was ripped underneath. When he tensed his arm, his muscles were clearly defined. On the lawn outside the gated community, everyone was working feverishly. As soon as someone got tired, another person would immediately take their place. To successfully trap the giant crocodile, they planned to dig a massive 12x4x4 meter pit. Deng Guang said worriedly, "Brother Qin, do you think this trap we're digging will be enough to hold the crocodile? What if it just climbs out?" Qin Ziwen hesitated. "A pit this deep, it shouldn't be able to get out right." Deng Guang shook his head, "But what if the sides collapse like a landslide? If the crocodile causes the edge of the pit to crumble and it turns into a ramp, couldn't it just climb right up?" Qin Ziwen pictured the scene and realized old Deng's concern was not without reason. He found Huang Tao, who was standing at the edge of the pit, deep in conversation with a bald, middle-aged man beside him. "This approach to digging is all wrong. The soil here is too loose. If you dig too deep, it's very likely to collapse. Besides, a pit this big is a huge amount of work. It would take several days at least. All that time, combined with such intense physical labor, means everyone's food supplies at home will be consumed much faster. Even with a lot of people participating, a project like this has work-face limitations. A 12 by 4 meter pit can only accommodate 20 to 30 people working at the same time at most. And without any machinery, digging by hand is just too slow. Plus, the deeper you dig, the more difficult the engineering becomes. I did a quick calculation. Based on the volume of this pit, 192 cubic meters, you'd need more than a dozen truckloads to haul away the dirt. And that's under ideal conditions. A depth of 4 meters is basically a foundation pit excavation. Without sloping the sides or adding shoring, it will 100% collapse. But we don't have the resources for that right now. Huang Tao was getting a headache listening to all this. He had no experience in construction and didn't understand these details. He just thought digging a big hole would be enough. After all, it was only 4 meters deep. But he knew the man in front of him was in the construction business, and his opinion was definitely more professional than his own. Huang Tao thought for a moment. "We originally planned to dig this deep to trap the crocodile. Since we can't go that deep, what about another method like a mud pit?" The bald man replied, "In theory, that could work. As long as you mix it to the right consistency, you can create a slurry. Slurry is a non-Newtonian fluid. The more the crocodile struggles, the deeper it will sink. But this plan has a problem too. To make a mud pit, you need a massive amount of water, and you'd have to get it from the river." Huang Tao said, "There's a diesel water pump in the property management warehouse, and the cars in the underground garage have fuel." The bald man rejected the idea. "No good, even with the spare extension hoses, the pump's reach is 50 meters at most. We're at least 100 meters from the river here. The pump can't draw water from that far." Qin Ziwen, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "I have an idea. What if we make a spike trap? There are some iron fences in the gated community, right? We could dismantle them, fashion them into long spears, and plant them at the bottom. When the crocodile falls in, its belly doesn't have the same armor as its back. These iron spikes should be able to pierce it easily." The bald man pondered this, then nodded slowly. "That has some merit. But if the pit is too shallow, the crocodile might be able to climb out. If it gets injured and escapes back to the river, luring it out a second time won't be so easy." Qin Ziwen said suddenly, "Then we'll just add a coffin lid on top of it." Huang Tao was confused. "Where are we going to find a coffin lid that big? Ordinary wood won't be strong enough to hold it." Qin Ziwen pointed behind him. "Aren't there a ton of cars in the garage?" "Cars?" Huang Tao smacked his fist into his palm. "Great idea, I happen to have a Jeep." The bald man rubbed his head, saying with some reluctance, "Then I guess I'll donate my G-Wagon too." Huang Tao and Qin Ziwen stared at him in shock. The bald man sighed. "The car was exciting when I first got it, but after driving it for a while, the novelty wore off. The soundproofing is terrible, the seats are hard, and the engine is ridiculously loud." Qin Ziwen and Huang Tao exchanged a look, taking his words as a bit of self-deprecating complaint. The middle-aged man looked at Huang Tao and said half-jokingly, "I'm putting up my G-Wagon to crush a crocodile. When it's time to divide the meat, you'd better give me an extra share, right? Here are the keys. Take it and do whatever you need to with it." Huang Tao clapped his chest boldly. "You're contributing your car to the cause, of course you'll get an extra share of the meat, no problem at all. President Yang will have to rely on your expertise for future construction matters." President Yang waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, don't flatter me, just call me Old Yang if you don't mind. My stamina can't compare to you young folks, but after so many years in construction, I've learned a little bit about everything. I think, if we're going to survive here long-term, our current setup definitely won't work." And the floor people live on is a big problem too. President Yang pointed toward the gated community. Before, when we had elevators, a higher floor didn't matter. The view was even better. Now that there are no elevators, a high floor is a real pain to climb. For those living on the 8th, ninth, or even 10th floors, just think about it. Going up and down that huge flight of stairs is enough to kill a person. And on top of that, they have to carry firewood, haul food, and lug buckets of water. People can tolerate it for a short while, but over time, it's bound to cause problems. Huang Tao nodded. He agreed on this point as he lived on the 7th floor himself. He was a man in his 30s who was clearly in shape, yet even he felt tired climbing up and down every day, not to mention the elderly and the children. Qin Ziwen said, actually, the lower floors aren't as great as you might think. While no large beasts have broken into the gated community yet, that might not be the case in the future. Plus, snakes, insects, and rodents can easily get into the lower-level apartments. Huang Tao agreed with this point as well. True. I originally bought my place on the 7th floor because it wasn't too low, got better sunlight, and had fewer bugs. After a bit more commiserating, the men went their separate ways to get back to work. As Qin Ziwen dug, he glanced back at the window panes of the gated community's buildings. He'd originally bought a place in this gated community because of its decent quality. It wasn't one of those old complexes, and most of the apartments didn't have security bars on the windows. In the sunlight, the glass reflected the azure sky. SCRE. An earth-shattering cry suddenly pierced the air from above. That giant bird is back, someone yelled. Run. Qin Ziwen looked up. High above, a dark shadow was rapidly approaching their position. He scanned his surroundings. The area was somewhat open with no large trees. The main gate of the gated community was still several dozen meters away. Given the giant bird's speed, there was no time to run for it. Qin Ziwen quickly grabbed his younger brother and shoved him into the pit. Get down. The giant bird was as fast as the wind, as sudden as a torrential downpour. The air pressure churned the lawn. Its broad wings blotted out the sun, casting a massive shadow. About 10 meters ahead, a person sitting on the ground was lifted by the shoulders and snatched into the sky. Her screams echoed from above. She struggled desperately. The giant bird released its talons, letting her freefall for a moment before snatching her up again. Only after the giant bird had flown far away did the people hiding in various spots gather back under the sun, staring after the distant creature and at each other in dismay. Qin Ziwen said in a low voice, "This thing is really treating this place like an all-you-can-eat buffet." The closer you were, the more you could feel the immense pressure from the giant bird, just like the alpha male crocodile in the river. Zheng Yuan's face was grim. It's come a second time, which means there'll definitely be a third and a fourth. But against a flying opponent, they had no idea how to deal with it. Huang Tao stepped forward and asked the crowd, "Who was that just got taken? Did anyone get a clear look?" "Don't know hers." I wasn't paying attention, but from the sound of it, it seemed to be a woman. The bird was too fast, couldn't see anything. A murmur went through the crowds. The atmosphere was oppressive. No one knew if they'd be the next target. Against a flying predator like this, the only option was to stay away from open areas. Someone cursed at the sky. Fuck, there are crocodiles in the river and man-eating fucking birds in the sky. This goddamn world. Qifeng, an old man ran out, gasping for breath, and shouted into the crowd several times. Hearing no response, the old man looked around in panic. He anxiously yelled at the surrounding crowd, Luo Qifeng, where are you? Have you seen my Qifeng? She was right here a moment ago. She sprained her ankle and sent me home to get her some liniment. Now that I think about it, I think a woman was carried off by that big bird. Qin Ziwen started to say, but couldn't bear to finish and turned his head away. The woman who had just been taken by the bird had only recently lost her son. The old man's mouth hung open as he stood frozen in place. His chest heaved violently, and the bottle of medicinal wine in his hand fell to the ground with a crack. He collapsed to the ground, wailing at the sky. He had seen the giant bird overhead on his way here and had run the entire way, worried about his wife's safety. He never imagined the worst would still happen. The old man's hands trembled as he got up and looked around at the crowd. Everyone did their best to avoid his gaze. In a single day, his son had died, and now his wife was dead too. He stooped his back and shuffled away. Evening came and the sky began to darken. Crunch, the hydraulic cutters clamped down hard, snapping the connection point on the guardrail. Zhu Sheng let out a long breath and rubbed his sore arms. These damn railings are pretty tough. Qin Ziwen picked up a broken piece of railing from the ground. Tough is good, we don't want the crocodiles to just snap them. He pressed the pad of his finger against the railing's diamond-shaped tip. Not sharp enough, the ends will need to be worked on. Yang Chu picked up a dismantled guardrail, weighing it in his hand with a satisfied expression. The quality of this zinc steel is decent. Forget stabbing crocodiles, you could use this to hunt wild beasts. Looks like the developers of Yujing River City didn't cut corners. In ancient times, this would have been considered a divine weapon, a real sharp weapon. Stabbing a crocodile with this will be no problem at all. Hearing these words from President Yang, the eyes of many people in the crowd glinted strangely. Huang Tao glanced at the dozens of dismantled iron railing bars on the ground and said with a wry smile, "I can't handle all this by myself. There's too much. I'll have to ask everyone to put in some hard work tonight to help sharpen them." Hearing this, the others looked conflicted. After digging mud all afternoon, everyone was exhausted and just wanted to go home and rest. Qin Ziwen volunteered, "Give some to me. I can work some overtime tonight." Seeing Qin Ziwen be so proactive, Huang Tao was secretly pleased, and the look he gave Qin Ziwen grew even friendlier. With him acting like this, how is anyone supposed to slack off? Someone grumbled internally, thinking that Qin Ziwen was just trying to show off. Zheng Yuan stepped forward. "I'll take some back to sharpen too." Qin Ziwen waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I go to bed late, so it's perfect to have something to do." Seeing his firm attitude, Zheng Yuan couldn't argue with him and just took a few long spears from Huang Tao to bring back. He and his younger brother carried the dismantled iron railings back home. Qin Ziwu didn't understand his older brother's actions. "Bro, nobody else is doing it, so why are we bringing them back? You go to bed early. I'll do it myself tonight." Qin Ziwu thought his brother was angry and quickly said, "I'm not saying I won't do it. I just think that with so many people, if everyone took one back to sharpen, it wouldn't take long at all." Qin Ziwen shot him a sidelong glance. "Go find me 2 rough, hard stones." Of course, he couldn't explain to his brother that he was doing it to get a higher score. "I'm starting to get the hang of how this daily settlement score works. Gathering supplies, mapping the area, hunting prey, as long as it's a positive action for survival, I can get points for it." He predicted that if they succeeded in hunting this alpha male crocodile, he would definitely get a lot of points. So does bringing back so many of these alloy rods count as gathering a large amount of materials? In this primitive-like environment, zinc steel alloy is definitely an extremely rare material. This stuff is incredibly sturdy. Whether it's used for traps made into spear-type weapons or used as the frame for a shield, it's a top-tier material. Even if bringing back these zinc steel alloys doesn't count as gathering materials, by processing them myself, my contribution to the crocodile hunt will surely be higher, right? Night fell. The curtains were drawn open. Under the bright moonlight, the young man was crouched on the floor, gripping a zinc steel long spear with both hands and scraping it against a stone. Grind, grind. Late into the night, a voice sounded in his ear. "You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 5th day. You hunted a crocodile as part of a team and were allocated some raw meat. You have seen the alpha male crocodile of this watershed. The threat of the giant croc has forced the gated community residents to cooperate and prepare traps. You participated in setting up the traps, but it seems you have forgotten something. Overall score: 19 points. Reward received: building card, level 1 farmland, rabbit feed X4, hatchet X1. Forgotten something. Qin Ziwen looked at his rewards, his gaze falling on the rabbit feed. Shit. I forgot to feed the rabbits today. Qin Ziwen hurried over to the animal cage. Before leaving this morning, he had put a few wild vegetables in the feeding trough, but the wild rabbits hadn't touched them. Now the trough was empty, and the 2 rabbits looked a little lethargic. Qin Ziwen took out a portion of rabbit feed. His hand felt heavy as a large 20-pound bag of rabbit feed appeared in it. He tore open the package and poured the dry pellets into the trough. As he poured, he smelled the rich, fresh fragrance of dried grass, along with the faint, sweet scent of baked grains. After catching the scent, the 2 rabbits hesitated for a moment before hopping eagerly to the trough and gobbling up the feed. Perhaps the smell was just too fragrant, as they even ignored the large human hand gently stroking their backs. This bag of rabbit food weighed over 20 pounds, 4 portions would be over 80 pounds total. The text on the package was in Chinese. 2 enormous Chinese characters were printed on the front, rabbit food. By the moonlight, Qin Ziwen made out the instructions on the back of the bag. This stuff is just a supplement. It's to round out the rabbit's nutritional intake and ensure normal digestive function. It can't be their main food. Their staple food still has to be hay or fresh grass. You 2 stop eating. Qin Ziwen was dumbfounded. Cat food and dog food could be a staple diet, but rabbit food couldn't. He quickly scooped up the 2 ravenous rabbits. Held aloft, the two rabbits kicked their legs wildly, squirming and snorting, cooing incessantly. Qin Ziwen took the opportunity to scoop out half of the rabbit food. He then put the rabbits down, only to watch them scamper right back to the trough and resume eating. I need to go pull some grass, but at this hour. He stood at his bedroom window. The forest at night was exceptionally tranquil, with various birds and other flying creatures passing overhead from time to time. He drew the curtains and walked out onto the living room balcony, which offered a night view of the gated community. A gray metal card materialized in his palm with a shimmer. He glanced at its description before tossing it back into the warehouse from the daily settlement. The level 1 farmland required a 20x 20 meter square area. Even if he cleared out his entire apartment, he couldn't free up that much space. It looked like building the farmland was impossible for the foreseeable future. Catching movement below out of the corner of his eye, Qin Ziwen instinctively ducked down. He had spotted someone downstairs and they were heading toward his building, Building 8. Someone's outside at this hour. Nocturnal beasts were active, making daytime a far safer environment for humans. Once he confirmed the person had entered the building, Qin Ziwen crept to his front door, waiting until he heard footsteps in the hallway. The footsteps grew closer and closer, finally stopping on his floor. Knock, knock, knock. A faint knocking sound came from across the hall. A moment later, he heard a door open, then the door across the hall was gently closed. That's Wang Xiaoli's apartment across the hall, isn't it? What would someone be doing at her place this late? Qin Ziwen stroked his chin, utterly baffled. Could it be another one of Zai Jun's relatives or friends who lives in the gated community? Good thing I stayed up late tonight. Greek. It seemed the door across the hall had opened again. A man and a woman's conversation drifted from the hallway. They were both keeping their voices down, but Qin Ziwen could still tell the woman was Wang Xiaoli. Is it safe in this hallway? What if someone sees us? Don't be afraid, you need to be bolder. Then a series of intermittent muffled sounds echoed from the hallway. Qin Ziwen was dumbfounded. So Wang Xiaoli had picked up a second profession. 2 minutes later, a long, relaxed sigh from Brother Zheng was followed by a shift in his tone, which was no longer as gentle as before. You're still hung up on that at a time like this? Let's just focus on surviving. Anyway, I left 2 packs of instant noodles on your table. I'm leaving. The sound of footsteps going downstairs gradually faded away. This little episode extinguished any thought of going out to pull grass. He decided it was better to get some rest and do it in the morning. Before bed, though, he still had to cure the meat. The crocodile meat he'd gotten had to be smoked and air-dried or it would spoil. By the time he was finished, it was past 1 in the morning. Qin Ziwen, exhausted, couldn't stop yawning. He had used up nearly all the salt he'd received from the last settlement. Curing meat used a lot of salt. Until he found a new source, he decided he wouldn't cure the next big haul of meat he got. Instead, he could trade it for vegetables or live animals he could raise as livestock. In fact, Qin Ziwen was already thinking, maybe I should just wait and check the daily settlement in the morning. Staying up past midnight every night isn't giving me enough sleep, and it makes me drowsy during the day. Early the next morning, his brother's call woke Qin Ziwen. He lingered in bed for a few more moments before getting up and rubbing his sore, tired eyes. He went to the bathroom and opened the door. After more than a day, a layer of crystal-clear water had collected at the bottom of the magical spring. He cupped some of the clear water in his hands, took a sip, and rinsed his mouth. After breakfast, Qin Ziwen told his younger brother, Xiao, you know how to smoke meat now, right? Take this up to the roof and smoke it this morning. Remember to spread out a bedsheet so we don't give ourselves away. I'll come find you later. Qin Ziwen looked worried. Okay, big bro, you be careful too. Don't try to take on that crocodile by yourself. Qin Ziwen patted his brother's shoulder. Yeah, I know, right, first come outside with me. We need to gather some firewood and pull some grass for the rabbits. Carrying the sharpened galvanized steel rods, the two of them went to the south gate. Outside the south gate, Huang Tao and a group of people had already been at work for a while. He took the sharpened rod from Qin Ziwen's hand. Perfect, this is the stuff. Today, we'll make sure that beast doesn't make it back alive. Huang Tao then said, Old Qin, I spoke with President Yang. If all goes well, we should be able to finish the pit by noon. Then we'll get ready to line the bottom with a spike trap. We had a few incidents yesterday, so several neighbors are worried the bird and the crocodile might show up again while we're working. I was thinking of asking a few more people to act as lookouts, one group watching the sky and the other the river. There are always some of the older folks sitting around the gated community entrance. They can't do the heavy lifting, but they should be fine as lookouts. What do you think? Qin Ziwen froze. Why is he asking me? But he quickly realized the implications. Hiring people meant they had to be paid. At this stage, there was no more attractive reward than raw meat. According to the original plan, the meat from the giant crocodile was to be divided among the neighbors who helped build the trap. Suddenly adding more people to the payroll would naturally cause discontent. Qin Ziwen said thoughtfully, "Brother Huang, it's your call. I'm fine either way." Huang Tao looked like he wanted to say more, but he just let out a laugh instead. "All right, I'll go ask for others' opinions." Qin Ziwen called out to him. "Oh right, Brother Huang, my brother has something to do this morning, so he won't be participating in digging the trap." Huang Tao hesitated, looking troubled. "Brother Qin, I don't have a problem with it, but a lot of neighbors are participating this time and everyone's watching each other." We all agreed, the more you work, the more you get. Qin Ziwen laughed good-naturedly, rules are rules. He worked yesterday, but he's not working today. When the meat is divided, he'll take whatever share that entitles him to. I won't put you in a tough spot. Huang Tao said relieved, "I'm glad you understand, brother." After Huang Tao walked away, Qin Ziwu spoke up, indignant on his brother's behalf. "Big bro, that Huang guy was all buddy-buddy, calling you brother so warmly. You were grinding those rods so late yesterday, and he didn't even mention giving you extra credit." Qin Ziwen gave a wry smile and comforted his brother in return. "It's all just an act. Out here you can't just trust anyone." He then went with his brother to pull up tender blades of grass near the main gate. They gathered a few different varieties of weeds, intending to see which ones the rabbits preferred so they could gather those specifically in the future. After his brother left, Qin Ziwen rejoined the pit-digging army and worked for the rest of the morning. Finally, at high noon, the trap pit was finished. Sharp, long spears were driven into the bottom, one after another. All that was left was for the fish to take the bait. Brother." Qin Ziwu strode over with a grin. Qin Ziwen gave his younger brother a look, and Qin Ziwu dutifully stood behind him, secretly making a hand gesture. "It's all set up, same old spot." Qin Ziwen nodded slightly, "I can always count on you." Pleased by his brother's praise, Qin Ziwu grinned, then looked curiously at the crowd gathered ahead. What are they all doing? "The trap is set. They've covered it with a layer of thin planks and leaves. Now they need a way to lure the crocodile over, so they're taking volunteers." Hearing this, Qin Ziwu seemed eager to join in. "Is the tame full?" Qin Ziwen jutted his chin, gesturing with his eyes. The list filled up fast. Whoever lures the croc gets an extra share of meat. They ended up picking 2 people. Following his brother's gaze, Qin Ziwu saw 2 young men warming up. He then peered into the trap pit. The bottom was densely packed with long spears jutting out in all directions. Some pointed straight up while others were angled. "Brother, do you think they can really lure that giant crocodile over?" Qin Ziwen said, "Man proposes, God disposes. We've done all we can." Of course, he hoped they'd succeed in killing the alpha male crocodile. Otherwise, what were the last 2 days of hard labor for? That kind of high-intensity work burned a ton of energy and stamina. They had eaten more meat in the past 2 days than in the days prior just to keep up. He wasn't the only one, he was sure many others felt the same way. Huang Tao was carefully instructing the 2 men again. "If you don't draw out the big one, run northeast. Do not come toward the trap. There's a team over there waiting to handle the smaller crocs. If it is the big one, you run straight for the trap." The 2 chosen men nodded, then carried the crocodile entrails toward the riverbank. The crowd around the trap gradually dispersed, taking cover and hiding their presence. Meanwhile, 3 SUVs stopped a short distance away, ready to drive forward and block the pit as soon as the crocodile fell in. Everyone was ready, quietly waiting for the crocodile to take the bait. By the river, the 2 threw the entrails into the water. They then backed away 7 or 8 meters and stared intently at the surface of the water from a distance. Beneath the surface, a huge black shadow gradually came into focus. The 2 men tensed. Splash, the surface of the water suddenly erupted. A giant reeking crocodile leaped out, its stout limbs scrambling up the muddy bank. Its powerful tail whipped across the water, sending up a massive spray. Snapping out of it, the 2 men turned and fled. But the giant crocodile's burst of speed over a short distance was beyond anything they had imagined. The man in the yellow shirt was lagging behind. He had run less than 20 meters when he was slammed in the lower back by an immense force. His hands shot out as he fell flat on his face. "Help me," he yelled to his companion, but the cry was cut short and turned into a blood-curdling scream. The giant crocodile clamped its jaws around his head and upper torso. Crunch. It was a gory scene straight out of a horror movie as guts and fluids sprayed everywhere. Hearing his partner's scream, the man in front felt his legs go weak, and he nearly stumbled. He didn't dare look back, just kept running. But he soon heard the heavy thud of the giant crocodile's footsteps behind him. The thudding grew closer. He could see the trap just ahead, and a relieved smile spread across his face. But then his foot caught on something, he hadn't seen the rock, and he pitched forward. "It's over." That was the only thought left in his head. Damn it, why the hell is there a rock here? By the time he scrambled to his feet, the giant crocodile was already on him, its massive jaws wide open. The nearly 4 tons of bite force was like a giant hydraulic press. Ah. The grisly scene stunned the onlookers. Even though the crocodile was only a few dozen meters from the trap, no one dared to step forward and lure it. The alpha male had killed 2 men in quick succession. Its cold, brutal gaze swept across the area, as if declaring to these bipedal beasts that its territory would not be trespassed. After a moment, the alpha male turned, preparing to return to the river. A pebble flew past its head, landing 2 meters behind it. Its turning motion paused for a moment, then it cocked its head to look where the pebble had landed. Thwack. This time, a pebble landed squarely on the tip of the alpha male's snout. The air fell deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell upon the warrior who had thrown the pebbles. A gray-haired old man in a black long-sleeved shirt and pants stood before the trap, fists clenched, eyes glaring with rage. He picked another stone off the ground and hurled it at the alpha male, roaring, "You beast! Come and get me." Roar, even if they didn't speak the same language, it understood the provocation. The alpha male let out an enraged roar. It lumbered forward on its stout legs, heavy footfalls shaking the ground as it charged toward the old man. The old man glanced at the others around him and gave a wry smile. Then, with resolve, he turned and walked onto the trap. The cover over the trap was a flimsy patchwork of wooden planks and plastic. A lighter person could have walked across it with ease. "Sir, get down from there, the crocodile's coming," someone nearby shouted. But the old man just shook his head, a peaceful smile on his face as he watched the crocodile charge toward him with something akin to anticipation. Crack! The planks under his feet groaned, unable to bear the weight. Crash! Man and crocodile plunged into the pit. The alpha male's howl of pain echoed from the trap pit. Huang Tao urged, "Quick, drive the cars over and block it in." Zheng Yuan was aghast. "But there's a man in the pits." Huang Tao shouted anxiously, could anyone survive that fall? He was clearly seeking death, so don't let his sacrifice be for nothing. The crocodile tried to climb out, but its injuries prevented it. It struggled several times, its claws scrabbling at the pit walls and tearing away large chunks of earth. The engines of the nearby SUVs roared to life, and they began to drive slowly toward the pit. The driver's side doors were open, and just before the vehicles plunged in, the drivers leaped out. One, in his haste, twisted his ankle as he jumped. All 3 vehicles fell into the pit. The angles weren't perfect, but together, the 3 SUVs were like 3 great boulders pinning the crocodile down. As time went on, the noises from the crocodile in the pit grew fainter and fainter. A crowd gradually formed around the trap pit. "Hey, don't push me. There's no room up front. Stop shoving from the back." A cacophony of shouts and complaints erupted. Some people took a look and then left. Once the crowd had thinned, Qin Ziwen went over. The massive alpha male lay still at the bottom of the pit, 3 vehicles pinning it down from various angles. Some of the long spears had pierced straight through its body, while others appeared to have snapped under the weight. At the bottom of the pit, the alpha male's body still twitched occasionally. Holy shit, its tail just moved. It can't still be alive, can it? I'm not exactly an expert, but I heard these things are cold-blooded. Probably like snakes, they can still bite even after they're dead. How does that work? How should I know? I just told you I'm no expert. Wait, what's that? Look. Right on the alpha male's back, motes of light were beginning to gather. They were especially clear in the sunlight, like white particles from some kind of special effect. The white particles intertwined in the air, eventually forming into a gray card that floated and slowly rotated. After a brief silence, the onlookers erupted into a disbelieving uproar. Qin Ziwen stared at the card on the crocodile's corpse. It was obvious. To be precise, Home had no intention of hiding the card's existence, by, say, tucking it inside the crocodile's stomach or hiding it under the corpse for someone to discover secretly. Instead, it had been revealed publicly, right in front of everyone. What is that? That card is actually floating in the air. Does using it give you a superpower? I bet that thing is something special. No kiddings. Even an idiot can see that. Could this thing be related to how we were transported here? Can we use it to go back to Earth? As the crowd by the edge of the pit chattered, a figure suddenly rushed forward and leaped down, landing steadily on the rear of the tilted SUV. Before he could even steady himself, the SUV wobbled slightly, and then its angle of incline grew steeper and steeper. The man only had time to let out a cry of alarm before his grip failed. He fell with a thud to the bottom of the pit, where 2 long spears pierced through his chest. He lifted an arm unwillingly, gazing at the faintly glowing card just a few meters away. No one moved to save him. Everyone was staring at the card. But having learned from this cautionary tale, the onlookers grew more cautious. The bottom of the pit was filled with sharp spears, falling down their would at the very least leave one black and blue. Qin Ziwu's eyes shone as he stared at the card. That thing looks so cool. Bro, should we go for it? Just watch the show. Qin Ziwen shot his brother a warning glance. There was only one card, but the entire gated community had over 1,000 people. Before getting the card, you'd have to compete with the 100+ people on site. After getting it, you'd have the other 1,000 people in the gated community watching your every move. Being the first one to openly take the plunge wasn't guaranteed to end well. It's just a building card. He had already gotten 3 of them. They felt mediocre, not even as good as a resource card. The spring at home provided a steady 20 to 30 liters of drinkable water every day. At its limit, it was enough to sustain a dozen people's daily needs. Heh, if none of you are going to take it, then I will. Zhu Sheng took off his jacket, scouted his landing spot, and leaped onto the hood of the car in the middle. The onlookers were both angry and anxious. Be careful, don't fall. Buddy, come back up, it's dangerous down there. Slow down, why don't you just come back? They could all work together to hunt a crocodile for a common goal, but watching someone else get their hands on this card, that was unbearable. Zhu Sheng ignored the crowd's chatter. No matter what they said, he had already steeled himself for the consequences of jumping down despite the clear warning from the man before him. He tiptoed carefully around the long spears sticking out of the crocodile's back, reached out and snatched the card. Once it was grabbed, the card lost its faint glow. It became an ordinary-looking gray metal card. After gripping the card, Zhu Sheng's expression went blank as if he had heard something. Then he stared at the card in his hand in disbelief. His expression shifted, and finally he spat out a single word, fuck. This thing has to be taken home to be used. So what was the point of going through all this trouble to get down here? Furious, Zhu Sheng felt the card in his hand was nothing but a hot potato. This thing. Seeing that the card hadn't vanished from Zhu Sheng's hand, the people by the pit breathed a sigh of relief. They started to taunt him, hey buddy, what is that thing? If you can't use it, just give it to us. Sure, go and fight for it. After speaking, Zhu Sheng actually threw the building card out of the pit. The card traced an arc through the air and landed just outside the crowd. Many people hadn't expected Zhu Sheng to actually throw the card away. They swarmed toward it, shoving and grabbing at each other in a noisy scrum. Seeing this, Zhu Sheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This building card, level 1 woodworking hut, sounded very strange, like a building from one of those management sim games he used to play. The part about needing to use it at home was what he didn't get. Was he supposed to build another house inside his house? Zhu Sheng climbed out of the pit. Huang Tao came over, speaking with a hint of regret. My man, why'd you throw the card away? I saw you go through so much trouble to get that thing. Oh right, what exactly was that card anyway? Zhu Sheng scoffed inwardly. This guy Huang is pretty direct. He said all that just to get to his last question. If I hadn't thrown it away just now, I probably wouldn't have even had the chance to climb out of this pit. He immediately patted the dirt off his clothes and said meaningfully, you'll understand everything once you hold it in your hand. You have to take it home to use it. If you're interested, brother, go get it. A gray building card, and you have to take it home to use it. Huang Tao was a little confused, but he latched onto the key phrase. He'd understand everything once he held it. He immediately thanked him, haha, thanks, buddy. With that, Huang Tao hurried off with a few of his men toward the crowd fighting for the card. It's mine. Fuck, let go. Who the fuck kicked my ass? Let me see it. The crowd descended into chaos. Pulling hair, throwing punches, kicking people, a mob of people fought wildly for the card. But without exception, anyone who held the card would hear a voice from their home. Outside the mob, a disheveled man with red marks on his neck and arms sat slumped on the ground. I thought that thing could get me home, but it's just some bullshit building card. In the crowd, a man in white clothes snatched the card and desperately sprinted toward the gated community, trying to run home to use it. Thwack! An iron pipe slammed heavily into his leg. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Thwack! Another blow smashed into his head. The man in white convulsed once, then lay motionless on the ground, his clothes stained red with blood. The hook-nosed man holding the iron pipe pried open his fingers and picked up the card. He scanned the crowd fiercely, his voice laced with menace. Anyone who tries to take this from me, I'll kill them. Then he turned to leave. Crack! An egg-sized rock struck the back of his head. The man's legs gave out and he nearly collapsed. He twisted his head to look behind him before his body fell uncontrollably to a sitting position. Someone nearby delivered a flying kick. The hook-nosed man was knocked to the ground, the card and iron pipe snatched from his hands. And so began a new round of fighting. Qin Ziwen watched the massive brawl involving over 100 people. Such heavy malice. They've all gone crazy and for just one card. Zheng Yuan, who hadn't joined the fight, walked over to Qin Ziwen's side. Watching the scene, he lamented, was it really necessary? I feel like even killing the crocodile wasn't this intense. Qin Ziwen asked, surprised, you're not going. In his memory, Zheng Yuan had always been the bearded, hot-tempered guy who wasn't afraid to confront anyone. Nah. I heard what Zhu Sheng said earlier, it's some kind of building card. It can't get me back to Earth, so what's the point in fighting for it? Besides, with so many people here, I wouldn't be able to hold on to it even if I did get it. In the end, the card fell into Huang Tao's hands. Because his group was larger. While other families could send out 2 adult men at most, Huang Tao had gathered a team of 4 able-bodied young men with 3 security guards constantly at his side. Moreover, during the hunt for the giant crocodile, Huang Tao had been very proactive. Although no one had officially voted for or appointed him as leader, he had managed to get acquainted with most of the people during the process. Familiarity was the foundation for negotiation. Plus, after fighting over it for nearly half an hour, everyone was tired. 3 people had even died and many were starting to back down. Ultimately, Huang Tao offered to give every person present 1 jin of meat. Huang Tao looked at the 3 bodies on the ground, his expression complicated. Whose families are these 3 from? I know the one in the white clothes. He lived in Building 10, Unit 1 on the 4th floor. The one with the hooked nose seems to be from Building 8, Unit 1, 3rd floor. I think he was divorced and lived alone. The last victim's face was purple and swollen, his eyes were bulging, and his body was covered in muddy footprints. Dr. Lin checked his pulse, then his breathing and shook his head with regret. Death by compressive asphyxia. Watching this scene, Qin Ziwen didn't know what to feel. Only 3 people had died killing the alpha male crocodile, but now the same number had died fighting over the card, with even more people injured. Besides the 3 dead, many people had visible bruises on their faces and bodies. Seeing this, Qin Ziwen felt suffocated. He thought of the changes in his brother's home and resolved in his heart that he would never, ever tell anyone their family's secrets. These people were fighting to the death over a single card. If they knew his older brother had so many cards at home, they would probably never have a moment's peace. At this thought, Qin Ziwen secretly glanced at his older brother's expression. Seeing that Qin Ziwen remained as calm as ever, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Big brother is truly unfathomable. Someone in the crowd started to clamor, Brother Huang, you got the card. How about you let us have a look? Yeah, we've never seen one of these before, let us check it out. With more and more people chiming in, Huang Tao couldn't openly refuse. He knew he wouldn't be able to say no today. He smiled and said, all right, everyone follow me. Qin Ziwen was also curious. This carpenter's shack sounded like a real construction-type card, different from the beast cage and cellar he had used before. The crowd arrived at Huang Tao's home, Building 7, Unit 1, Apartment 701. Opening the door, Huang Tao stepped inside first and took out the card. He then paced back and forth in his home a few times as the onlookers urged him on. Huang Tao explained, I was just informed that using this card requires a 4x4 empty space. I don't have a clear area that big in my home. A few of you brothers, could you help me move the living room sofa and table? With many hands helping, they quickly cleared out a 4x4 area in the center of the living room. Then, the card in Huang Tao's hand transformed into a white light that shot out and enveloped the large area. This spectacle once again elicited a chorus of holy shit. Finally, when the light faded, a small, square wooden shack had appeared in its place, its roof nearly touching the ceiling. It was a semi-open design with 3 wooden walls and one side left open. Inside was a workbench with a vise, a bench, dog hole, and a simple sawhorse. On the back wall hung several tools. A handsaw, a hammer, a chisel, a plane, a wooden square, and an ink line marker. The scene of a shack materializing out of thin air left everyone present in awe. Those crowded outside the door stood on their tiptoes. Let me see. How magical, so the carpenter's shack really does build a carpenter's workshop. What else did you think it was? Speaking of which, since we have a carpenter's workshop, it should at least come with a carpenter, right? These words drew a ripple of laughter from the crowd. If it could conjure up a carpenter, wouldn't that be the same as creating a living person out of thin air? Huang Tao also felt it was a shame. He, too, thought it would have been great if it came with a carpenter. A person I summoned myself would have to be my own death warrior, right? He knew very well that at this stage, having an obedient adult male who was also a master carpenter would be immensely valuable. Hearing the conversation, Qin Ziwen mulled it over. I remember the information from the home system mentioned the existence of recruitment cards. Just from the name, I can guess its purpose. So maybe creating a living person out of thin air won't be impossible in the future. After witnessing the use of the carpenter's shack firsthand, some people calmed down considerably. Though it was magical, it wasn't as wondrous as they had imagined. It was just an extra space-occupying carpenter's room after all. Their curiosity satisfied, the crowd returned to the south gate where they worked together to pull the 3 cars and the crocodile out of the pit. Although this crocodile was even bigger, many more people participated. Divided among more than 100 people, each person only received 10 jin of crocodile meat. Carrying 17 jin of meat, Qin Ziwen prepared to head home with his brother. There's no need to smoke this much meat. While smoking extends its shelf life, you lose some of the texture of fresh meat. Hey young man, wait up. Inside the gated community, an older woman called out to Qin Ziwen. Her eyes were fixed on the strips of meat in Qin Ziwen's hands. She swallowed and said with a fawning smile, "You two handsome young men, how old are you? You don't look very old. You're probably not married, are you?" Qin Ziwen stopped, wary, his brow furrowing slightly. Qin Ziwen said impatiently, "What's it to you?" The woman said, "No, that's not it. I'm here to play matchmaker for a neighbor. They have 2 daughters. The older one graduated from college. She's just 24 and is studying for the civil service exam. The younger one is still in high school, a senior this year, about to take her college entrance exams. They were watching at the south gate earlier today, you see. They're hoping to find good husbands for their 2 daughters. You know how parents are, they worry a lot. And well, they thought the 2 of you seemed like a good match." Qin Ziwen blurted out, "Isn't this just selling off their daughters?" Qin Ziwen shook his head. "Sorry, we're not interested. I have too many secrets. I can't bring a stranger into my home." Hearing their refusal, the woman wasn't discouraged. She continued tirelessly, "How is this selling their daughters? Both of their girls are very pretty, you know, I've seen them. And they're kind and well-mannered too. You could just go and see them. Think of it as just getting to know them. If there's really no spark, you can just say so." Qin Ziwen waved a dismissive hand and walked straight past her. Qin Ziwen jogged to catch up with his brother. He shook his head in disbelief. "Big brother, that was so bizarre. I think she's probably a scammer." An image of Wang Xiaoli flashed through Qin Ziwen's mind. It was now the 6th day since they had transmigrated. Even the slowest people should have realized it by now. Everyone was trying to adapt to this new world in their own way. 100 schemes, 1,000 methods, in the end, it was all for the sake of survival. Perhaps. Inside the level 1 beast cage, the 2 wild rabbits watched the humans squeeze in and quickly scurried to one side. Qin Ziwen squatted in front of the feeding trough and poked at the leftover plants with his finger. Heh, they're pretty picky. They ate almost all the tender leaves and tips. After a moment of observation, he found they had mostly eaten the tender leaves and the plants with thin, soft foliage. However, they hadn't eaten everything. 2 types of grass were almost completely untouched. He beckoned to his brother outside the cage and held up the uneaten grass. "Don't bother picking these 2 types anymore. For the other 3, try to get more of the tender leaves." Qin Ziwen nodded, showing he understood. "As for water, just scoop some for the rabbits from the level 1 spring eye over there. You can give them a little extra. They'll drink it when they're thirsty." Qin Ziwen looked like he was about to take notes. He suggested, "Bro, we're raising animals over here and the spring is right there. I was thinking, maybe we should cover it with a cloth to keep dust or other stuff from getting into the water." Qin Ziwen was puzzled. "We don't have a cloth that big at home, do we?" Qin Ziwen grinned smugly. "We can sew one. I'll just grab a few bedsheets and stitch them together." Qin Ziwen was stunned. "You look so big and brawny, but you actually know how to sew. When did you learn that?" Qin Ziwen blinked. "Learn what? How to sew?" It dawned on Qin Ziwen. "Oh, I don't know how. I meant we could find someone to sew it for us. With so many people in the gated community, someone's bound to know how, right? We can trade a little food for their work." Qin Ziwen climbed out of the cage and patted his brother's shoulder, saying with relief, "Nice. Coming up with that idea shows you're growing up. I'll leave that task to you then. I'm going to get some sleep." He yawned as he finished speaking. For the past 2 days, he hadn't gone to sleep until after midnight, only to get up at 6 in the morning. The days were filled with high-intensity manual labor, and his body had long been signaling its exhaustion. When he next awoke, it was already the following morning. Qin Ziwen opened his daily settlement record. "You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 6th day. You cooperated with residents of the gated community to hunt the male crocodile leader of this river basin. You actively participated in setting traps and attempted to raise rabbits. Overall score, 47 points. Rewards obtained: expansion card, micro-sized blank expansion card X1, building card level 1 restroom X1, earth cage X2, bow and arrow equipment box X1. Finally, another expansion card. The home is running out of space. Right now, I can't even fit a level 1 farmland. A 20x20 plot of farmland is 400 square meters. That's not something I can hope to achieve anytime soon. As for the other building, the level 1 restroom, Qin Ziwen couldn't help but ponder every normal person has, well, needs. The water was shut off, and the gated community didn't have a septic system. Huaxia people were generally reserved about such matters. They either had to bag their waste and discreetly toss it outside or find a secluded spot in the wilderness to relieve themselves. He decided to use the blank expansion card first, placing it right between the level 1 beast cage and the level 1 spring eye. After all, there's no rule that says new expansions have to be on the edge, right? He activated the micro-sized blank expansion card. A white light flashed, enveloping the entire area. When the light faded, the distance between the level 1 spring eye and the level 1 beast cage had stretched by nearly 10 meters, making the whole space feel much larger. As for the restroom, it required a 2x2 area. Qin Ziwen looked at the space just north of the level 1 beast cage. He chose to place it there. When the light faded, a neat, square little building made of blue-gray bricks and dark tiles stood in its place. It had blue-gray brick walls, a wooden door set in the middle of one side, and a roof covered in a thick layer of black tiles. He pushed the door open. Inside, the walls were coated with a layer of cement, and there was a single squat toilet in the center. The entire restroom was brand new. The squat toilet even had a flush button on the wall behind it. Qin Ziwen was taken aback. This thing actually flushes. Where does the water come from? Don't tell me it takes it from my spring. That would be insane. I barely have enough water from the level 1 spring eye as it is. He tentatively pressed the flush button. The next second, a valve at the bottom of the toilet bowl snapped open. A powerful suction of air followed, while a blue deodorizing liquid streamed down from all four sides of the bowl's interior. The whole process was quick and efficient, just like a toilet on an airplane. Qin Ziwen didn't understand how it worked, but he was thoroughly impressed. He had assumed the level 1 restroom would be some kind of primitive, old-fashioned outhouse. He never expected it to be a modern-style little lavatory, thoughtfully equipped with a flush function and everything. It was just too considerate. Home Building 8 Unit 2 5-2. Area 298 Chinese symbol. Height 2.8 ms. Buildings Level 1 Cellar Grain Storage, Level 1 Beast Cage, Level 1 Restroom. Resources Level 1 Spring Eye. Looking at his home panel, Qin Ziwen felt a great sense of accomplishment. Back in his bedroom, he took out the earth cages and the bow and arrow equipment box. The earth cages were the small, collapsible kind. Each had 6 sections, with each section being about 50 cm long. He'd seen other people use them before. You'd put them in a river to catch small fish, shrimp, or eels. With a bit of luck, you might even catch some crayfish. He opened the bow and arrow equipment box. Inside was a 50-pound compound bow, along with 15 carbon fiber broadhead arrows. There was also a small instruction manual describing the proper posture for drawing the bow and other usage instructions. The sun rose in the east, and a crowd of people had already gathered by the river south of the gated community. According to Deng Guang, the gated community had spontaneously organized 5 or 6 crocodile hunting teams, but so far, none of them had even seen a single crocodile. As a result, some people were getting bold. Some were fishing, some were catching shrimp, and others had rolled up their pant legs to snatch eels from the mud. I got one, I got one. A middle-aged man nearby exclaimed with delight. His clothes and pants were caked in mud, as if he'd just taken a roll in it. In his hand, he held a big, fat eel. From the looks of it, it had to be at least half a pound. One of the anglers finally lost his patience. People had been noisy since the morning, and some brats were even throwing rocks into the river. Hey buddy, can you keep it down? You're scaring away my fish. The middle-aged man who'd caught the eel just laughed. Without arguing, he gave the eel in his hand a little shake and turned to leave. "Sai, it's no good fishing with this many people around. I'm going to check downstream," Deng Guang said, reeling in his line. There weren't many fish in the river to begin with, and with all the commotion, the ones near the bank were even scarcer. Zhao Zume, for once, agreed. Perhaps because the male crocodile leader had been killed, many people in the gated community had grown much bolder. In their minds, if they could kill a monster as ferocious as the crocodile leader, what was there to fear from the rest? Besides, there were all those crocodile hunting teams by the river. But with the riverbank so crowded, the water was stirred up and murky, making it hard to catch fish, shrimp, or anything else. Qin Ziwen had no intention of setting out his earth cages here and now. For one, there were too many people. For another, they'd easily be spotted. Unless he planned on watching the traps around the clock, they were almost guaranteed to be stolen. The best time would be in the evening when the riverbank was deserted. Then he could come back to retrieve them first thing in the morning. As for bait, what could be better than the entrails from the male crocodile they hunted yesterday? Yesterday, after the crocodile was cleaned, its heart, kidneys, and liver were divided up, but the rest of the viscera were mostly discarded. He went to the spot where the organs had been dumped, but all that remained were some bloodstains. The gory mess of pancreas and intestines had vanished. It was a little disappointing, but a whole night had passed after all. The two families walked a few dozen meters downriver before Qin Ziwen said to Deng Guang, "Wait for me a second. I'm going back to get my fishing rod." Deng Guang looked at the black bag in Qin Ziwen's hand, surprised. "You didn't bring a fishing rod." "Nope, this is an earth cage." Qin Ziwen shook the bag. Deng Guang's eyes widened. He nervously glanced around and whispered, "You actually have a treasure like this." Qin Ziwen smiled. "I just remembered I had it." Deng Guang's first instinct was to offer a quick warning. "You have to hide that well. If someone spots it, you'll probably have trouble." Then he was filled with emotion. "Younger brother Qin, you really trust me." "Don't worry, old Deng will definitely not leak a word about this." He then instructed his wife and daughter not to reveal that Qin Ziwen had an earth cage. Xiao Zume crossed her arms, looking at him irritably. "When have I ever had a big mouse?" Deng Wen bobbed her head in agreement. As a modern high school student bombarded with information from the internet, she knew a thing or two. She might not understand everything, but she understood this. If the earth cage stayed with Qin Ziwen and the two families stayed on good terms, she might have a chance to get a share of any extra fish. If it fell into someone else's hands, all she could do was watch with envy. "Brother Deng, do you know how to set up an earth cage?" Deng Guang puffed out his chest. "Of course I do, my family's from the countryside. Back in the day, the rules weren't so strict and lots of people used them. Now the policies are tighter and they're banned back home. I haven't seen one of these things in a long time." Deng Guang explained, "An earth cage isn't like fishing. You don't catch something right away. You have to leave it for a while to get a haul." As soon as he finished speaking, the other four people gave him a strange look. Deng Guang flushed with shame. "The reason I can't catch anything is just bad luck." Xiao Zume sneered, "Ha. At least you're not blaming it on a lack of fish this time." Deng Wen let out a fit of laughter. In an undeveloped primeval forest river like this, other things might be scarce, but fish certainly weren't. Deng Guang snorted proudly. "Fishing might not be my strong suit, but setting an earth cage, I'm an absolute pro. Location is key. In a small stream, you set it near waterweeds or a pile of rocks. In a river, you have to place it near a cove with calm currents and abundant weeds, with the opening facing the current. Then you put some snail meat or frog meat inside. Unwanted pig organs work great too. I guarantee that by the next morning, you'll have a full catch." Qin Ziwen gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Deng, you're a genius." Deng Wen giggled and chimed in, "Brother Qin is a beast." As soon as she said it, her parents both turned to stare at her, their eyes filled with confusion. Deng Wen blushed with anger. "It's a meme. You old people just don't get it." Xiao Zume sneered, right, Mom doesn't get it." Deng Guang let out a long sigh and shook his head without saying a word. Deng Wen pouted, her eyes darting around before her gaze landed on Qin Ziwu's back. The group walked to the southeast corner of the gated community, which was relatively close to the east gate. "Xiao, go home and grab my fishing rod for me. It's on the living room table." "You got it." Qin Ziwu jogged toward the east gate. Compared to the bustling south gate, the east gate was much quieter. Speaking of which, ever since the gated community had transmigrated, Qin Ziwen had explored the north, south, and even west sides of the area, but he had visited the east gate, the one farthest from his home, the least. Occasionally, he would see neighbors from the community, carrying bags and heading in groups deeper into the forest. A moment later, Qin Ziwu ran back with the fishing rod. "Let's go. I've still got the earthworms I dug up last time in my tackle box." Deng Guang waved his hand, and the two men scouted the downstream area for a long time before finally finding a small eddy. This type of terrain was a natural gathering spot for fish. The eddy was lush with aquatic plants, and the surrounding terrain was flat. They had to be wary of not only crocodiles but also any snakes that might be lurking within. The two men stood 4 or 5 meters back from the water's edge and adjusted their lines to be longer. The other three squatted nearby, helping to keep an eye on the surroundings. A cool breeze blew as the large trees behind them blocked the sun. Qin Ziwen said, "Fishing is still a stable option for now, but homemade fishing rods will definitely become more and more common. Someone capable might even figure out how to make a fishing net. When that happens, angling won't have such a big advantage." Deng Guang was silent for a moment, unwilling to think too far ahead. "Who cares about that? We'll fish while we can." As long as I'm around, I can guarantee my wife and daughter won't go hungry. Qin Ziwen jerked his rod, got one. Splash. A ripple broke the surface of the water. A small silvery white fish was hooked. The water's surface shattered as a much larger shadow lunged out and bit down on the small fish. Whoa. The tip of the fishing rod bent into a perfect arc. Holy crap, what is that? Staring at the massive, nearly meter-long black shadow beneath the water, Qin Ziwen gripped the rod tightly. Deng Guang shouted, "Let go of the line or the rod will break." The words had barely left his mouth. Snap, the fishing line broke and the rod shot upright. Qin Ziwen fell right on his butt. Thankfully, there were no rocks behind him. Clutching the rod, Qin Ziwen stared at the empty, broken line, his heart aching. He suddenly understood the anguish of an angler who'd lost the big one. Did you see that? That was definitely a meter-long lunker. Deng Guang was also full of regret. I saw it, that thing is vicious, it actually eats other fish. Just as he said that, the rod in Deng Guang's hand suddenly went taut. He quickly lifted it. Whoa! The water's surface broke again and a large fish emerged, thrashing wildly. From the looks of it, it was almost identical to the massive fish from a moment ago. Deng Guang froze, instinctively tightening his grip on the rod. Qin Ziwen said, "Let the line go or the rod will break." A flicker of emotion crossed Deng Guang's eyes. He finally clenched the rod hard, gritting his teeth. The line on this rod is thick. I want to give it a try. If a fish this big gets away, I'll jolt awake in the middle of the night and slap myself. And a fish this size is food. An immense force came from the water, and Deng Guang stumbled, nearly falling into the river. Qin Ziwen quickly wrapped his arms around his waist from behind and pulled back. Deng Guang had been fishing for years and had watched countless videos of master anglers online. He had learned a lot about how to land a big fish. You can't use brute force, you have to wear it out. First, he sharply jerked the rod tip up to set the hook deeper. Then he lowered the rod, letting the reel spin wildly. Splash. The great fish tried to flee. Deng Guang held on to the rod for dear life, letting it make its first run. After the initial ferocious burst of energy passed, he raised the rod again, pointing the tip upward and using the pole's natural elasticity to absorb the force. In the river, the huge fish darted left and right from time to time. Deng Guang's mind raced. Faced with the trophy fish of his dreams, he felt like his IQ was approaching Einstein's level. When the fish ran, he let out the line. When the fish stopped, he slowly reeled it in. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the tension. Fighting a big fish was exhausting. After a while, Deng Guang could feel his waist, legs, and arms starting to ache. Qin Ziwen volunteered, "Let me help you." Deng Guang hesitated for a moment, then handed him the rod. "All right, just do what I was doing. Don't pull too hard, just wear out its stamina." Even though he had given the rod to Qin Ziwen, Deng Guang kept his eyes glued to the water, ready to take over at a moment's notice. Half an hour later. Under the surface, the big fish's movements grew smaller and smaller. Deng Guang said, "You can start reeling it in." Qin Ziwen started to reel. As the line came in, a large brass-colored fish, its belly turned up, was dragged toward the shore. Deng Guang wanted to take the rod back, but then he thought about how Brother Qin had helped him fight the fish for so long and how excited he seemed right now. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Qin Ziwen noticed Deng Guang's gaze and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Brother Deng, the fish is yours. I've just never caught one this big before." As he spoke, the line was almost at the bank. Seemingly sensing something was wrong, the big fish on the hook suddenly found a burst of strength. With a flick of its tail, it struggled to swim back into the river. Whack. Qin Ziwu raised a stick and brought it down hard on the big fish. The fish lost all its strength. Only after the fish was pulled ashore did everyone realize that not only was it huge, nearly a meter long, but it was also filled with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Looking at the monstrous fish's mouth full of fangs, Qin Ziwen couldn't help but pry it open. Getting bit by these teeth would probably hurt a little. Qin Ziwu nodded in agreement. That would probably really hurt. Deng Guang held out his hands to estimate the size. It's probably not a meter long, maybe only 70 or 80 centimeters. Qin Ziwen said, "That's normal. The water in the river refracts light, so it's easy to misjudge. I just don't know what kind of fish this is." Deng Guang racked his brain. "This thing looks a bit like an African tigerfish. If it is a tigerfish, I think they live in schools." In schools, Qin Ziwu scratched his head and turned to look at the river. There were crocodiles and tigerfish in there. This was just too wild. Deng Guang stood up. "We're going to take this fish back and deal with it while it's fresh. Brother Qin, come on up later. You deserve most of the credit for catching this fish, so I'll give you half." Qin Ziwen waved his hand, refusing. "The rod is yours and the bait was yours. I didn't do anything. By the way, Brother Deng, the line on my rod snapped. Can I still use it?" Deng Guang took the rod from Qin Ziwen's hands. No problem, it's still usable. The line just broke, I have extra hooks, I'll switch it out for you later. Deng Guang feigned displeasure. All right, don't be so formal with me, otherwise I won't invite you fishing next time. Xiao Zume smiled warmly. All right, Xiaokin, you two should accept it. Old Deng has never caught a fish this big before. This time it's all thanks to you guys. Xiao Zume went home and brought back a large plastic bag to put the captured tigerfish in. The large fish strained against the plastic bag after being put inside, but a small part of its tail still stuck out from the edge of the bag. Just looking at the tail, you could tell the fish was quite large. Deng Guang suggested, why don't we go back to Building 8 through the garage? There are too many people outside. Qin Ziwen agreed, sure, I haven't been to the underground garage since the transmigration. I wonder what it's like now. He didn't own a car, so he hadn't paid much attention to the garage. However, during the hunt for the alpha male crocodile yesterday, the others had driven an SUV out of the garage. In this forest without roads, cars were nearly impossible to drive. Only a few SUVs could manage to move, but they couldn't go fast and there were many places they couldn't go. The five of them arrived at the garage entrance. Because the buildings in the gated community weren't very tall, the garage had only one entrance and exit and was only a single level. The garage entrance and exit were right next to the east gate. There was a small guard booth at the entrance, flanked by barrier arms. But now the booth was abandoned and the barrier arms had been dismantled. The moment they entered the garage, Qin Ziwen felt the temperature drop significantly, and there was even a chilly feeling in the air. The unpowered garage was somewhat dark. Sunlight illuminated the area near the entrance, revealing rows of cold sedans parked on the lower level. The five of them looked at each other. Maybe we should just walk above ground. It's fine. I brought a flashlight. Qin Ziwen took off his backpack, reached a hand inside, and secretly summoned his daily settlement warehouse to take out a solar-powered flashlight. Taking out the flashlight, Qin Ziwen pressed the switch and set it to the third gear. The dark garage was instantly illuminated, and the windshield of a sedan parked ahead reflected the bright light. A rat scurried out from under a black sedan to the side. It let out a squeak and disappeared into a corner in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Qin Ziwen walked in front. The garage was quiet with cars parked in every space. Qin Ziwen had a sudden idea. If we took these cars apart, could their engines be turned into generators? Qin Ziwen replied casually, if there's a professional, I suppose it's possible. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. He had smelled a foul odor in the air. It was a terrible, indescribable stench. Although it was his first time smelling it, he was instinctively repulsed. It was like the cloying, sweet smell of a dead fish market mixed with ammonia, and it was nauseating. Deng Wen pinched her nose, her brows tightly furrowed. She said weakly, it's not. The smell of a dead body, is it? Qin Ziwen's expression grew grim. You might be right. With a smell this pungent, it's highly likely. The farther they walked, the stronger the smell became. The source of the smell was directly ahead. After walking a dozen more meters, they saw a figure slumped against a car door on the ground around a corner, head bowed. A layer of viscous, wet liquid pooled beneath him. The putrid smell was emanating from him. On his body, some insects were crawling in and out of the folds of his clothes, and a swarm of flies and mosquitoes buzzed around him. Gag tilde. Deng Wen couldn't take it anymore and started to dry heave. Move. Qin Ziwen averted his gaze and spoke in a heavy tone. It was impossible to know how this person had died. But no matter the reason, it proved that the garage was dangerous. A heavy atmosphere settled over the group as they cautiously detoured around the area. Deng Wen was confused. It's been so long and the body is still here. Didn't the deceased have any family? Deng Guang said, we have a lot of renters. Some have roommates, others live alone. Oh my god, what a huge gecko, Deng Wen said, pointing above them. Everyone looked up at the garage ceiling. A large gecko with glowing eyes was perched quietly on a beam. When the flashlight beam hit it, the gecko quickly scurried away to the other side of the beam, leaving only a small tip of its tail visible. A squeak squeak. A gray rat ducked into a drainpipe on the garage wall, its head half exposed as it secretly watched the group pass by. Deng Guang sighed. It's only been a few days, and the garage has already become like this. Qin Ziwen remarked with emotion, it's completely turned into a small ecosystem. But it made sense when they thought about it. The garage door had been left wide open, and right outside was a primeval forest. It was normal for some small animals to wander in occasionally. The environment inside was dark, cold, and damp, perfect for certain animals to thrive. When Huang Tao and the others came to get the car yesterday, did they notice this body? Qin Ziwen suddenly wondered. After crossing almost the entire garage, the five of them finally reached the stairwell for Building 8 on the lower level. When they parted ways on the fifth floor, Xiao Zume reminded them again, "Remember to come get the fish later." Deng Guang said, "I've taken your fishing rod back with me. Come get it after I've fixed it for you." After a short rest at home, Qin Ziwen and his brother went out to pull up grass for the rabbits. While they were pulling up grass, they attracted the attention of several passing middle-aged women who walked over enthusiastically. "Young man, is this grass edible?" "No, it's not." "Then why are you digging it up?" "Ma'am, do you have any food at home? I haven't eaten in days. Could you spare some food for me?" The woman gave an awkward laugh and looked away. "Oh dear, I just remembered I left the lights on at home." The woman slapped her thigh and hurried away. In the afternoon, Qin Ziwen and his brother went to Deng Guang's place. Xiao Zume warmly opened the door to welcome them. She brought them a pair of slippers each. Brother Deng's home was decorated in a modern Chinese style. When they arrived, Deng Guang was sitting on the balcony wearing a pair of reading glasses, carefully threading a fishhook. Xiao Zume came out of the kitchen and handed them a bag containing half the fish. "Oh, ma'am, you don't have to." Xiao Zume, her expression serious, pressed the bag into his hands. "I know you two brothers are kind-hearted, but there have to be rules for people to get along. That's the only way a relationship can last." "All right then, I'll accept." Qin Ziwen took the bag. Xiao Zume looked at Deng Wen, who was sitting on the sofa. "Xiao Owen, don't just sit there. Go wash some apples for the two brothers." Deng Wen jumped up from the sofa, took 2 apples from the fruit basket on the table, and ran into the kitchen. Xiao Zume said, "Xiaokin, you don't mind if I call you that, do you? Please just say what's on your mind." Qin Ziwen knew exactly what was going on. Xiao Zume had specifically invited him and his brother upstairs, given them fish, and now offered them fruit. She most likely had a favor to ask. Xiao Zume sighed and said, "My husband has a kind personality. When I married him, that's what I valued most. He's a steady, reliable family man. In normal times, that's a good thing. With a personality like his, as long as he had a stable job, supporting our family wouldn't have been a problem. But things are different now. We've been transmigrated. I used to enjoy reading novels when I was younger." As she said this, a smile touched Xiao Zume's lips. Transmigration novels were very popular back then. "I read quite a few. If we had been transported to a civilized place, things might have been better, but we're in a primeval forest. If it weren't for this gated community, we'd all probably be living like primitive people by now." Qin Ziwen nodded slowly, continuing to listen. Xiao Zume said, "My husband's personality isn't suited for a place like this. He's kind and soft-hearted, which makes him easy to fool. I just hope you two can take him under your wing a bit." "So you're saying..." "I used to work in HR. When it comes to judging character, I'd like to think I'm a little better than most. Xiaokin, you're decisive, but at your core, you're a man of principle. That's a great quality. It's important to do things by the rules. Old Deng doesn't have many vices. He doesn't smoke, drink, or play cards. He just enjoyed fishing after work. I never imagined our family would now be relying on that hobby just to eat, but I know it can't last." At this, Xiao Zume sighed. "The barrier to entry for fishing is low. More and more people in the gated community will start doing it. This stretch of river below us can't possibly support all of us through fishing alone. Eventually, there will be too many people and not enough fish. I can't say how long we can keep this up. As the saying goes, even a hero needs friends. Going it alone in this primeval forest is not an option. When you hunted the crocodile, you specifically saved a spot for old Deng. He's always remembered that. He knows you're good people." Xiao Zume glanced at her daughter washing apples in the kitchen, her voice lowering slightly. "Old Deng might not be much else, but he's strong and honest. You two brothers are clearly resourceful. If you take him with you, he can be a good helper." She paused, a pleading look in her eyes. "I'm not asking for him to become some great man. I just hope he can learn a few things from you. As long as he's with you and can be of some help, that's enough. The world has changed. I don't want the day to come when my daughter and I become a burden to him." On the balcony, old Deng, who was working on his fishing hooks, had been frozen in the same position for a long time. Just then Deng Wen came out with the washed apples. The little girl's eyes sparkled. She brought the plate over. "Brother Qin." Qin Ziwen nodded silently, picked an apple from the plate, and weighed it in his palm. A reassuring smile appeared on his face. "I understand what you mean. Brother Deng is a solid guy, and working together is always better than trying to bear it all alone. Besides, who says Brother Deng only has brute strength? He's a pretty amazing fisherman, isn't he? He caught a meter-long monster today." Qin Ziwen glanced at his brother. Qin Ziwu immediately caught on and said with a simple, honest smile, "Yeah, ma'am, Brother Deng is a real straight-up guy." We get along great. Hearing this, Xiao Zume visibly relaxed. Deng Guang coughed from the balcony. 81.3 centimeters. Qin Ziwen burst out laughing. So brother Deng actually went and measured the fish after he brought it back. I just wonder if he took a picture to commemorate it. The two families chatted in the apartment for a while longer. Deng Guang said to be sure to call him when they went to set the earth cages that evening. He had specifically saved the guts of the tiger fish to use as bait in the cages, certain it would attract the fish in the river. That afternoon, Qin Ziwen and his brother took their gear for setting snare traps to a spot a little farther away, north of the gated community. It was the first time the two of them had gone so far from the gated community, a straight-line distance of over 200 meters. The dense forest blocked their view, they couldn't even see the outline of the community from here. This should be the spot. After observing the surroundings, Qin Ziwen decided to set up a snare trap under each of two trees, baiting them with dried mulberries. To keep from forgetting the location, they used a rock to scratch a subtle mark on a tree along the path they had taken. It was worth mentioning that after 6 straight days of baking in the sun, the mulberries they had picked on the first day had finally dried into proper fruit. At least on the outside, they didn't look much different from the small dried fruits they used to buy at the supermarket. Bro, I think that's a plum tree, we had a bunch of them at our school. On the way back, Qin Ziwu pointed to a nearby tree, then added with some regret, looks like the plums have already been picked. Hey wait, there are still a few up there. Following his brother's gaze, Qin Ziwen saw that the few unpicked plums were all in hard-to-reach places. Looks like someone's been here already. He found this perfectly normal. After all, it had been 6 days since the transmigration. Although the gated community's crocodile hunt had been a huge affair, only 300 or 400 people had actually participated, and they were mostly concentrated around the south gate and the riverbank. As for the north and east sides of the gated community, and even farther to the west, someone was bound to explore such a vast area eventually. If it weren't for the daily settlement, I might have chosen a different path. But since I have the daily settlement ability, it's better to play it safe. Of course, I can't be too cautious. A certain degree of risk is necessary to get a higher score. Back at the gated community, the sky slowly began to darken. The weather had been great today, clear skies and a gentle breeze. The central area of the gated community had now tacitly become a market area. It wasn't peak time for the market yet. The liveliest period would be later in the evening, after most of the people who had gone out had returned. Xiao Zume was the one who told Qin Ziwen all this. She had come downstairs the previous evening and wandered around for a while, which she found to be a good way to relax. Compared to the unstable trading market of the first 2 days, after a period of natural market selection, many people had gradually come to recognize the value of different items. Prices had now stabilized, forming a unique value chain exclusive to their gated community. Bro, there are so many people here. That's normal, humans are social creatures after all. For many, this is probably one of the few ways they can relax. Xiao Zume covered her mouth and chuckled. Ziwen's right. Every day, the moment we open our eyes, we have to scramble for food. This is the only time we can relax, even for a little while. Qin Ziwen noticed Deng Guang hadn't come down. Sister-in-law, where's brother Deng? Xiao Zume said he was sleepy, so he's taking a nap. Wenwen will go up and get him later. Knives, stainless steel kitchen knives. Cutting boards, big solid wood cutting boards. The shouts from not too far away were particularly eye-catching. The two stalls were close to each other, one selling kitchen knives, the other selling cutting boards. This unusual scene attracted quite a few onlookers. Someone laughed. What's the use of your cutting boards? At least a kitchen knife can be used to chop something. With this huge forest outside, aren't you just selling sand in a desert? The seller was an old scholar in a Zhongshan suit and round-framed glasses. He didn't get angry when questioned. Instead, he just chuckled confidently. This isn't selling sand in a desert, he said. It's selling purified water in the ocean. What's the difference? Can you drink seawater straight from the ocean? It's the same principle. There are plenty of trees outside, sure, but without tools, a tree will always just be a tree. It can't become a tool. It's not like you're Lu Zhishan and can just uproot a willow tree. Look at my large, round cutting board. It's 1 foot and 1 inch across and 1.5 inches thick. Just attach a handle to the back and you've got a shield. You all use kitchen knives to chop on wood, so you should know how much of a beating these things can take. 1 foot and 1 inch. Your cutting board isn't that big. The old scholar's expression didn't change. I'm referring to the Tang dynasty ruler. Another person said, what about the handle? There's no handle on it. If you're going to scam people, at least put some effort into it. This is just a plain cutting board, isn't it? What damn good is it without a handle? The old scholar gave a faint smile. Didn't someone get a woodworking shed yesterday? With the tools in a woodworking shed, how hard could it be to add a handle to a cutting board? Then why don't I just go to that person and buy a finished shield? The old scholar seemed to be stumped. He stammered, his face flushing red, then launched into a rebuttal. Things like, my family's cutting boards develop spiritual energy after long use. This was passed down from my great-grandfather. And with cutting boards, it's all about the age. This caused the crowd of amused onlookers to burst into laughter. So, how much for the cutting board? The old scholar in the Zhongshan suit said nonchalantly, just give me a little something to eat. I have a small appetite, a little bit is enough to fill me up. Forget it, it can't be easy for an old man like you to be out here scamming people. Here are some grasshoppers I caught yesterday, want them? The man took out a bag. Let me see. The old scholar took the bag, glanced inside, and immediately chuckled. All right, sure, it's been years since I've eaten these things. After taking the bag, he stood up and dusted off his pants. I heard that woodworking shed is in Building 7. If you want to add a handle, you can go look for him. He's fully equipped with tools, he can probably make any other wooden tools you need. Consider that a free piece of intel from me. After the old scholar walked off, he took a long, roundabout path, eventually returning to Building 7. In the stairwell, the old scholar took off his glasses, breathed on them, and wiped away the fog. He walked up to the 7th floor. He knocked on a door, and after it opened, the old scholar, having put his glasses back on, said with a broad smile, "It's done. You got the publicity you wanted." Huang Tao, who had been eavesdropping from upstairs, hesitated. I still think this advertising routine is a bit crude. Someone probably saw through it. The old scholar wasn't concerned. He grinned and said, so what if they saw through it? Right now you're the only one with these tools. Scarcity creates value, right, Boss Huang? Anyway, I've done my part. Wait here, I'll go get your meat, Huang Tao said, turning and walking into the kitchen. Soon he came out carrying a bag and handed it to the old scholar. The old scholar accepted it, clasped his hands in a traditional gesture of respect, and offered a celebratory phrase. Well then, I wish Boss Huang great fortune and a booming business. Watching the old scholar's retreating back, Huang Tao's brow furrowed. The old man had approached him last night on his own initiative, saying he could help drive traffic to his business, and even introduced him to a neighbor who used to be a carpenter. He had asked for 3 caddies of crocodile meat as payment, and after careful consideration, Huang Tao had agreed. It wasn't really for the publicity, but mainly for the neighbor who had been a carpenter. After all, without a carpenter, the woodworking shed was useless, and all the meat he had spent to get it would have gone down the drain. The vendor weaving a grass rope noticed Qin Ziwen stop at his stall. He put down his work and started his sales pitch. Hey handsome, wanna buy a rabbit, freshly killed today? Only dead ones, do you have any live ones? Live ones, the vendor shook his head, finding the question amusing. These rabbits are as slippery as eels. They'll zip away if you're not careful. It's much easier to kill them than to catch them alive. I want salt. Do you have any salt? 1 liang of salt and this rabbit is yours. Qin Ziwen said nothing and walked away. Salt. Until a stable source of salt is found, every bit of it in the gated community is precious. Hey, you can haggle. Vegetables are fine too. 5 caddies of vegetables and fruit, 4 caddies. 4 caddies is fine too. Qin Ziwen was already far away. He wasn't short on a bit of rabbit meat. A live rabbit would have some value to him, but a dead one was only worth a few ounces of meat. At most, I'd gain its fur. But our apartments came with us, and there are still plenty of clothes in the closets. After wandering for a while, he stopped. On the stall in front of him were individually cut out adhesive bandages and medicated patches. Several people were crowded around the stall, all of them seemingly interested in the bandages. Are these bandages expired? These are fresh stock bought from a pharmacy just a month ago. Here's the box. The production date is on it. How are you selling them? The vendor was a woman in her 20s wearing a black top and jeans. The question seemed to stump her, she wasn't sure what price to ask. Naturally, in her heart, she wanted to sell them for as much as possible. No one would complain about having too much food. But she knew that was impossible. Besides, if the price was higher than what people were willing to pay, it would just drive away customers, and she'd already been hungry for a day. The woman thought for a moment and said, I want high-calorie food that can fill my stomach. You guys make an offer, as long as the price is right, it's a deal. In front of the stall, a man with narrow, upturned eyes and short, fine hair spoke up. 1 packet of instant noodles. The woman's face lit up with joy. That price was far beyond what she had expected. But the man's next words made her expression freeze. In exchange for your entire box of bandages. The woman shook her head, biting her lip. No way. I have 15 bandages here. I need at least 5 packs. The woman held up 5 fingers. Qin Ziwen spoke up. 5 packs of instant noodles will last you 2 days at most. How about 3 caddies of crocodile meat for all your bandages? Deal or no deal? The woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed. Qin Ziwen instructed her, wait here for me. I'm going back to get the meats. He wasn't short on meat right now, so trading 3 caddies for a strategic resource like bandages, something that dwindled with every use, was worth it. In this primeval forest environment, an insignificant little cut could become infected and end up killing someone. Hey, didn't you see I asked first? The man with the upturned eyes turned his head annoyed. He pointed at the woman in black and said, do you have any decency? No respect at all. I clearly made the first offer. You have to respond to me first. The woman in black was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I'm sorry, your price is too low. I'm not selling. The man's blood pressure shot up when he heard that, but he didn't know who to be angry at. That guy's offer was indeed much better than his. It was so good, even he was a little tempted. Qin Ziwen smiled at him and said, you have a lot of instant noodles, right? 1 caddy of crocodile meat for 5 of your packs. Deal. The man with the upturned eyes was stunned at first, then became angry. Who do you think you're looking down on? At least 2 caddies. 2 caddies of meat, Qin Ziwen drew out his words. As the man with the upturned eyes watched expectantly, he continued, will cost you at least 8 packs of instant noodles. The man hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth. 7 packs. Deal. Seeing the other man agree so readily, the man with the upturned eyes couldn't tell if he had gotten a good deal or a bad one. But he really wanted to eat meat. He'd been eating instant noodles every day for the past 7 days, and they just weren't filling. On the way home to get the meat, Qin Ziwen quietly voiced his doubts. Bro, isn't trading 2 caddies of meat for 7 packs of instant noodles a bad deal? Instant noodles are just carbs, no protein or vitamins. They aren't filling. Qin Ziwen shook his head. You can't calculate it like that. The instant noodles have salt and the seasoning packets taste pretty good. In this environment, that counts as a delicacy. A delicacy, Ziwu disagreed. I'm sick of eating that stuff. Qin Ziwen laughed. Talk to me again after you've been eating this bland food for 2 months. Besides, this fresh crocodile meat won't last long. If we don't trade it soon, it might go bad. He portioned out the meat at home using a bathroom scale, then went downstairs to complete the trade. The instant noodles the man with the slanted eyes had brought for the trade were the classic bagged pickled pepper beef flavor. Looking at the familiar packaging, Qin Ziwen felt a bit nostalgic. Back in his school days, he had loved this flavor of instant noodles. He was a growing boy back then with a huge appetite, so 1 pack was never enough. He would buy a pack of braised chicken and mushroom noodles to cook with it. Mixing the 2 flavor packets together tasted pretty good. But perhaps he'd had his fill of instant noodles because he rarely ate them after starting college, aside from the occasional bowl of spicy Korean fire chicken noodles. Glancing at the sky, Qin Ziwen said to Deng Wen, Zioen, go get your dad. We need to go set the earth cages. They made Sam. A moment later, Deng Guang and Deng Wen came downstairs together. Just as they reached the south gate, a ragged, battered group came limping back. Qin Ziwen immediately recognized the man in the lead, Wang Yun. Compared to the high spirits he'd been in the last time they met, this time Wang Yun's hair was a mess, full of twigs and broken leaves. His clothes were torn, his pant legs were covered in burrs, and there was a scratch on his face. It wasn't just him, most of the group behind him were in a similar state. Brother Wang, Qin Ziwen walked up and put a hand on Wang Yun's shoulder. Back in the familiar gated community, the constantly tense Wang Yun finally relaxed. His body slumped and he leaned against Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen asked with concern, what happened to you guys? The corners of Wang Yun's mouth twitched into a smile, but it was uglier than a grimace. Patting the back of Qin Ziwen's hand, Wang Yun said, Brother, if you're going to the western grasslands, you have to be extremely careful. A pack of over 20 wolves has moved in over there. Those wolves are even bigger than Alaskan Malamutes. After catching his breath, Wang Yun straightened up, sighed, thanked Qin Ziwen, and slowly walked away. After a few steps, he turned back. Oh right, I caught 2 more of those rabbits you wanted. We can talk about it later. I'm going to head back and get some rest. The others in Wang Yun's group were mostly silent with their heads bowed, and the atmosphere was oppressive. After watching them leave, Qin Ziwen glanced past them at the ominous, shadowed woods. Let's go. No matter what, the work still has to be done. As the sky grew darker, there was almost no one left outside the gated community. Qin Ziwen and the others were extremely cautious along the way. not only guarding against potential crocodiles in the river, but also keeping a close watch on the surrounding bushes. They followed the river downstream for a few dozen meters until they reached the cove where he had fished during the day. Deng Guang tossed tigerfish guts into 2 earth cages as bait. He tied the ropes attached to the cages to a tree on the bank, then submerged them in the river. Finally, he covered them with a layer of dead branches and weeds for camouflage. With that done, the two headed back. Deng Guang said in a low voice, "We should come early tomorrow. Best to head out just after 5. Any later and there might be more people around." "All right, we'll leave early tomorrow then." Qin Ziwen knew what he meant. At just after 5 in the morning, the sky would be barely lit, and not many people would be out and about. It would be a more discreet time to retrieve both the cages and the catch. If they waited until it was fully light out, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be seen by someone else. After returning to his apartment in the gated community, he retrieved the fresh tigerfish from his cellar and cut off about 3 pounds of meat. After a moment's thought, he grabbed an adhesive bandage and headed for apartment 801 in Building 1, Unit 1. Wang Yun's wife Lin Yi opened the door. As soon as Qin Ziwen stepped inside, he was hit by the thick smell of cigarette smoke in the living room. Wang Yun stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and stood up from the sofa, forcing a smile. "Have a seat. We're out of fruit, so I'm afraid we have nothing to offer you. Please excuse the poor hospitality." Qin Ziwen sat down next to Wang Yun and placed the bag of meat on the table. Then he took the adhesive bandage out of his pocket and set it down in front of him. "I saw the scratch on your face. I brought this for you so it doesn't get infected." A flicker of gratitude showed in Wang Yun's eyes. He accepted it without any ceremony. "Thanks." He sighed. "You said last time that you'd be willing to trade for more live rabbits, so I set some extra traps. I'd caught 2 when I checked them today. We were planning to hunt a muntjac deer we'd spotted, but we had the bad luck to run into that wolf pack. We lost 3 people from our team." Qin Ziwen recalled seeing Wang Yun that afternoon. His group did seem smaller than last time, he thought. Wang Yun called out, "Honey, bring out those 2 rabbits from the bathroom." Lin Yi came out of the bathroom holding a cardboard box. Inside were a gray rabbit and a white rabbit. Judging by their size, they were a bit smaller than the previous 2 rabbits, but they seemed healthy and alert. Qin Ziwen said, "Brother Wang, in the bag is some fish I caught today. I think it's tigerfish. You should eat it soon, otherwise it'll go bad if you let it sit for too long." Wang Yun paused. "Tigerfish." He turned to look at the bag and let out a long breath. "This godforsaken place really has a bit of everything, huh? Tigerfish are schooling fish. Try your best to stay out of the water. A lot of the animals here are bigger than their counterparts on Earth. The wildlife now is still manageable. As long as we're cautious, survival shouldn't be too difficult. The real disaster will be if a giant beast from some medieval or even ancient era suddenly appears." After a pause, Wang Yun said, "Brother Qin, I'm planning on not going west for the time being. It's too far from the gated community. If we run into that wolf pack again, we won't have time to make it back. I'm thinking of spending the next couple of days exploring the areas north and east of the community to draw a simple map." "Want to come along?" Qin Ziwen thought it over. "That kind of exploration is too risky," he concluded. "If we really run into a large beast, my compound bow won't be a reliable defense. Combat isn't the same as shooting at a stationary target." So he politely declined with a shake of his head. "I'd rather take advantage of the fact that not many people are fishing right now and try to catch some more." Although Wang Yun was a little disappointed, he respected Qin Ziwen's choice. Qin Ziwen carried the box home and placed the 2 rabbits into the animal cage. Looking at the 4 wild rabbits in the cage, he couldn't help but feel a surge of accomplishment. "I have 4 now. Is 40 or even 400 so far off?" The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the first thing Qin Ziwen did after waking up was check the previous day's settlement. "You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 7th day. Today you caught a tigerfish and expanded your rabbit colony. Overall score, 13. Reward acquired. Recruitment card, Common Tamed Adult Beaked Eagle X1, Earth Cage X3. Looking at the rewards, Qin Ziwen's heart began to pound. A type of card he had never seen before had appeared, a recruitment card. So cards aren't just limited to inanimate objects, he realized. There are also recruitment cards that can grant living creatures. But a problem quickly occurred to him. If a beaked eagle suddenly appeared in his apartment, how would he explain it if someone saw it? The thought made Qin Ziwen frown. This wasn't like the building cards and resource cards he could just hide at home. "If I summon it, I'll have to put it to use," he reasoned. "Otherwise, hiding it at home would just be a waste of food. I might as well keep it as a card for now and save the rations." A thought crossed his mind, and the recruitment card appeared in his palm. The recruitment card was made of neither gold nor jade, yet it felt warm and smooth to the touch. Its back was a deep purple, and the front featured a three-dimensional, highly intimidating image of an adult beaked eagle. The moment he held the card, he understood how to use it. He just needed to aim it at an empty space to summon the unit within. Once summoned, it could not be returned to the card. The recruited unit was a real, living being, possessing all the physiological needs and instincts of its species. It would get hungry, tired, injured, and sick. It would age and experience natural emotions like fear, joy, and irritation. Recruited units also had a loyalty rating. The initial loyalty was 60 obedient. If its loyalty dropped too low, the recruited unit couldn't harm the lord of the homeland. But it would shirk its duties, refuse to follow commands, and might even flee in the face of danger. As the recruiter, he could also sense the simple emotions of his non-human recruits. Image, beaked eagle. A beaked eagle. Before today, this was an animal Qin Ziwen was largely unfamiliar with. All he really knew was that it was a bird of prey. He only knew what it looked like from the picture on the card. Judging from the picture alone, it looked fairly large, but he had no idea just how big it was. He wondered about the beaked eagle's combat prowess. Could it defeat an adult who wasn't carrying a firearm? If it was small, letting it fly out the window wouldn't be a big problem. One side of his apartment faced the western outer wall of the gated community. The bats from the first day had clung to the glass on that very window. But if it was large, there'd be no way to hide the noise of its movements. After much consideration, Qin Ziwen decided to put the matter aside for now and see how things developed. Besides, it was an ace up his sleeve, a flying unit he could summon instantly in a crisis. As for the other 3 earth cages, they were an unexpected bonus. He could keep the new earth cages as spares or set them up somewhere a bit farther away. Downstairs, Deng Guang was nagging him relentlessly. Hurry up, let's go check. What if we're too late and someone else took them? I'm telling you, the spot I picked yesterday was perfect. The earth cages are gonna be overflowing today, guaranteed. Deng Guang chattered nonstop the entire way. It was clear he was truly passionate about it. When they reached the spot where they'd set the earth cages yesterday, Qin Ziwen hooked the rope and pulled, lifting the cage from the water. The moment the first cage was lifted, he saw many things wriggling inside, splashing noisily. Qin Ziwen was overjoyed. The resources in this untouched river were truly abundant. He dragged the earth cage onto the bank, took out his flashlight, set it to the lowest brightness, and shone it on the trap. Whoa, are these loaches, they're so fat. In the top compartment were 4 huge, fat loaches. The second compartment held some bitterlings. They weren't big, but they were very active, flopping around ceaselessly now that they were out of the water. The third compartment was empty. In the fourth compartment were a few transparent marsh shrimp. Hurry and check the second one. Qin Ziwen picked up the second earth cage. Holy shit. With a splash, the earth cage fell back into the water. Deng Guang was startled. What's wrong? Qin Ziwen's face was stiff. There's a big eel. What's there to be afraid of? Eels don't bite. Deng Guang paused, then asked tentatively, it's not one of the tattooed ones, is it? It is. Deng Guang's expression changed and he gulped. He then tiptoed over and gingerly picked up the second earth cage. Inside the earth cage, a large, coiled, brown-patterned eel was staring coldly at Deng Guang with its triangular head. Holy shit. Deng Guang's hand went slack, splash tilde. The earth cage fell back into the water a second time. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, being suddenly stared down by such a thick, triangular-headed creature still made his heart pound with fear. That thing has a triangular head. Qin Ziwen looked at him. Do you recognize it? It looks a bit like a spearhead viper. Qin Ziwen nodded, so it's a spearhead viper. The two fell silent again. Deng Guang said, if we don't deal with this thing, the earth cage is a goner. Of course, it might find a way to escape on its own after a while. Qin Ziwen said grimly, with it here, would you still dare to set traps in this spot? The fact that it got caught means this is its hunting ground. What if next time we come, it's not in the cage? At this thought, they exchanged a look of understanding. They knew they had to find a way to deal with this spearhead viper. Carefully dragging the second earth cage back onto the bank, Qin Ziwen told his brother to stand back. He then picked up a stick, but Deng Guang stopped him. Don't hit it directly. This earth cage might not be sturdy enough. If you break the edge of the cage, it could escape through the gap. You can tell this thing has a nasty temper just by looking at it. Then what should we do? Let me try first. Deng Guang took a deep breath. The spearhead viper was in the cage's second compartment. The space inside wasn't very large and it was coiled up tightly. Sensing the human's approach, it grew more agitated, its head swaying from side to side. Deng Guang first slowly stretched out the earth cage. Then place 2 rocks on top of the first and third compartments, effectively pinning the second one in the middle. This way, the cage wouldn't spring up even if they drop something on it. Qin Ziwen understood Deng Guang's logic. I'll do it. He brought over a rock and dropped it from directly above the earth cage, letting it fall onto the spearhead viper. The huge rock crushed it, pressing the air from its body. Its exposed tail thrashed wildly. Qin Ziwen found more rocks nearby. As he piled them on, the spearhead viper's movements went from violent thrashing to gradually stiffening. Finally, its tail hadn't moved for several minutes. Qin Ziwen had been watching the whole time with a furrowed brow tense. Is it dead? I don't know, snakes have very strong life energy. I think we should wait a bit longer, Qin Ziwen said. Seeing the spearhead viper pinned down, he was no longer in a hurry. Deng Guang sounded regretful. What a shame, this earth cage is probably ruined. I can see it's bent in a lot of places. It's fine, a broken cage can be fixed. Qin Ziwen shook his head. Compared to one cage, he felt the reward for killing a spearhead viper would be greater. He just wondered how the daily settlement would rate the kill of such a venomous snake. If it was calculated by weight, the score wouldn't be high. But if it was based on threat and lethality, the spearhead viper's score would definitely not be low. The two of them emptied the catch from the first cage into a bucket and covered it with a cloth. They stood beside the second earth cage for a long time, watching the crushed snake. After 10 minutes, they pushed the rocks off. The spearhead viper's head and body inside the earth cage were completely flattened. The edges of the earth cage were inevitably damaged as well. The frame connecting several compartments had been bent out of shape. Still uneasy, Qin Ziwen poked it with the stick for a while. Once he confirmed it couldn't move, he grabbed a corner of the earth cage and shook it out. The spearhead viper flopped onto the ground like a pile of mangled flesh. After all was said and done, Qin Ziwen finally felt a sense of relief. From crocodiles to tigerfish and now a spearhead viper, this river was like a treasure trove. You never knew what surprising little creature it would spawn for you next. Picking up the damaged earth cage, Deng Guang gently fiddled with it. The connections between the grates were completely bent and it could no longer be folded. What a shame. Qin Ziwen used a rock to smash the spearhead viper's head. Beside him, Deng Guang looked at the mangled flesh and felt it was a bit of a waste. He walked around to its back and lifted the spearhead viper by its tail. The snake was as thick as a grown man's arm. When he held his arm out straight, the snake's head still dangled on the ground with length to spare. What a shame. The venom glands seem to have been smashed. We can't eat this meat. It can only be used as bait for the earth cage. Qin Ziwen recalled some biology he had learned before. I remember that venom from poisonous snakes is a protein. Its toxicity is neutralized after being boiled in water. Deng Guang held up the snake's corpse. So are you going to eat it? I can take it back for you. Qin Ziwen coughed. Let's just use it as bait. Deng Guang placed a small piece of the snake meat into the cage, then put the earth cage back in the water further away, covering it with a layer of dead branches and aquatic plants. It's a shame the other earth cage is broken. I'll take it back later and see if I can fix it. Qin Ziwen looked at the damaged earth cage in his hands. Bro, the crack in the earth cage doesn't look that big. It should still be usable, right? Qin Ziwen shook his head. What if it catches another snake? What if it slithers out through the crack and bites you? We don't have any anti-venom. A venomous snake is nothing like a crocodile. If a crocodile bites your hand, with some luck, you might only lose a hand. But if a venomous snake bites you, you'll lose more than just a hand. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment and decided his older brother had a point. All right. Qin Ziwen heard footsteps on the slope behind him. Turning around, he saw 4 people carrying buckets and fishing gear pass by on the path behind them. One of them turned his head. Their eyes met, and he recognized the man as Liu Changjin. Liu Changjin also seemed surprised to run into Deng Guang and the others here. His gaze shifted between the few people below him, and he finally forced a slight curve onto his lips. Old Dengs. Deng Guang turned his head. Seeing it was Liu Changjin, he said with a smile, Yeah, you guys planning to switch fishing spots? Yeah, it's too crowded over there. We fished all day yesterday and didn't catch much, so we're going to check downstream. Liu Changjin's eyes landed on the earth cage in Qin Ziwen's hands, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Is that an earth cage? Old Deng, you were actually holding out on such a good thing. I never saw you take it out when we were fishing together. It's mine, Qin Ziwen said. Yours. Liu Changjin was surprised by the answer. How could it be yours? His eyes darted back and forth between Qin Ziwen and the earth cage, a strange sense of regret welling up inside him. If I'd saved their fishing spot for them a couple of days ago, maybe I'd be able to get in on using the earth cage now. The man in the duck-billed cap to Liu Changjin's right raised an eyebrow. Hey young man, is that earth cage for sale? Qin Ziwen lifted the earth cage. Sure it is, 50 pounds of fish and it's yours right now. Not just the man who asked, but Liu Changjin's face darkened as well. 50 pounds. Why don't you just rob us? The man in the duck-billed cap said menacingly, sneering. Do you have any idea how much 50 pounds of fish is? Probably not even a handful of families in the whole gated community could scrounge up that much meat. Standing next to Qin Ziwen, Deng Guang thought to himself, that's not necessarily true. The people who participated in the first crocodile hunt basically all got several dozen pounds of meat. Liu Changjin thought for a moment and said sincerely, how about 10 pounds of fish? 1 pound of fish can sell for 6 or 7 yuan, and your earth cage isn't even that big. Qin Ziwen had lost interest. Your counteroffer is just pointless, there's no sincerity at all, forget it. Liu Changjin countered again. 15 pounds. Qin Ziwen couldn't even be bothered to respond to him anymore. Liu Changjin took a deep breath, gave the surroundings a long, hard look, memorizing the location, and then turned to leave. He comforted himself internally. An earth cage is just one more way to hunt, and it's not necessarily safe to leave it out. It could be destroyed by the crocodiles in the river, or it could be stolen by someone else. He thought with a touch of malice, you'd better watch your earth cage 24 hours a day. Don't let it suddenly get stolen one day. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Liu Changjin committed the surrounding environment to memory. Watching the four of them leave, Qin Ziwen narrowed his eyes. Deng Guang reminded Qin Ziwen, be careful, they might come back to steal the cage. Qin Ziwen thought of the beaked eagle and an idea formed in his mind. I know. Deng Guang blamed himself. It's all my fault for being a poor judge of character. I never should have gone fishing with those lias in the first place. Now your earth cage has been exposed. Qin Ziwen comforted him, it has nothing to do with you. Even if it wasn't Liu Changjin, it would have been Li Changjin or Zhou Changjin. It's normal for other people to see it. Don't worry, I have a plan, I'll still put it out tonight as usual. Deng Guang didn't ask what the plan was, only saying, as long as you have an idea, that's good enough. I'll follow your leads. After a moment's hesitation, Deng Guang asked, if he had actually agreed to 50 pounds of meat, would you have sold the earth cage? Qin Ziwen answered without a second thought, of course I would. Why wouldn't I? That's 50 pounds of meat. If someone could actually offer that much, you'd be a fool not to make the trade. I just wonder if meat acquired through this kind of trade would be included in the daily settlement score. If it is, then I've found a little trick to boost my score. After chatting for a while, the two returned to yesterday's fishing spot. Deng Guang took the repaired fishing rod out of his bag and handed it over. He fished all morning, but perhaps his beginner's luck had run out. He only caught a single palm-sized white striped fish. His lower back was a little sore from sitting for so long. Qin Ziwen stood up, massaged his back, and took a couple of steps. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the leaves of a nearby plant that felt vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. This looks like the gray sweet potato recorded in the plant encyclopedia. Gray sweet potato, also known as mud sweet potato, a tuberous plant that grows in marshy environments. Its leaves are inedible and slightly toxic. Its tuber, hidden in the mud, is edible, has a bland taste, is very filling, and can be harvested twice a year. Although its name included sweet potato, its leaves were completely different from regular sweet potatoes. The exposed petioles were also very distinct. The vine's leaves were grayish-green, covered in fine fuzz and shaped like 5-pointed stars. He found a short piece of wood to help him dig. Soon, he uprooted a large cluster of gray, spherical fruits that looked like they had grown in the soil. The skin of these spherical fruits was coarse and had irregular, ring-like patterns on it. From the outside, they looked like stones caked in mud. The plant in his hand had 5 tubers. Perhaps because this thing grew underground, no animals ate it. They had grown plump and luscious, each one as big as a grown man's fist. This one plant alone weighed about 2 or 3 pounds. If this thing can be asexually reproduced from its tubers like potatoes, he calculated, it could definitely become a staple food source in the future. But right now he had too few gray sweet potatoes, and he didn't have a place to plant them. Not unless he could use the level 1 farmland at home, but the level 1 farmland required a 400 square meter open area. I hope I can get a few blank expansion cards soon. Deng Wen waved her wooden stick, pointing to a spot on the water's surface. There's a snake in the water. On the water, a small gray snake was swimming across the surface. Startled by the voices on the shore, the little snake swam away quickly, diving underwater and disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. You all have been busy all morning, have some lunch. Ziozume came over carrying 2 bags. One bag held a large steaming clay pot, while the other contained bowls and chopsticks. Lifting the lid of the large clay pot, steam billowed out, revealing a congee made of tender, stewed fish, shrimp, and wild vegetables. I've picked out all the fish bones, so you don't have to worry, Zume said, ladling a heaping bowl for Qin Ziwen first. Thanks, sister-in-law, Qin Ziwen said, quickly getting to his feet. He took the large bowl. The congee inside was steaming, releasing a savory aroma. After ladling out a bowl for everyone, Zume got one for herself as well. The five of them sat by the river, blowing on their congee to cool it and sipping it slowly. In the afternoon, their luck was a little better. Qin Ziwen caught 3 fish in a row. Although they were all small, palm-sized fish, at least he had caught a few. These 3 fish weren't the common carp or crucian carp. They looked rather flashy, with colorful scales and tails like some kind of ornamental fish. In the modern world, they might have fetched a good price, but here, their only fate was to be eaten. I hope the meat of these flashy fish is at least tasty. He threw the fish into the bucket. Qin Ziwen craned his neck and looked around. Old Deng, the crocodiles in the river seemed to have disappeared these past couple of days. Deng Guang nodded. Yeah, ever since that big male crocodile died, we haven't seen any crocodiles in the river. They had been cautious all day yesterday and hadn't seen so much as a shadow of a crocodile. More than half the day had passed and there was still no sign of any crocodiles. Qin Ziwu mused, maybe they ran away or maybe they're hiding. Speaking of which, animals like crocodiles are territorial, aren't they? A single stretch of river should only have one group. If the leader of that group dies, will a new leader rise to take its place? Or will another one wander in from a different territory? Qin Ziwen said, it's possible, but even if a new leader appears, it wouldn't happen this quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Ziwen picked up his bucket to go home. Inside, besides the 4 fish he had caught during the day, were the loaches and bitterlings from the earth cage. As for the swamp prawns, Zume had already taken them when she went back to make lunch. They were the very shrimp in their midday congee. He carried the bucket home through the east gate. Once home, he took out the recruitment card. He pondered for a moment, then mentally commanded it to activate. The card dissolved into a stream of light. A ball of white light hit the floor, and a bird of prey, its body over a meter tall, appeared in the bedroom. Its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, finally landing on Qin Ziwen. Weezida. The beaked eagle's cry was rather piercing, yet it had an underlying quality like a puppy whimpering to please its master. Okay, quiet down. No more noise, Qin Ziwen said, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The beaked eagle tilted its head, its large, intelligent eyes staring at Qin Ziwen. It was hard to say if it understood, but at least it fell silent. His brother's surprised voice came from outside the bedroom. Bro, I think I just heard a bird call. It was a bird call. Qin Ziwen opened the door and let his brother in. The moment the door opened, Qin Ziwen saw the beaked eagle staring right at him. Upon seeing a stranger, the beaked eagle immediately spread its wings in a threat display. With its wings fully unfurled, its wingspan exceeded 2 meters, and Qin Ziwen was startled into taking half a step back. He's one of our own, Qin Ziwen said, rubbing the beaked eagle's blocky head. The beaked eagle folded its wings. Qin Ziwen stared at the new beaked eagle in their apartment, too exasperated to even comment. Fine, you dug this one up too. No, wait, you picked it up somewhere, right? But Qin Ziwen was used to it by now. He was his brother, after all. If he didn't want to talk about it, he must have his reasons. They were family. It wasn't as if his own brother would try to harm him. Then his brother looked at the beaked eagle with envy. Bro, can I pet it? This thing looks so awesome. Go ahead. Reassured by Qin Ziwen, the beaked eagle, though not accustomed to being touched by strangers, closed its eyes and allowed Qin Ziwen to stroke its head a few times. While stroking it, Qin Ziwen furtively eyed the beaked eagle's dagger-like talons. The longest one had to be over 10 centimeters. A single swipe from a claw-like that could probably rip flesh and sinew clean off. Qin Ziwen said, I plan to have it guard the earth cages tonight. If anyone tries to steal from them, it can attack. That way, we can set the cages out at night with some peace of mind. Qin Ziwen looked at the beaked eagle's gray feathers. It would be really well camouflaged on a branch at night. His brother laughed, so from now on, it's on the night shift and we're on the day shift. It'll have to work during the day, too. As I recall, birds can sleep with one half of their brain while the other half stays on watch. So guarding at night will be almost like resting for it. I plan to teach it a few simple things first to see how intelligent it is. If it's smart enough, I can have it help me map the surrounding area. Qin Ziwen thought his older brother sounded like a true capitalist, making it work day and night. He gave the blocky-headed beaked eagle a pitying look. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. Qin Ziwen gave his brother a meaningful look, signaling for him to get the door, while he himself took the beaked eagle back into the bedroom. Qin Ziwen sat on the edge of the bed, putting an arm around the beaked eagle's wings and whispering, Don't make a sound. The beaked eagle obediently took 2 steps forward and rested its head on Qin Ziwen's shoulder. A moment later, the front door closed. His brother came in. That was Wang Xiaoli from across the hall. She said she hadn't had cooked food for days and came to borrow a light. I used the flint to start a small fire for her. Qin Ziwen nodded. It was a small thing. That night, Qin Ziwen opened a window and released the beaked eagle, telling it to circle in the sky and await his command. Just as he was about to leave the gated community, he ran into Wang Yun. Wang Yun looked overjoyed. In contrast to his dejection the day before, he was now beaming and full of energy. He patted Qin Ziwen on the shoulder, leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Come to my place. I've got something amazing to show you." He gave Qin Ziwen an emphatic look. Qin Ziwen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Arriving at Wang Yun's home. When he entered, he almost thought he was in the wrong apartment. The place was bustling with several people talking and laughing. In a corner, a long-haired man whose demeanor felt completely out of sync with the lively atmosphere sat stiffly on a stool. But the most conspicuous sight floating in the middle of Wang Yun's living room was a sphere of light. "Isn't that a home? Did Wang Yun get a card too?" Wang Yun caught the look of surprise on Qin Ziwen's face. He laughed and pointed to the sphere of light. "Brother, this is called a home. As long as you obtain a card, you can activate one. And let me tell you, this thing has all sorts of amazing uses." Wang Yun didn't hold back, explaining the functions of the home and finally revealing where he had found the card. It was in a limestone cave to the east. There was an altar inside and the card had been floating right above it. The entrance to the cave was somewhat hidden. He was just lucky to have found it. At this, Wang Yun seemed to grow somber. If he hadn't run into the wolf pack in the west and lost his companions, he never would have gone exploring to the east, and he never would have found the card. Picking up the damaged earth cage, Deng Guang gently fiddled with it. The connections between the grates were completely bent, and it could no longer be folded. What a shame. Qin Ziwen used a rock to smash the spearhead viper's head. Beside him, Deng Guang looked at the mangled flesh and felt it was a bit of a waste. He walked around to its back and lifted the spearhead viper by its tail. The snake was as thick as a grown man's arm. When he held his arm out straight, the snake's head still dangled on the ground with length to spare. What a shame. The venom glands seem to have been smashed. We can't eat this meat. It can only be used as bait for the earth cage. Qin Ziwen recalled some biology he had learned before. I remember that venom from poisonous snakes is a protein. Its toxicity is neutralized after being boiled in water. Deng Guang held up the snake's corpse. So are you going to eat it? I can take it back for you. Qin Ziwen coughed. Let's just use it as bait. Deng Guang placed a small piece of the snake meat into the cage, then put the earth cage back in the water further away, covering it with a layer of dead branches and aquatic plants. It's a shame the other earth cage is broken. I'll take it back later and see if I can fix it. Qin Ziwen looked at the damaged earth cage in his hands. Bro, the crack in the earth cage doesn't look that big. It should still be usable, right? Qin Ziwen shook his head. What if it catches another snake? What if it slithers out through the crack and bites you? We don't have any anti-venom. A venomous snake is nothing like a crocodile. If a crocodile bites your hand, with some luck, you might only lose a hand. But if a venomous snake bites you, you'll lose more than just a hand. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment and decided his older brother had a point. All right. Qin Ziwen heard footsteps on the slope behind him. Turning around, he saw 4 people carrying buckets and fishing gear pass by on the path behind them. One of them turned his head. Their eyes met, and he recognized the man as Liu Changjin. Liu Changjin also seemed surprised to run into Deng Guang and the others here. His gaze shifted between the few people below him, and he finally forced a slight curve onto his lips. Old Dengs. Deng Guang turned his head. Seeing it was Liu Changjin, he said with a smile, Yeah, you guys planning to switch fishing spots? Yeah, it's too crowded over there. We fished all day yesterday and didn't catch much, so we're going to check downstream. Liu Changjin's eyes landed on the earth cage in Qin Ziwen's hands, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Is that an earth cage? Old Deng, you were actually holding out on such a good thing. I never saw you take it out when we were fishing together. It's mine, Qin Ziwen said. Yours. Liu Changjin was surprised by the answer. How could it be yours? His eyes darted back and forth between Qin Ziwen and the earth cage, a strange sense of regret welling up inside him. If I'd saved their fishing spot for them a couple of days ago, maybe I'd be able to get in on using the earth cage now. The man in the duck-billed cap to Liu Changjin's right raised an eyebrow. Hey young man, is that earth cage for sale? Qin Ziwen lifted the earth cage. Sure it is, 50 pounds of fish and it's yours right now. Not just the man who asked, but Liu Changjin's face darkened as well. 50 pounds. Why don't you just rob us? The man in the duck-billed cap said menacingly, sneering. Do you have any idea how much 50 pounds of fish is? Probably not even a handful of families in the whole gated community could scrounge up that much meat. Standing next to Qin Ziwen, Deng Guang thought to himself, that's not necessarily true. The people who participated in the first crocodile hunt basically all got several dozen pounds of meat. Liu Changjin thought for a moment and said sincerely, how about 10 pounds of fish? 1 pound of fish can sell for 6 or 7 yuan, and your earth cage isn't even that big. Qin Ziwen had lost interest. Your counteroffer is just pointless, there's no sincerity at all, forget it. Liu Changjin countered again. 15 pounds. Qin Ziwen couldn't even be bothered to respond to him anymore. Liu Changjin took a deep breath, gave the surroundings a long, hard look, memorizing the location, and then turned to leave. He comforted himself internally. An earth cage is just one more way to hunt, and it's not necessarily safe to leave it out. It could be destroyed by the crocodiles in the river, or it could be stolen by someone else. He thought with a touch of malice, you'd better watch your earth cage 24 hours a day. Don't let it suddenly get stolen one day. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Liu Changjin committed the surrounding environment to memory. Watching the four of them leave, Qin Ziwen narrowed his eyes. Deng Guang reminded Qin Ziwen, be careful, they might come back to steal the cage. Qin Ziwen thought of the beaked eagle and an idea formed in his mind. I know. Deng Guang blamed himself. It's all my fault for being a poor judge of character. I never should have gone fishing with those lias in the first place. Now your earth cage has been exposed. Qin Ziwen comforted him, it has nothing to do with you. Even if it wasn't Liu Changjin, it would have been Li Changjin or Zhou Changjin. It's normal for other people to see it. Don't worry, I have a plan, I'll still put it out tonight as usual. Deng Guang didn't ask what the plan was, only saying, as long as you have an idea, that's good enough. I'll follow your leads. After a moment's hesitation, Deng Guang asked, if he had actually agreed to 50 pounds of meat, would you have sold the earth cage? Qin Ziwen answered without a second thought, of course I would. Why wouldn't I? That's 50 pounds of meat. If someone could actually offer that much, you'd be a fool not to make the trade. I just wonder if meat acquired through this kind of trade would be included in the daily settlement score. If it is, then I've found a little trick to boost my score. After chatting for a while, the two returned to yesterday's fishing spot. Deng Guang took the repaired fishing rod out of his bag and handed it over. He fished all morning, but perhaps his beginner's luck had run out. He only caught a single palm-sized white striped fish. His lower back was a little sore from sitting for so long. Qin Ziwen stood up, massaged his back, and took a couple of steps. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the leaves of a nearby plant that felt vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. This looks like the gray sweet potato recorded in the plant encyclopedia. Gray sweet potato, also known as mud sweet potato, a tuberous plant that grows in marshy environments. Its leaves are inedible and slightly toxic. Its tuber, hidden in the mud, is edible, has a bland taste, is very filling, and can be harvested twice a year. Although its name included sweet potato, its leaves were completely different from regular sweet potatoes. The exposed petioles were also very distinct. The vine's leaves were grayish-green, covered in fine fuzz and shaped like 5-pointed stars. He found a short piece of wood to help him dig. Soon, he uprooted a large cluster of gray, spherical fruits that looked like they had grown in the soil. The skin of these spherical fruits was coarse and had irregular, ring-like patterns on it. From the outside, they looked like stones caked in mud. The plant in his hand had 5 tubers. Perhaps because this thing grew underground, no animals ate it. They had grown plump and luscious, each one as big as a grown man's fist. This one plant alone weighed about 2 or 3 pounds. If this thing can be asexually reproduced from its tubers like potatoes, he calculated, it could definitely become a staple food source in the future. But right now he had too few gray sweet potatoes, and he didn't have a place to plant them. Not unless he could use the level 1 farmland at home, but the level 1 farmland required a 400 square meter open area. I hope I can get a few blank expansion cards soon. Deng Wen waved her wooden stick, pointing to a spot on the water's surface. There's a snake in the water. On the water, a small gray snake was swimming across the surface. Startled by the voices on the shore, the little snake swam away quickly, diving underwater and disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. You all have been busy all morning, have some lunch. Zio Zume came over carrying 2 bags. One bag held a large steaming clay pot, while the other contained bowls and chopsticks. Lifting the lid of the large clay pot, steam billowed out, revealing a congee made of tender, stewed fish, shrimp, and wild vegetables. I've picked out all the fish bones, so you don't have to worry, Zio Zume said, ladling a heaping bowl for Qin Ziwen first. Thanks, sister-in-law, Qin Ziwen said, quickly getting to his feet. He took the large bowl. The kanji inside was steaming, releasing a savory aroma. After ladling out a bowl for everyone, Zio Zume got one for herself as well. The five of them sat by the river, blowing on their kanji to cool it and sipping it slowly. In the afternoon, their luck was a little better. Qin Ziwen caught 3 fish in a row. Although they were all small, palm-sized fish, at least he had caught a few. These 3 fish weren't the common carp or crucian carp. They looked rather flashy, with colorful scales and tails like some kind of ornamental fish. In the modern world, they might have fetched a good price, but here, their only fate was to be eaten. I hope the meat of these flashy fish is at least tasty. He threw the fish into the bucket. Qin Ziwen craned his neck and looked around. Old Deng, the crocodiles in the river seemed to have disappeared these past couple of days. Deng Guang nodded. Yeah, ever since that big male crocodile died, we haven't seen any crocodiles in the river. They had been cautious all day yesterday and hadn't seen so much as a shadow of a crocodile. More than half the day had passed and there was still no sign of any crocodiles. Qin Ziwen mused, maybe they ran away or maybe they're hiding. Speaking of which, animals like crocodiles are territorial, aren't they? A single stretch of river should only have one group. If the leader of that group dies, will a new leader rise to take its place? Or will another one wander in from a different territory? Qin Ziwen said, it's possible, but even if a new leader appears, it wouldn't happen this quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Ziwen picked up his bucket to go home. Inside, besides the 4 fish he had caught during the day, were the loaches and bitterlings from the earth cage. As for the swamp prawns, Zio Zume had already taken them when she went back to make lunch. They were the very shrimp in their midday kanji. He carried the bucket home through the east gate. Once home, he took out the recruitment card. He pondered for a moment, then mentally commanded it to activate. The card dissolved into a stream of light. A ball of white light hit the floor, and a bird of prey, its body over a meter tall, appeared in the bedroom. Its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, finally landing on Qin Ziwen. Wee-dee-da. The beaked eagle's cry was rather piercing, yet it had an underlying quality like a puppy whimpering to please its master. Okay, quiet down. No more noise, Qin Ziwen said, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The beaked eagle tilted its head, its large, intelligent eyes staring at Qin Ziwen. It was hard to say if it understood, but at least it fell silent. His brother's surprised voice came from outside the bedroom. Bro, I think I just heard a bird call. It was a bird call. Qin Ziwen opened the door and let his brother in. The moment the door opened, Qin Ziwen saw the beaked eagle staring right at him. Upon seeing a stranger, the beaked eagle immediately spread its wings in a threat display. With its wings fully unfurled, its wingspan exceeded 2 meters, and Qin Ziwen was startled into taking half a step back. He's one of our own, Qin Ziwen said, rubbing the beaked eagle's blocky head. The beaked eagle folded its wings. Qin Ziwen stared at the new beaked eagle in their apartment, too exasperated to even comment. Fine, you dug this one up too. No, wait, you picked it up somewhere, right? But Qin Ziwen was used to it by now. He was his brother, after all. If he didn't want to talk about it, he must have his reasons. They were family. It wasn't as if his own brother would try to harm him. Then his brother looked at the beaked eagle with envy. Bro, can I pet it? This thing looks so awesome. Go ahead. Reassured by Qin Ziwen, the beaked eagle, though not accustomed to being touched by strangers, closed its eyes and allowed Qin Ziwen to stroke its head a few times. While stroking it, Qin Ziwen furtively eyed the beaked eagle's dagger-like talons. The longest one had to be over 10 centimeters. A single swipe from a claw-like that could probably rip flesh and sinew clean off. Qin Ziwen said, I plan to have it guard the earth cages tonight. If anyone tries to steal from them, it can attack. That way, we can set the cages out at night with some peace of mind. Qin Ziwen looked at the beaked eagle's gray feathers. It would be really well camouflaged on a branch at night. His brother laughed, so from now on, it's on the night shift and we're on the day shift. It'll have to work during the day, too. As I recall, birds can sleep with one half of their brain while the other half stays on watch. So guarding at night will be almost like resting for it. I plan to teach it a few simple things first to see how intelligent it is. If it's smart enough, I can have it help me map the surrounding area. Qin Ziwen thought his older brother sounded like a true capitalist, making it work day and night. He gave the blocky-headed beaked eagle a pitying look. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. Qin Ziwen gave his brother a meaningful look, signaling for him to get the door, while he himself took the beaked eagle back into the bedroom. Qin Ziwen sat on the edge of the bed, putting an arm around the beaked eagle's wings and whispering, "Don't make a sound." The beaked eagle obediently took 2 steps forward and rested its head on Qin Ziwen's shoulder. A moment later, the front door closed. His brother came in. That was Wang Xiaoli from across the hall. She said she hadn't had cooked food for days and came to borrow a light. I used the flint to start a small fire for her. Qin Ziwen nodded. It was a small thing. That night, Qin Ziwen opened a window and released the beaked eagle, telling it to circle in the sky and await his command. Just as he was about to leave the gated community, he ran into Wang Yun. Wang Yun looked overjoyed. In contrast to his dejection the day before, he was now beaming and full of energy. He patted Qin Ziwen on the shoulder, leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Come to my place. I've got something amazing to show you." He gave Qin Ziwen an emphatic look. Qin Ziwen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Arriving at Wang Yun's home. When he entered, he almost thought he was in the wrong apartment. The place was bustling with several people talking and laughing. In a corner, a long-haired man whose demeanor felt completely out of sync with the lively atmosphere sat stiffly on a stool. But the most conspicuous sight floating in the middle of Wang Yun's living room was a sphere of light. "Isn't that a home? Did Wang Yun get a card too?" Wang Yun caught the look of surprise on Qin Ziwen's face. He laughed and pointed to the sphere of light. "Brother, this is called a home. As long as you obtain a card, you can activate one. And let me tell you, this thing has all sorts of amazing uses." Wang Yun didn't hold back, explaining the functions of the home and finally revealing where he had found the card. It was in a limestone cave to the east. There was an altar inside and the card had been floating right above it. The entrance to the cave was somewhat hidden. He was just lucky to have found it. At this, Wang Yun seemed to grow somber. If he hadn't run into the wolf pack in the west and lost his companions, he never would have gone exploring to the east, and he never would have found the card. Hearing Wang Yun's story, a phrase popped into Qin Ziwen's mind: "Misfortune is where fortune leans. Fortune is where misfortune lurks." He remembered that besides hunting the powerful creatures in the current area, another way to obtain cards was to explore resource points in the wild. The home system had specifically pointed out that these wild resource points were often located in high-risk areas. Qin Ziwen praised him. "Well, congratulations, Brother Wang. When your luck turns, there's no stopping it." Although he had heard similar sentiments quite a few times today, Wang Yun couldn't help but grin. This was coming from younger brother Qin, after all, and he had always considered younger brother Qin to be a man with great insight. Qin Ziwen asked curiously, "Brother Wang, speaking of which, did you run into any guardian beasts or anything? When I used to play games, places like that usually had guards." Wang Yun recalled, "No, we didn't. We might have just been lucky. The karst cave was downstream from this river and it must have been the dry season. It was damp, but there wasn't much water inside, just a few puddles here and there." Qin Ziwen pondered this, a theory already forming in his mind. The home system only said that the resource points were in high-risk asterisk areas, not that the danger was right next to the resource points themselves. Qin Ziwen had no intention of asking what kind of card Wang Yun had obtained. He considered it a private matter. Wang Yun waved to the man in the corner. "Younger brother Qin, do you know what kind of card I got? A recruitment card. I can recruit a living, breathing person." Qin Ziwen was taken aback. "Dude, you're just going to tell me like that?" The long-haired man who had been sitting in the corner stood up and walked over. As he got closer, Qin Ziwen noticed an indescribable quality about him. Composed, quiet, yes, that was it. Quiet, he had been sitting in the corner, but after the initial glance, his presence had been faint. Sitting there, he was like a harmless plant. When he walked over, his footsteps were light, and the way he moved was different from that of an ordinary person. Wang Yun stood up and put an arm around the long-haired man's shoulders. "I got a recruitment card for a hunter. He's an expert in traps and bow and arrow crafting, and he's also skilled at tracking beasts." "Younger brother Qin, you should know what this means." Qin Ziwen nodded. In this environment, getting a hunter recruitment card was undoubtedly like pulling an SSR. Wang Yun's gaze was intense as he looked at Qin Ziwen. "So why don't you join us?" Qin Ziwen glanced around. Everyone in the living room was looking at him, waiting for his reply. He stood up, took 2 steps, and said thoughtfully, "Brother Wang, I really appreciate you thinking so highly of me. But I'm not alone, I have a younger brother. I've also partnered up with a few neighbors upstairs. There are 8 of us now. It probably wouldn't be convenient for us to just join in like this. Thank you for the kind offer, Brother Wang. But if you guys want to trade for fish, you're always welcome." Wang Yun hesitated and glanced at the others. The 3 teammates sitting on the sofa were all hesitant. Sighing internally, Wang Yun knew their answer. He was sure his teammates would have welcomed just Qin Ziwen and his brother. They had lost 3 people in the last wolf attack. With the Qin family brothers and the newly recruited hunter, they would have 3 more able-bodied young men, a perfect replacement. But Qin Ziwen's group had 8 people. If they were to merge, his own team would be diluted and his influence would drop significantly. It would be like what happened in Paris after they took in a large number of black immigrants. The white population's influence plummeted. At this thought, Wang Yun gave up the idea of recruiting Qin Ziwen. Still, he said, if you change your mind, you can always come find me. Qin Ziwen suddenly asked, Brother Wang, you know about that giant bird that's been appearing in the gated community these past few days, right? At the mention of this, Wang Yun's brow furrowed. He nodded, I do. I can't tell if it's an eagle or a hawk. For birds like that, how's their night vision? Can it compare to an owl's? Now in his area of expertise, Wang Yun spoke with great confidence. Most eagles and hawks are diurnal raptors, so their night vision is relatively weak. A few species are crepuscular, with slightly better night vision, but they still can't compare to owls. That giant bird that came by twice a few days ago should be a diurnal raptor. I just don't know if it's a mutated and enlarged Earth species or a native species from this world. Based on its 2 hunting attempts, its grip strength seems to be on the weaker side for its size. At this point, Wang Yun's interest was piqued. Have you ever seen a documentary called Sky Jaguar? In it, a beaked eagle once pierced a tapir's skull in a single strike. A tapir's skull is about as thick as a human's, which means that, to some extent, a beaked eagle in a dive could potentially pierce a human skull. If we scale that up, a beaked eagle with a wingspan of over 7 meters that can still fly at high speed wouldn't even need to drop a person from the sky to kill them. This tells me that, for its size, that giant bird's grip is weaker than a beaked eagle's. If we can make a few suitable bows by then, I'd like to try hunting that giant bird. It might even drop a card just like that alpha male crocodile. Don't be fooled by its large wings, birds don't actually weigh that much. Qin Ziwen looked thoughtful. Brother Wang, it's not like the bigger the bird, the faster it flies, right? Wang Yun laughed, haha, of course not, unless it's evolved into one of the extraordinary creatures. After some more small talk, Qin Ziwen left the building. In the gated community, many children were gathered together in small groups. Many of their faces, necks, and hands were caked with dirt. It was clear that these kids were happy to be free from school. For the first 2 days, their parents still had the energy to keep a tight rein on them, but after nearly a week of struggling for survival, they had gradually relaxed their discipline. Hey mister, these are the crabs I caught. Do you want to buy them? A little boy who looked to be about 8 or 9 ran over, holding up a plastic box containing 2 large crabs. What are you selling them for? The little boy looked up, his eyes bright. Do you have any sanitary pads? Qin Ziwen's smile stiffened. I'm a big brother, kid, you'd have to ask a big sister for those. Oh, sorry, the little boy chuckled and ran off, clutching his box. After meeting up with his brother, the two of them left through the east gate. Upon reaching a high, open spot by the river, Qin Ziwen waved at the sky. A black shadow descended swiftly. Wee-da. The beaked eagle affectionately nuzzled its head against Qin Ziwen. How is it? Are there many birds around? Did you see any of those really, really big birds? Qin Ziwen asked, spreading his arms to indicate the size. The beaked eagle tilted its head. From its expression, it seemed to be genuinely thinking about Qin Ziwen's words. Qin Ziwen whispered, Bro, can it understand you? Its square head looks kinda dumb. Squawk tilde. The beaked eagle sharply pecked Qin Ziwen's arm with its beak. Even through his clothes, the pain made him hiss. Holy shit, this thing can understand human speech. Qin Ziwen thought of the description on its card, tamed adult beaked eagle. Since the word tamed was specifically included, it wasn't hard to understand why it could comprehend some human words. The beaked eagle let out a couple of squawks, but Qin Ziwen didn't speak beast language and couldn't understand it. Stick out your left claw for yes, right claw for no. The beaked eagle extended its right claw and placed it on Qin Ziwen's palm. Seeing this, Qin Ziwen was so excited he almost jumped. Holy shit, Squarehead, you're a genius. Initially, Qin Ziwen had planned to have the beaked eagle guard the earth cage, but after his earlier conversation with Wang Yun, he was forced to abandon the idea. Leaving the beaked eagle, which wasn't skilled at fighting in the dark, outside at night was too risky. But now that he had it, he couldn't just let it eat for free. He decided to take it with him tomorrow to map the surrounding area. With a radar-like lookout in the sky, his security would be significantly enhanced. As for the earth cage, he would retrieve it tonight and hide it in a different spot tomorrow night. I refuse to believe someone is actually bold enough to feel their way along the riverbank in the dead of night, searching for the earth cage inch by inch. He pulled on the rope, hoisting the earth cage out of the river. Something was thrashing around inside the earth cage. The splashing sound caught the beaked eagle's attention. It let out 2 cries, spread its wings, and clumsily tiptoed toward the riverbank. It craned its long neck, its large eyes staring intently into the cage. You greedy thing, you haven't done a damn bit of good just staring at the food. Seeing this, Qin Ziwen laughed and swore under his breath. giving its rear a gentle kick. The beaked eagle didn't get angry. Once it got a clear look at what was inside the cage, its cries grew even more excited. Qin Ziwen put his strength into it, yanking the earth cage completely out of the water with a final heave. Clear river water streamed from the mesh. A large fish that looked to be at least 2 or 3 pounds was frantically thrashing its tail. Looks like another tigerfish. For a tigerfish, this one must still be a juvenile. Besides the tigerfish, the earth cage was empty. Any smaller fish had likely already ended up in its belly. Once he was away from the riverbank, he lifted the earth cage and shook it vigorously, tumbling the tigerfish out onto the ground. Go on, eat. At the command, the beaked eagle eagerly drove its beak into the tigerfish's head. The tigerfish, which had been flopping wildly just a moment ago, instantly went still. Its massive talons clamped down on the tigerfish's head. As its foreclaws clenched, the fish's head was crushed flat. Its beak descended, tearing off a large chunk of flesh which it wolfed down. With every bite, the beaked eagle raised its head and glanced to the side. What are you looking at? He followed the beaked eagle's gaze. Rustle. The sound of rustling leaves suddenly came from the bushes, and a figure immediately scrambled away in a panic. Beaked eagle, get him. At the command, the beaked eagle instantly released its prey, shot into the air with a beat of its wings, and dove for the figure's back. The man's shoulders were seized by the diving beaked eagle, and he staggered forward before crashing to the ground. After a blood-curdling scream, the man started yelling, "Help, murder, ah." "Make him shut up," Qin Ziwen said coldly. From the man's familiar voice and his presence here at this hour, Qin Ziwen had already recognized him and deduced his intentions. Qin Ziwen pulled a hatchet from his belt and strode over. He struck Liu Changjin across the mouth with the back of the blade. "My brother told you to shut up." Liu Changjin reeled from the heavy blow, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. He fumbled frantically on the ground, his hands closing around a rock, but before he could get a firm grip, Qin Ziwen kicked him in the face. Liu Changjin nearly passed out. Qin Ziwen walked over, his gaze lowered. "You came here to steal my earth cage, didn't you?" "Yes, no, it hurts, tell it to let go." The kick had nearly knocked Liu Changjin senseless, but the excruciating pain in his shoulders jolted him back to reality. The beaked eagle's talons were like hydraulic clamps digging deep into his shoulders. "Didn't I say you could buy one? Why did you have to steal?" "I wasn't stealing, I wasn't." "Keep your voice down." "Dumb birds, let go." Obeying the command, the beaked eagle released its talons, took a couple of clumsy hops to the side, and stared intently at Liu Changjin. Its favorite food was tree-dwelling mammals like monkeys and sloths. This thing in front of it looked a bit like a monkey. It stirred the eagle's appetite. "I'll ask you one more time, why were you stealing?" Liu Changjin's face was a mask of misery. "I can't afford it." "Your price is too high." The sharp pain in his face and shoulders had faded to a dull, throbbing numbness. He felt an indescribable, swollen discomfort, and his head was still spinning. Qin Ziwen nodded. "That's a good reason. You see, I don't actually like killing. I'm a pretty kind person, really. But now that we've had such a serious conflict, I'm worried you'll hold a grudge. That one day you'll try to get revenge, stab me in the back. You understand what I'm saying, right?" "I won't, I swear I won't. I'm not the type to hold a grudge," Liu Changjin said, shaking his head frantically. "Really? Then swear an oath." "I swear I will never ever cause you trouble again. If I do, may my entire family die." Qin Ziwen nodded, seemingly convinced. He got up and motioned for his brother and the beaked eagle to leave. Liu Changjin kept his head down. He reached up to touch his nose, then spread his fingers. They were coated in blood. A venomous hatred flashed in his eyes. That kid's just soft-hearted, not get revenge, he'd be damned if he didn't. He'd never been humiliated like this before. And what's the deal with that giant bird? How could a bird that big obey his commands? He'd never heard of anyone in the gated community keeping a bird that huge. Why did this guy get to have not only an earth cage, but a giant bird too? He turned his head, his hateful gaze secretly tracking the direction Qin Ziwen was leaving. The next second, his expression froze. Because the kid was walking backward and their eyes met. Seeing the hatred in Liu Changjin's eyes, the corner of Qin Ziwen's mouth curled up. "Looks like your eyes were telling a different story." By the river, Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu heaved a 140-pound corpse into the water. Sploosh tilde. A huge splash erupted from the surface of the river. This river was full of tigerfish. Before long, the body would be eaten clean. The beaked eagle didn't understand why its master was throwing food away, but it didn't really care. "If master says not to eat it, I won't. Fish is tasty." The beaked eagle tore off another piece of fish and gulped it down. Qin Ziwen issued a command to the beaked eagle. Listen, Eagle, when you're done eating, head back the way we came. Do a wide circle, then return through the window. No random flying around, got it? The beaked eagle's eyes darted back and forth as it received the command, its little bird brain working at full capacity to process the instructions. Finally, the beaked eagle seemed to understand and let out two cries. After Qin Ziwen left, the eagle finished its fish, then flew to a nearby branch with a flap of its wings. It looked toward the river, certain it had understood its master's intentions. Food, circle around, return. Master wants me to take the food, circle around, and then return. The moonlight stretched across the river like a bolt of silk. Occasionally, a fish would leap from the water, sending up a spray. The beaked eagle tilted its head. Its huge pupils, like high-speed camera lenses, precisely locked onto a leaping fish. Its talons scraped together in anticipation. The next second, it shot toward the river like an arrow. It expertly snatched a large fish from the water and soared into the sky. Qin Ziwen got home and opened the window. The beaked eagle flew into the room with a flurry of wings. It dropped the large fish from its talons onto the floor, stretched its neck, and proudly awaited praise. He looked at the crucian carp at the beaked eagle's feet. Its gills were still pulsing. The fish was so fresh it had clearly just been caught in the river. Qin Ziwen's voice grew grave. Didn't I tell you to come straight back? Why did you go to the river to catch a fish? What if a crocodile had bitten you? Hearing the displeasure in its master's voice, the beaked eagle ducked its head and tried to sneak away. But a hand grabbed its neck, stopping it in its tracks. Stay still. The beaked eagle let out a few soft squawks, trying to appeal to its master's paternal instincts. Qin Ziwen stared at it for a moment before his tone softened. He ruffled the feathers on its large, fluffy head. Forget it. You just got here, so it's normal that you didn't understand me. The important thing is you came back safe. You did well in the fight tonight, so this fish can be your meal for tomorrow. Remember, hunt is for catching fish. After that, you eat with your beak. Qin Ziwen said patiently, pointing to its beak, then to the fish as he taught it the commands. The beaked eagle seemed to only vaguely understand. It would cock its head, then lightly tap the fish with a talon, acting like a hyperactive child. It was impossible to tell if it had understood a thing. He wrapped the fish in a plastic bag and put it in the cellar. Qin Ziwen went into the living room. The gray sweet potato plant he had brought back during the day was now planted in a hollow plastic stool. He had pulled out the wild vegetables that were originally growing in it and planted the gray sweet potato in their place. He had deliberately placed it next to the spring eye. The balcony was too conspicuous. It was safer inside. He planned to dig up more dirt tomorrow, find some rocks, and build a simple earthen mound for it. As night fell, Qin Ziwen prepared for bed. The beaked eagle didn't want to sleep in the living room and secretly slipped into the bedroom. The bedroom was bare and the floor was smooth and clean. Its talons kept slipping, making it unsteady on its feet. It shifted through several positions, but none of them looked comfortable. So Qin Ziwen grabbed a pile of firewood he had been saving in the kitchen and arranged it into a simple nest. Then he laid a few of his old clothes on top. The beaked eagle cautiously stepped into it. Its talons gripped the wood as it shifted its position slightly. The atmosphere put it at ease. Slowly, it hunkered down, folded its wings, and settled into the nest, closing its eyes. In the middle of the night, the beaked eagle's eyes opened a crack. It glanced toward the door. A moment later, after the noise in the hallway faded, the beaked eagle slowly closed its eyes again. The next morning, the first thing Qin Ziwen did after waking up was check the settlement report. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for an 8th day. Today, you harvested 2 earth cages, caught 4 fish, tended to the rabbit colony, eliminated a miscreant who coveted your earth cages, discovered and transplanted a wild gray sweet potato, and your beaked eagle captured a crucian carp. Overall score 31 points. Rewards: expansion card, blank expansion card, small x1, resource card, level 1 spring eye x1, bag of salt x1. 31 points, Qin Ziwen thought. So it's true. As long as I increase the number of positive actions each day, I can get a high score even without a major event like hunting a large beast. And judging by the report, the contributions from my recruited units are also factored into the score. Arriving in the bathroom, Qin Ziwen used the blank expansion card on an empty spot. A large new patch of open ground expanded outward. Just 2 more cards and I'll have enough space to build a farm. He took out the level 1 spring eye card. The moment the card was in his hand, he received feedback from his home. He learned that 2 resources with the same name could be combined into a single higher level one. Alternatively, he could choose to build a second level 1 spring eye in another area of his home. Without hesitating, Qin Ziwen chose the first option. My home isn't that big yet, so there's no need for 2 springs. Besides, I'm curious to see what a level 2 resource is like. The level 1 spring eye card dissolved into light and merged with the existing spring eye nearby. Once the light faded, he saw that the spring eye's appearance and size hadn't changed. He walked closer, puzzled, but a single glance revealed the difference. Ripples now spread across the water's surface. This was clearly due to a massive increase in the spring's flow rate, a world of difference from before. As for the exact flow rate, he'd find out by checking how much water had accumulated by noon or when he got back in the evening. He cupped his hands, scooping up some of the clear spring water and drinking it down. It was sweet and refreshingly cold. He then refilled the feed and water for the rabbits in their cage. After several days in captivity, the rabbits were no longer afraid of him. They no longer hid when they saw Qin Ziwen approach, simply staring at him blankly. He went to the cellar, took out the crucian carp the beaked eagle had caught yesterday and tossed it to the bird. Eat up. When you're done, you've got to work hard, understand. The beaked eagle ate with relish, letting out a few soft chirps from its throat. Suddenly, a loud banging came from the hallway. Bang, 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 bang. The beaked eagle, startled by the noise, sharply raised its head toward the door and assumed a defensive, ready-to-attack posture. It's okay, keep eating. They're not here for us. Qin Ziwen gently patted its head, signaling for it to continue its meal. He could tell the pounding wasn't on his door, but on the one across the hall. Open up, you whore, open the door. You've got the guts to screw around, but you're too scared to open the door, is that it? Instead of being a decent person, you had to go and be a whore. You stinking bitch, open this damn door for me. If you don't, I'll dump shit all over your doorstep. I'll make sure everyone in the whole gated community knows what kind of person you are. The middle-aged woman's powerful curses echoed through the hallway. Looks like Wang Xiaoli's secret profession has been exposed. Qin Ziwen made no judgment. In the current environment, what people did was their own choice as long as it didn't affect him. Knock, 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 his brow furrowed. This time the knocking was on his door. Hey, calm down, that's a different neighbor's apartment, a man's voice said from outside. You shut your mouth, I'll deal with you when we get home, the middle-aged woman snapped at him, though her knocking became much lighter. Is anyone home? Excuse me, is anyone in 502? His younger brother, who had been on the balcony making a fire for breakfast, stood up, a hatchet conveniently in his hand. After the Zai Jun brothers' break-in, Ziwu had become especially wary of strangers. Qin Ziwen frowned. He shut the beaked eagle in the bedroom, then walked to the door. Looking through the peephole, he saw two people outside, a man and a woman. The woman was tall and hefty, probably weighing 180 pounds. The man, in contrast, was short and scrawny like a beanpole. Qin Ziwen's voice was cold. What is it? Hearing a voice from inside, the woman said, Oh, you're home. Would you mind if we came in for a second? The people across the hall won't open their door, and I'd like to use your balcony. It's not convenient. Qin Ziwen refused without a second thought. The woman's voice grew shrill. Hey, what's your problems? Her words were cut short. The door was suddenly thrown open. Qin Ziwu stood there with a vicious expression, his hatchet held level and aimed at the pair. You raise your voice at my brother again and I'll kill you. I'm done being nice. The woman's face went pale, her eyes filled with panic. She had only said a few words. Why did he pull out a knife? No one had ever acted like this when she argued with them before. The man behind her hurried forward, clasping his hands together and apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, so sorry. My wife is very blunt and sometimes speaks without thinking. I apologize on her behalf. Qin Ziwen spoke coldly. Your private affairs are none of my business, but don't disturb the other neighbors. And you are not to dump shit in the hallway. If you do, I'll make you lick it clean. By now, the neighbors from 601 upstairs and the 4th floor downstairs had come out to see what the commotion was about. They started chiming in. You two need to solve your own problems, but dumping shit is going too far. It'll stink up the whole building in this heat, and we'll be the ones who have to clean it. Lady, if you ask me, you should keep a better eye on your husband. It takes two to tango. The neighbors all chimed in, one after another. The couple stood in the hallway, their faces alternating between pale and flushed with humiliation. Finally, the woman stormed off downstairs in a huff, and the man scrambled to follow her. Since he was usually out from early morning to late night, Qin Ziwen rarely interacted with his upstairs and downstairs neighbors. Today's commotion, however, gave him the chance to finally meet them. His upstairs neighbors were a middle-aged couple. The man had short hair and was slightly overweight. His wife, standing beside him, wore glasses and had a refined look. A little girl clung to the man's back, peeking her head out to timidly stare down at the floor below. Perhaps the harsh tone Qin Ziwen had just used with his brother scared her. After their eyes met, the little girl fearfully ducked behind her father's back. His downstairs neighbor was a man of medium build with salt and pepper hair. His son stood next to him, about the same height but with the youthful face of a high school student. When he met Qin Ziwen's gaze, his eyes darted away nervously. The door to 501, the apartment opposite his, remained shut, with no sound coming from within. The downstairs neighbor then led his son back inside. From the sound of the closing door, Qin Ziwen guessed they were in 401. Just as Qin Ziwen was about to close his door, the upstairs neighbor suddenly spoke up. Hey man, do you have any extra food? I can trade for it. Qin Ziwen shook his head, not much left. The man's voice dropped, turning pleading. When you all killed the crocodile the other day, I was right there. If I were younger, maybe I would have joined in, but I'm older now with a wife and kid at home. What are you offering in trade? The man asked hopefully. Toilet paper, do you need any? I also have some common medicines at home. Cold medicine, anti-inflammatories, styptic powder, whatever you need. Qin Ziwen didn't understand. You can trade these things downstairs, can't you? Medicine like this is basically hard currency. The man gave a bitter smile. It is hard currency, but it's not an urgent need for healthy people. Few are asking, and those who are demand outrageous prices. Most people think a cold is a minor illness you can just tough out for a few days with some hot water. Besides, a lot of them already have a small stash of their own medicine at home. Qin Ziwen glanced at him. My price won't be cheap either. A smile squeezed onto the man's pudgy face. I know, I understand completely. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it. Qin Ziwen asked, do you have a thermometer? The man nodded hurriedly. I have a mercury thermometers. I'll also take 2 boxes of cold medicine and 2 boxes of anti-inflammatories. What are the expiration dates? The man said they all have at least a year left before they expire. 3 pounds of meat. The smile on the man's face turned strained. His wife's expression faltered. The price was higher than they had hoped. Although fresh meat was a rare commodity in the gated community now, it wasn't impossible to obtain if one was determined. After all, there was a river nearby for fishing. People could catch crabs and shrimp along the banks, or, if they were lucky, find snakes and eels in the rock crevices. The grassy areas around the gated community held field mice and insects. The braver residents even formed teams to venture further out, setting traps and hunting. And as long as one could get over the mental hurdle, many cooked insects were also a source of high-quality protein. The real problem was the gated community's large population. With so many mouths to feed, the amount of meat available per person was minuscule. It wasn't that the couple hadn't tried to find food outside. But with a growing 10-year-old and 2 adults with healthy appetites, they were consuming far more than they could gather. In just a few days, they found themselves on the verge of running out of food. Could you give us a little more? He was a husband and a father. In front of the 2 people he loved most in the world, the man was practically begging. The little girl grabbed her father's arm and whispered, Daddy, I'm not hungry. Qin Ziwen glanced at the man. 4 pounds, I don't have much fresh meat left myself. Xiao, go get that piece of meat. Qin Ziwen knew what his brother meant. When they killed the alpha crocodile a few days ago, the 2 of them had split more than 10 pounds of meat. Between what they had eaten and traded over the past 2 days, they only had 4 or 5 pounds of fresh meat left. They still had plenty of smoked meat, though. Carrying the reddish meat, Ziwu used a bathroom scale to weigh out 4 pounds in front of the family from upstairs. Looking at the 4 pounds of meat, the man was in a bit of a daze. Before the transmigration, buying 4 pounds of meat at the supermarket was easy. His family would finish it in 2 days. But now this was the only way they could trade for it. Qin Ziwen said, you need to eat this meat quickly. It's been over a day since it was butchered. It'll spoil if you wait any longer. The man nodded quickly. Got it. After the trade, Qin Ziwen put the medicine and the mercury thermometer away. Products of modern industry like these were now irreplaceable. Unless he got lucky in the daily settlement drawing, every item used was one less in the world. It was a good idea to keep some on hand. Having moved in only a few days ago, he hadn't had the chance to stock up on medical supplies. After finishing the trade, Qin Ziwen returned to his bedroom. The beaked eagle, having finished its fish, was preening its feathers. Bro, are we going to draw the map today? Yeah. Qin Ziwu raised a finger. I actually have a good idea. Let's hear it. Qin Ziwu stuck his hands in his pockets. Hee, this eagle can fly right. We can hang a camera around its neck, let it fly a circle around the area, and we'll have a video recording, won't we? Huh, you're actually using your brain for once, Qin Ziwen said, pausing to consider. At first blush, the idea seems feasible. It would drastically reduce my workload and risk, since I wouldn't have to venture into the wild myself. But there were 2 key problems. 1, he didn't have a video camera. 2, how to attach the camera to the beaked eagle so it wouldn't fall off. The first point wasn't hard. Qin Ziwen thought of his cell phone. He could use his phone to record. It wasn't much use for anything else anyway, so this was a good way to put it to use one last time. The second point, how to secure the phone so it wouldn't fall off. Qin Ziwen wondered, how do I keep the phone from falling? Qin Ziwen made a wild suggestion, how about we just have it hold it? Qin Ziwen was speechless. I think it would be more reliable to have it carry you asterisk. Qin Ziwen gave a sheepish grin. He had just been talking off the top of his head. He glanced at the beaked eagle's massive talons. They were long and sharp, definitely not stable enough to grip a smooth phone, not to mention it would have to deal with strong air currents and changing positions while flying. We could make an X-shaped harness for it with a small pouch on its chest. We'd leave a small round hole for the phone's camera. That should work. It would be best to sew it with a needle and thread. The more Qin Ziwen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But he didn't know how to sew, so he'd have to find someone who did. But that wasn't a major hurdle. He didn't need a masterpiece, and aesthetics weren't important. As long as it was the right size and made of sturdy material, it would be fine. He then went upstairs to Deng Guang's family's apartment. After asking, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that Deng Guang's wife knew a bit about sewing and even had a needle and thread at home. Qin Ziwen explained his request. Xiao Zume agreed without hesitation. She then came to Qin Ziwen's apartment and saw the beaked eagle in the living room. Although Xiao Zume was surprised by the beaked eagle's presence, she didn't make a big deal about it. She simply followed Qin Ziwen's instructions, cutting up an old pair of jeans and other scrap clothes with scissors to sew a small pack the beaked eagle could wear on its chest. It's done. See if it needs any adjustments, Xiao Zume said, standing up and wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Move around a bit. Qin Ziwen patted the beaked eagle. The bird flapped its wings a few times in the cramped living room, but the phone and the chest pack remained firmly in place. Qin Ziwen had carefully considered his decision to reveal the beaked eagle's existence to Deng Guang's family. After all, with an eagle that large flying in and out of the window every day, the risk of discovery was high. Sooner or later, someone was bound to notice. He figured it was better to reveal its existence on his own terms rather than wait for it to be discovered. It was also a good opportunity to gauge the Deng family's reaction. Besides, when sewing something so form-fitting, hand gestures alone wouldn't cut it. The result would be too loose. To make a small pack that fit snugly enough to keep the phone from falling out, he needed to make adjustments up close and take measurements on the eagle itself. Qin Ziwen said excitedly, "Brother, the beaked eagle is our scout now. With this camera on its chest, it can see farther than we ever could. Yeah, we can strap the phone to its chest to record video," Qin Ziwen mused. "It can film remotely in places that are difficult for us to reach. The only problem is my phone's battery is low and needs to be charged." He quickly thought of a clever solution. There were plenty of cars in the garage, all potential charging stations. Many of their infotainment systems had USB ports. The charging wouldn't be fast, but it would be steady. For now, he used a power bank he had at home. He pulled one with 23% charge remaining from a drawer and topped up his phone to 57%. He secured the phone to the beaked eagle's chest, carried it to the rooftop, and switched on the recording mode. After you take off, circle the gated community once. Don't fly too high. If you run into any other birds, don't fight them. Retreat immediately, got it. Scree tilde, the beaked eagle cried out. Qin Ziwen let go, watching as the beaked eagle soared into the sky, its figure growing smaller and smaller. He felt a pang of worry. The beaked eagle could easily run into danger in this perilous wilderness, but he knew he couldn't let fear stop him from taking necessary risks. The beaked eagle circled the sky, and Qin Ziwen's gaze followed its every move. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the distance, heading straight for the beaked eagle. The beaked eagle began to flee, but the black dot gave chase and the two birds circled in the sky. The beaked eagle accelerated, diving steeply and pulling away from the black dot behind it. Flap, flap, flap. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, the beaked eagle dove and landed on the rooftop. The black dot overhead ceased its pursuit after a certain point. It circled once, then flew away. After landing, the beaked eagle began rubbing its head against Qin Ziwen's shoulder. Qin Ziwen stroked its head reassuringly. It's okay, I know you got a scare." Unexpectedly, the eagle became agitated at his words. Scree, scree, scree. It even swiped its talons at the air, looking thoroughly indignant. After calming it down, Qin Ziwen removed the now-hot phone, stopped the recording, and took the beaked eagle back downstairs to his apartment. He checked the footage. The video was shaky during takeoff, only becoming clear and stable once the eagle began to glide. From the bird's eye view, the gated community below looked like a square, with tiny ant-like people milling in and out. It was surrounded by dense forest. A river flowed from east to west just south of the gated community. From this high up, the blue-green water looked like a jade belt set against the woods. To the north lay a vast, unbroken mountain range. Another range rose up south of the river. The gated community was situated perfectly in the buffer zone between them. To the west, the terrain flattened out into a large, verdant meadow, which was surrounded on all sides by darker green woods. Downstream from the gated community, the two mountain ranges gradually diverged, ending in a wide, open plain. Overall, the gated community was situated in a river valley between two mountain ranges, a complex terrain type, enclosed by mountains with a flat central area and an open plain downstream. Add to that the crocodiles and pythons plus this hot, humid air. So is it tropical, subtropical? Qin Ziwen shook his head. It's been so many years, I've long since forgotten everything I learned in geography class. Besides, this isn't Earth. Knowledge from back home can only be a reference here. HM, he murmured in surprise. In the second half of the video, the beaked eagle suddenly accelerated, letting out a ferocious cry. During a sharp turn, the camera caught a fleeting glimpse of a grayish-black bird in pursuit of the beaked eagle. Judging from the footage, this wasn't the giant bird that had attacked their gated community, but a different species altogether. It wasn't nearly as big either. Ultimately, the beaked eagle shook off its pursuer with a dive, landing on the rooftop of Building 8. Taking out a pen and paper, Qin Ziwen paused the video periodically to sketch. Soon he had a detailed map drawn on the page. Qin Ziwen stroked his chin, eyeing the map dubiously. Brother, what did you draw? It's a bit abstract. The map. What's this? The mountains. And this. The grassland. What are these triangles? Elevation markers. Qin Ziwen nodded slowly. I see, this map must be encrypted. An ordinary person would never be able to read it. Qin Ziwen's face fell. He tossed the pen and paper to his brother. You do it then. Qin Ziwen just chuckled and waved his hands in dismissal. He was only kidding. If he tried to draw it, the result would be nothing but illegible chicken scratch that even he couldn't decipher. With a soft snort, Qin Ziwen picked up his pen. I've finished the overview map. Now I need to add more detail. We know there's a wolf pack in the western grasslands, so that's out. We can't cross the river to the south for now either. That leaves north or east. He picked up his phone again, pausing and zooming in on the video. Look here, doesn't this look like a cave? Qin Ziwen pointed to a spot on the northern mountainside. I think so, but it's a bit of a trek from our gated community. Would it take half a day to walk there? Longer than that, probably. This forest is completely undeveloped, so the going will be tough. Plus, it's all uphill. The river forks downstream here, creating a tributary, Qin Ziwen said, pointing to the video. Judging by the looks of it, the tributary was at least 2 to 3 miles away. The plain farther downstream was even more distant, at least 6 or 7 miles if not more. Get your gear on, we're heading east. More people have explored that direction, and so far, there have been no reports of any large predators. We should be able to handle any small or medium-sized animals we run into. Qin Ziwen began to pack and sent his brother upstairs to get Deng Guang. The main goal of this expedition was to scout the eastern terrain in more detail. To stay mobile, the 3 men, plus the beaked eagle, would proceed downstream along the riverbank. They would also be looking for a more suitable location to set their earth cages. The 2 families gathered downstairs shortly after. Zhao Zume was there, thoughtfully helping Deng Guang adjust his clothes and gear. Deng Wen whispered, "Be careful, Dad." Deng Guang's expression softened. "Don't worry, I'm with Brother Qin and the others will be safe." After waving their goodbyes, the 3 men cut across the gated community and headed for the east gate. Qin Ziwen, a voice both familiar and strange, called out from his right. Qin Ziwen turned to see it was his former supervisor, Wang Huan. Compared to how she'd looked on the first day, however, she was in terrible shape. Her eyes were full of exhaustion and her previous arrogance was completely gone. Wang Huan spoke in a low voice. "Can you spare some food?" Qin Ziwen found her request baffling. "Do I know you that well?" Qin Ziwen, who was holding a long staff, shot back. "We don't have any. And even if we did, we wouldn't give it to you. You've got hands and feet, can't you go find your own food? Have you no shame? Everyone's short on food, and you think you can just ask people for handouts." Wang Huan's face went pale, a bitter smile touched her lips. "My husband, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, he's gone, I haven't eaten in a day. Please, I'm begging you." And Qin Ziwen frowned. "We're not close, you're perfectly able-bodied. What does losing your husband have to do with you being unable to go out and find food?" Qin Ziwen added, "My brother's right." With that, Qin Ziwen walked straight off. His brother and Deng Guang followed close behind. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Huan's expression was complex. Her fists clenched only to fall limply open. In the end, she hung her head. After coming here and facing one setback after another, she had discovered that the knowledge and societal rules she had once mastered were utterly useless. The rules here were more primitive, more crude, more nakedly raw. Deng Guang hadn't voiced an opinion from start to finish. He was a kind man, but he didn't waste his kindness. He reserved it for those he was close to. Leaving through the east gate, Qin Ziwen walked downstream along the riverbank. Out of respect for the crocodiles, they maintained a safe distance of at least 10 meters from the water's edge. Along the way, his younger brother Qin Ziwu was a flurry of activity. Bro, some wild vegetables over there. I think I just heard a monkey. Careful, there's a hole here. Hang on, I'm gonna leave a mark on this tree. Qin Ziwen looked up. Through the gaps in the canopy, he could see a dark gray figure gliding slowly. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt the beaked eagle was surprisingly well suited to the forest. It made a bit of noise at takeoff, but once it settled into its glide, it was virtually silent. It was also remarkably adept at weaving between the trees. Deng Guang took a power bank out of his bag. My wife said you'd be taking pictures and would need this. There's still some juice in it, go ahead and use it. Thanks, brother Deng. Deng Guang smiled good-naturedly, don't mention it. After plugging the power bank into his phone, Qin Ziwen started taking photos every so often, snapping a picture whenever he came across a spot he felt was worth documenting and adding notes to each image. The farther downstream they went, the wider the river became and the gentler its current. A long, dark shadow sliced across the water's surface, and Deng Guang happened to spot it. He warned in a low voice, "There's a crocodile in the river." Qin Ziwen nodded in acknowledgement. Crocodiles were to be expected. While they had killed a few in recent days, wiping out the entire population in this river basin was practically impossible. Qin Ziwen said, "The terrain here is level and the current is slower. It should be an ideal habitat for crocodiles to hunt and live." "There are monkeys over there." Qin Ziwu pointed to the opposite bank. On the far bank was a grove of banana trees where several long-armed monkeys were hanging around. They spotted the humans across the river but showed no fear, chattering loudly instead. Qin Ziwu asked, puzzled, "What are they called?" Qin Ziwen replied with a straight face, "They're called monkeys." Qin Ziwu. Thwack, a sudden pain flared on his head. Above him, a monkey sat on a branch, holding a piece of fruit and letting out sharp chirps. "Sio-chui, sio-chui, sio-chui." Thwack, another monkey higher up and to the side, also threw what it was holding. Qin Ziwen dodged quickly. When the object hit the ground, he saw it was just a small twig. Qin Ziwu cursed under his breath, "Shit, these monkeys are trying to drive us off." Qin Ziwen gazed up at the monkeys. The monkeys on the other bank sent out a warning when they spotted us, and this troop received the message. They're alerting each other, interesting. The dense canopy overhead blocked out the sun, leaving most of the forest floor shrouded in dim light. Luckily, they were close to the river, so sunlight could filter in from the side. "Let's go, big bro." These damn monkeys seem even more brazen than the ones on Mount Amay. Before Qin Ziwen could answer, the canopy above them suddenly fell silent. He instinctively looked up. A gray shadow shot through a gap in the leaves, radiating pure killing intent, moving so fast it was just a blur. The monkey that had been the most brazen a moment ago vanished from its perch, its piercing shriek the only thing left echoing through the canopy. The beaked eagle's talons, like iron clamps, had sunk precisely into the monkey's shoulder blade and spine. The sheer force of the impact sent them plummeting, crashing through a swathe of leaves. The beaked eagle used the downward momentum to flap its powerful wings, executing a sharp turn in midair before landing on a thick branch nearby. Its once adorably vacant eyes were now cold and severe. Monkeys scattered in a panic wherever its gaze fell. The monkey pinned beneath its talons let its head hang limply, all its previous bravado gone, now just a dying creature. SCRE. The troop of monkeys erupted into chaos. They leaped from branch to branch, fleeing with cries full of terror. In their first encounter with the beaked eagle, they reacted with the same fear a misbehaving child has for a stern father. Drip. A few warm drops of blood fell from the tree. Qin Ziwu's eyes burned with excitement. He clenched his fist and pumped it in the air. Holy shit, that was so cool. He looked at his big brother. That stupid eagle, no, that awesome eagle is just too savage. Deng Guang stared at the beaked eagle overhead, his first instinct to run. When he saw Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu just standing there, he urged them, "Hurry, run, that bird is vicious. We can't let it spot us." Seeing that Deng Guang's reaction wasn't an act, Qin Ziwen asked, "Brother Deng, your wife. She didn't tell you." "Tell me what?" Deng Guang froze, then a thought struck him. "Wait a minute, don't tell me that the one Xiaomai came down to sew a backpack for was this bird." He had assumed it was a small bird they'd found, like a sparrow or a parrot. At the time, he'd thought the two brothers were amusing, finding a little bird in the forest to keep for fun and even sewing a tiny backpack for it. How whimsical of them, but it turned out to be this huge creature. Deng Guang exclaimed, "Your bird is pretty big." Qin Ziwen coughed abruptly, nearly choking on his own spit. Deng Guang realized his slip of the tongue and hastily corrected himself. Not a bird, an eagle. There was a moment of silence. The three men looked at each other, then burst out laughing in unison. Sometimes a bit of dirty humor was all it took to relax a tense mind and relieve exhaustion. Wiping the smile from his face, Qin Ziwen said, "Okay, it'll help us keep an eye out for any large animals. If it finds any, it can help keep them occupied. For now, let's keep following the river." After walking for nearly another half hour, another cove came into view ahead. This one was quite large, with the river bending sharply inland. The terrain here was flat, and the trees along the bank were sparse. In the cove, numerous large, grayish-brown backs broke the surface of the water, most of the creatures submerged. Qin Ziwen grew wary. "A pod of hippos." He took out his phone and took a picture of the hippos. Only these thick-skinned, blubbery giants would dare to lounge around so carelessly in this stretch of the river. On the water, one of the hippos seemed to spot the distant humans and began to swim slowly in their direction. "Move." Qin Ziwen decisively led the other two away. Hippos were notoriously bad-tempered and territorial, no less of a threat than crocodiles. "We'll end our survey of the downstream banks here for now. There's not much point in going any farther at the moment." It had taken them over 3 hours to walk here from the gated community. A round trip would take at least 7 hours on foot alone. Factoring in time for hunting and gathering, this was pretty much the limit for a single day's expedition. On the way back, Qin Ziwen focused his attention primarily on the plants along their path. Before long, on a gentle slope near the river, he found 3 gray sweet potato plants. "What's this?" This was the second time Deng Guang had seen this strange thing. "I remember now, you pulled one of these up yesterday, didn't you? Is it edible?" "I don't know, but we can try it when we get back." Qin Ziwen broke off a gray sweet potato from the root. Deng Guang found it peculiar. "I've never seen anything like this before." Qin Ziwen put it in his backpack. "I've only found them in muddy areas. You guys should keep an eye out." On the way back, they ended up finding 7 gray sweet potato plants in the muddy patches of the wilderness. They were scattered sparsely. The root tubers of 2 plants had bite marks, suggesting that some local animals ate gray sweet potatoes. On their return trip, he also set down the earth cage, sprinkling some earthworm meat inside and tying it to a tree on the bank with a rope. Then he set up 3 more hidden snare traps not far from the earth cage, which would make them easy to check tomorrow. Can these traps actually catch anything? Deng Guang had never seen a snare trap before, but he thought it looked quite professional. Qin Ziwen said, "Yeah, they can. We've caught field mice with them before." Deng Guang's eyes lit up. "Then should we set up a few more?" Qin Ziwen shook his head. "We're out of rope." Setting these requires a specific kind of rope that's slightly elastic but also has to be sturdy. Otherwise, whatever we catch will easily break free. Deng Guang said without hesitation, "I think I have some at home. I'll bring some out tomorrow." The earth cage and snares were set some distance from the gated community. This area was already beyond the residents' regular search zone and was considered the wilderness. The only worry was that large wild animals like the alligators might be attracted by prey caught in the earth cage and destroy it from the outside. Outside the east gate, a young man with glasses, a suit, and a very approachable smile had just finished talking to a few people ahead of them, handing them something. Seeing Qin Ziwen's group approach, the young man strode forward. "Hello, my name is Ziwen. I used to be in industry consulting. This is my business card." He took the card. Printed on it was Pegasus Human Resources Service Co., Limited, mid-level consultant Ziwen. On the back, an address was written in marker, Building 6, Unit 2, Apartment 201. Ziwen spoke with practiced ease. "Friends, would you mind telling me what kind of work you do? It's fine if you'd rather not say. I'm currently compiling a list of talented people from all walks of life in our gated community. I believe that skills can be put to much greater use if they're shared and exchanged. If you need anything in the future or even want to learn a certain skill, like carpentry, masonry, or if you need a doctor, I can connect you. Also, if you have a skill and want to trade your expertise for food, I can help you advertise. And it's not just about professional skills. If you need supplies or want to put something up for sale, I can help you connect with suitable buyers and sellers. Time is money after all. Sometimes it's a huge waste of time going door to door asking for something you need. I can connect you directly." Qin Ziwen glanced at the business card, noting the address written on the back in marker. Building 6, Unit 2, Apartment 201. This is interesting. Guo Xiaochen gave a simple, honest smile. I'm not in the best shape, so things like hunting outside aren't really for me. This is what I used to do, so it's like getting back to my old trade. Friends, my talent and skills consultations are free. If you want to list goods for sale, I won't charge for that either, it's all free advertising. I only charge a tiny fee for information brokering, but it's definitely not much. I won't make things difficult for you. Guo Xiaochen made a little bit gesture with his fingers, just enough to get by and not starve. I'm not greedy. Guo Xiaochen had a baby face, making him seem harmless and very approachable. What does information brokering entail? Guo Xiaochen chuckled. Well, it's for more sensitive information. Things you might not be comfortable handling yourself, so I step in for you. Don't worry, client privacy is absolutely guaranteed. Of course, you can also sell information to me or list it with me for sale. Sensitive information. Things you might not be comfortable handling yourself. Several possibilities occurred to Qin Ziwen. He became thoughtful, then said jokingly, "All right, then I wish you a prosperous and growing business. I'll keep the card. If I need anything, I'll look you up. Make sure to give me a discount when the time comes." Guo Xiaochen put his hands together and thanked him repeatedly. "You got it, thanks man." "Thanks man." Qin Ziwen pocketed the card and was about to leave when a thought struck him. He stopped and asked, "Boss Guo, is anyone selling water in the gated community right now?" Guo Xiaochen quickly replied, "Oh, I'm not worthy of being called Boss Guo. Just call me Xiaoguo. As for water, yes, there are sellers. A few neighbors told me they're selling treated, cooled boiled water. But very few people are willing to buy, mainly because the river is right next to the gated community. The river water here hasn't been chemically polluted and has no heavy metals. You can drink it directly after filtering and boiling it. The technical skill required isn't high. Although filtering it and gathering firewood is a bit of a hassle, no one is short on time right now. People would rather go through the trouble themselves than spend food to buy water. Besides, with something like water, many people feel more at ease preparing it themselves." Qin Ziwen understood. Now that he had an abundance of spring water at home, he had also considered whether to sell water to obtain other supplies. But it seemed it wouldn't be easy to sell. There were two problems. First, he knew the water from his spring was clean and safe to drink, but others didn't. There was a trust gap. He couldn't prove it unless he revealed the spring's existence. Second, water resources around the gated community were too abundant. After the alligators had been cleared out once, fetching water from the river had become much safer. He temporarily gave up on the idea. It wasn't a bad thing to store the water anyway. Once he had farmland, he would need a large amount for daily irrigation. Just as Qin Ziwen was about to leave again, Guo Xiaochen called out to him, "Hey man, I can tell you guys are straightforward people. Let me give you a piece of news for free." "Go ahead," Guo Xiaochen said. This afternoon, a neighbor was getting water when an alligator bit their leg and dragged them into the river. It seems the alligators in the river have gotten craftier. They can't be easily lured onto the bank anymore and will only ambush people from the water. "That happened today." "Yes, just this afternoon." "You guys were out of the gated community all day, so you probably haven't heard." "Got it, thanks." After the three of them left, Guo Xiaochen straightened his sleeves. Seeing another group returning from the wilderness, he put on his standard smile and warmly went to greet them. Deng Guang sighed, "So the riverbank isn't safe again." Qin Ziwen said in a grave voice, "It seems our fight with the alligators isn't over. They just laid low for a couple of days, which made a lot of people let their guard down." After they parted ways on the 5th floor, Qin Ziwen went to plant the gray sweet potatoes at home. But there were too many of them, and he didn't have enough soil from before. He and his brother went downstairs again to the gated community's entrance to dig up several large bags of soil and carry them back home. "I'm dead tired." Qin Ziwen put down the bag and pounded his lower back. Qin Ziwen said, "We're not done yet. We have to sift through the soil and pick out all the bugs and stuff so they don't eat the sweet potatoes." Qin Ziwen stretched his muscles, jumped in place a few times, took a few deep breaths, and was suddenly full of energy again. "All right." Dirt was piled in a thick mound on the floor of the expanded space behind the bathroom, where a few gray sweet potato plants had been planted in the soil. It looked a bit haphazard, but sweet potatoes have always been known for their tenacious life energy. Ao tilde. The beaked eagle was perched on the very top of the animal cage, its head squeezed through a gap, squawking at the 4 rabbits below. The 4 terrified rabbits huddled together in a ball, crouching in a corner by the feeding trough. Qin Ziwen slapped the beaked eagle's wing. "What are you doing? Don't you dare scare them to death." "Ao tilde." The beaked eagle jumped down from the cage and landed on Qin Ziwen's shoulder. Even without any pressure, its sharp talons pinched him, causing a dull ache. "My master is raising 4 little snacks for me at home," the beaked eagle squawked with glee. Qin Ziwen chided, "Keep it down. The bathroom door is closed, but I wonder if the sound will travel downstairs. I don't know where this thing gets all its energy. It's like it's on stimulants all day long." Before dinner, Qin Ziwen had his brother take a loach over to Deng Guang's family. For dinner, they had a simple soup of loach, crocodile, and cured meat. A little after 7 in the evening, Xiao Zume knocked on the door, bringing another power bank. Qin Ziwen was surprised. "It's fully charged." Xiao Zume said, "I charged it in the car in the garage today. You go ahead and use it. Just let me know when it's dead and I'll swap it for another one." That night, Qin Ziwen took out the solar-powered flashlight and switched it to its lowest setting. He then took out a pen and paper to draw a more detailed map. This map focused mainly on the downstream area of the river. He pulled up the overhead video the beaked eagle had recorded during the day and carefully cross-referenced it to confirm their final position. The spot where they'd found the hippo wasn't too far from the downstream tributary. Because they had followed the riverbank, their path had been curved rather than a straight line. The backwater where the hippo lived was only about half a kilometer from the tributary as the crow flies. Following the riverbank would add about 50% more distance to the journey. He drew a circle to mark the hippo's territory and even added a little drawing of a hippo inside it. "Is this a wild boar, big bro?" "It's a hippo, have you no appreciation for art?" Qin Ziwu grumbled, "That's the pot calling the kettle black." By the time he finished the map, it was nearly 9 o'clock. It was long since dark outside. Qin Ziwen lay on his bed. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came from outside his window. Thud. In the quiet of the night, the sound was exceptionally clear. Qin Ziwen pulled the master bedroom curtain aside just a crack and peered out. A person was lying on the ground below Building 7 across the way. Someone had jumped. He saw someone peer out from a balcony on the opposite building. "Someone jumped, who is it?" An unknown voice shouted. One by one, people started appearing on the balconies of their apartments until they were crowded with onlookers. Hearing the commotion, Qin Ziwu opened the door to his bedroom and went out onto the balcony. "Big bro, someone jumped from the building." "I saw. Should we go down and look?" "Number, go to sleep, don't be nosy. Now you get back to bed." "Hello?" Pulling the curtain shut, Qin Ziwen lay flat on his back, hands folded on his chest, and stared blankly at the ceiling. He didn't know when he finally fell asleep. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Qin Ziwen woke up, his internal clock right on schedule. He checked yesterday's daily settlement. "You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 9th day. Today, you drew a simple map of the surrounding region and a standard map of the downstream riverbank. Overall score, 20 points. Rewards obtained. Building card, Level 1 Blacksmith Shop X1. Building card, Level 1 Cellar Grain Storage Mosquito Repellent Water X1. A blacksmith shop." Qin Ziwen paused, his mind subconsciously flashing to Wang Tao's carpentry workshop. One is for woodworking, the other for smithing. What he really wanted was a blank expansion card. Still, these 2 buildings are good too, 1 blacksmith shop and 1 cellar. I can use this to upgrade my cellar to Level 2. I wonder if a Level 2 cellar has better storage capacity. He first turned his attention to the cellar in the bedroom. He chose to use the card immediately. The Level 1 cellar grain storage card in his hand dissolved into a flash of light and merged with the existing cellar. The original single-plank wooden door was replaced with a double-layered door made of thick pinewood planks. The exterior was reinforced with 3 wrought iron bands, and the central iron ring was wrapped in oil-soaked leather. As he pulled the door open, a gust of cool air rushed out to meet him. The cellar was even colder than before. The stone staircase retained its original style, but both the walls and stairs were more neatly finished. A fine, non-slip diagonal pattern had been chiseled into the surface of the steps. While the edges still had the look of natural stone, all the sharp corners had been smoothed off. He descended the stone stairs to the bottom. The square, blue brick chamber was much larger than it had been at Level 1. The spacious room was now considerably larger than his apartment's living room. 2 new 4-tiered wooden shelves stood against the walls. 2 wooden beams also ran across the ceiling, perfect for hanging items. The most noticeable change was the temperature. Before, the cellar had been maybe 10-odd degrees cooler than outside. Now it was likely only a few degrees above freezing. Just in that short time, Qin Ziwen felt goosebumps break out on his arms. With the temperature this much lower, food will last a lot longer. He took a walk around the cellar, running his palm over the cold brick walls. He was deeply satisfied. After leaving the cellar and closing the door, he went to the expanded area behind the bathroom. He took out the level 1 blacksmith shop building card. It required a 3x4 area to be placed. That was a decent amount of space. Qin Ziwen looked around and finally decided to place it in the open area to the right of the entrance. The card dissolved into light that seeped into the empty ground. When the light faded, a semi-subterranean earthen building stood in its place. Its exterior walls were made of rammed earth, a mixture of yellow mud and rice straw, and the roof was covered with thick, overlapping layers of thatch. A wide wooden door was set in the center of the front wall. He pushed the door open, and it swung inward with the creak of a wooden axle. The interior was sunken, and from the floor to the ceiling, it measured nearly 3 meters high. In the center of the shop stood a conspicuous, well-worn blue-black anvil. A hammer lay across its surface. A new pair of tongs was tethered to its left, and a ceramic water jug sat on the floor to its right. Against the north wall behind the anvil stood a simple furnace built of fire, clay, and stone. A push-pull bellows was attached to its side. It was primitive and rugged. A powerful sense of déjà vu washed over him. An image floated into his mind, a bare-chested blacksmith hammering away at a piece of iron with abandon. The floor was rammed less hard underfoot. He stomped his foot firmly. Now that I have the blacksmith shop, all I need is metal ore, coal, and a blacksmith. Once I have all that, I can make my own ironware. Early in the morning, a crowd gathered downstairs from Building 7. Looking from the balcony, a lot of people were crowded around the spot where someone had jumped yesterday. After eating breakfast and washing up, Qin Ziwen went downstairs. Sai, why would someone suddenly jump? I think this is the first time it's happened in our gated community. Judging by the location, he must be from Building 7. Does anyone here know him? The deceased was a man lying face up. A pool of brownish-red blood had collected beneath him. His hair was graying, he wasn't young. Huang Tao pushed through the crowd and sighed, I know him, he lived on the top floor. A neighbor in the crowd said, I remember now. His wife was dragged away by a crocodile yesterday afternoon when she was fetching water by the river. By the time he got the news and rushed over, she was already gone. God, that's horrible. Does he have any other family? I think it was just him and his wife. They had a really good relationship, always going for a walk together after dinner. We talked once during a walk. I think their son got married a long time ago. The old couple would sometimes go over to help with their grandson. Exchanging bits and pieces of information, the neighbors pieced together the dead man's identity. What do we do with the body? We can't just leave it here. It'll start to stink and breed germs. Oh, speaking of which, that reminds me of the first basement level. Someone died in the garage, I don't know who. The last time I passed by, the stench was overwhelming. Hasn't anyone dealt with it? Who would deal with it? The body's all bloated and swollen, with pus leaking out from under it. Anyway, I don't usually use the garage, so the smell doesn't reach me. An old man in the crowd stepped forward. Come on, everyone, let's lend a hand. We can't just leave him here, he's gone, but we still have to live here. With one person taking the lead, others stepped forward one by one. Qin Ziwen was silent for a moment before stepping forward. He went to the man's feet, bent down, and grabbed his ankles. 7 people worked together to carry the body outside the gated community. Where do we put it? How about we throw it in the rivers? Do you ever want to eat fish from the river again? Who cares about that stuff now? Huang Tao said, the pit we dug when we killed that male crocodile leader isn't completely filled in yet. They tossed the body into the pit and then covered it with a layer of dirt. One of them suddenly squatted down and took a blood-stained key from the corpse's pants. Seeing the others looking at him, the young man tossed the key in his hand and said with a smile, we took care of his body. His apartment is empty anyway, so let's go have a look. The dead are gone, but the living have to move on, right? Qin Ziwen thought about the Zai Jun brothers he had killed. He hadn't found a key on Zai Jun at the time. Wang Xiaoli had said they used a keypad lock, and she didn't know the code. She also said that the food in Zai Jun's home was almost gone, or else they wouldn't have targeted Qin Ziwen. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. It was his first kill, and he'd forgotten something as important as looting the body. I'll have to find a chance to check out Zai Jun's place later. Even if there's no food, there must be other supplies. The 7 of them went to Building 7, Unit 1 on the 10th floor. After a few tries, they used the key to open the door to 1001. They opened the door. The apartment was very clean and simple. A faint smell of medicine filled the living room. A large cabinet was built into the dining room wall, filled with many jars and containers. On the TV stand in the living room were 2 flower vases, but the flowers had already withered. Someone found a piece of paper on the table. There's a suicide note here. I'm sorry, my neighbors, for causing you trouble. Yesterday afternoon, I received word that Gui Lan was gone from the riverbank. When I rushed over, all I saw were her footprints by the water. My dear wife, Gui Lan, was always a timid soul. Back when I was a teacher in the countryside, she'd wake up at night, say it was too dark outside, and need me to go with her. I sat in the apartment for a long time tonight. I picked up a kitchen knife and put it down again. I'm just old bones now and my hands shake too much. I tried a few times, but the pain was piercing. I can't bear to imagine how much pain she must have been in. Jumping is quick. There's less suffering that way. I'm sorry for the mess this will make for all of you. I know it might affect you. I have disinfectant in my bathroom. If someone wouldn't mind, please take it and use it. There's nothing of value in our home, only some blood pressure medication and medicine for diabetes. In the kitchen, there's half a bag of rice and some wild vegetables Gui Lan picked. If you don't mind that they belong to us old folks, please take them. I've never been a burden to anyone in my life, yet at the very end, I must trouble you all to take care of my body. I feel truly terrible about it. Please take anything you find useful. The pen is running out of ink and it is time for me to go. Gui Lan must be getting tired of waiting for me down there. She'll surely say I'm dawdling again. With these old, aching legs of mine, it's hard to walk, yet I still had her go fetch water. It really should have been me. Written by Zhou Jingwen. After reading the final letter, someone said melancholically, if only we hadn't transmigrated. Qin Ziwen went to the kitchen. The kitchen was very tidy. In the cabinet was half a bag of rice and next to it, a large plastic bag filled with wild vegetables. Huang Tao said, let's split it among ourselves. In the end, Qin Ziwen got a share of the rice. Perhaps because of the suicide note, the group moved gently as they searched the apartment. There wasn't much of value in the old man's home. Before the transmigration, perhaps the large LCD TV in the living room and the microwave in the kitchen would have been worth a little something. Other than that, it was mostly just clothes and quilts in the closets. Qin Ziwen looked around and in the end, only took a small pair of scissors from a drawer in addition to his share of the rice. He didn't touch anything else. There was nothing else worth taking. Back home, he washed his hands with clean water, fed the rabbit, and released the beaked eagle from the window. Let's go, we'll check the spot where we set the traps yesterday, Qin Ziwen said. He shouldered his backpack, fully equipped, holding a long spear and the mountain-climbing knife he had taken from Zai-Jun. Qin Ziwen carried a backpack and an empty plastic bucket. Deng Guang had been waiting downstairs for a while. Seeing the two of them, Deng Guang said, let's go, by the way, can you use this? Deng Guang pulled a tangle of rope from his pocket. It's the clothesline from my balcony. I think the quality is pretty good. It's quite sturdy. Qin Ziwen tugged on the rope and praised, it is sturdy. Good as long as it's sturdy. Deng Guang smiled happily, seeing that the item he brought was useful. They arrived at the east gate and had barely taken 2 steps when, Brother Qin, Zheng Yuan shouted, hurrying forward. It had only been a few days, but Zheng Yuan's cheeks were now covered in a layer of dark stubble. Are you guys heading out to explore? 5 or 6 people followed behind Zheng Yuan, of whom Qin Ziwen only recognized Zhu Sheng. Yeah, the riverbank has been too noisy lately, so it's not great for fishing. Zheng Yuan said, have you heard? Someone found one of those cards in the wild. It was on an altar. Qin Ziwen's thoughts turned to Wang Yun. Had news of him obtaining a card leaked out? With so many people on his team, it wouldn't be surprising if word got out. Where did you hear that, Brother Zheng's? Oh, it was some people from Building 4. Yesterday, they went north and found it in a cave at the foot of the mountain. A cave, not a subterranean cavern. And Wang Yun lives in Building 1, I think. It seems Zheng Yuan isn't talking about the same person. Wang Yun found a card in a subterranean cavern, and now there's one in a cave at the foot of the northern mountain. From the looks of it, altars tend to spawn in caves. What about that cave on the mountainside? Oh, Qin Ziwen said, nodding thoughtfully. Zheng Yuan smiled. I've been thinking these cards have to be good stuff. There were so many people during the crocodile hunt, the chances of getting a card were slim. Why don't we go find some on our own? How about it? Wanna team up? If we find any cards, we'll take turns. Qin Ziwen glanced at Zhu Sheng behind Zheng Yuan. Besides Zhu Sheng, the others were all unfamiliar faces. Someone with Zheng Yuan's outgoing and boisterous personality could easily hit it off with everyone in an environment like this. Qin Ziwen tactfully refused. Thanks, but no thanks. You guys go on ahead, Brother Zheng. I'm planning to head downstream to find a new fishing spot. Zheng Yuan saw that Qin Ziwen seemed reluctant and thought it was a shame. Are you sure you don't want to go? Don't worry, I guarantee we'll split everything absolutely fairly. Seeing Qin Ziwen's firm attitude, Zheng Yuan didn't press the issue. He said regretfully, all right then. Let me know if you change your mind. After Qin Ziwen left, someone in Zheng Yuan's group whispered, he probably looks down on us. thinks he'd be getting the short end of the stick. Zheng Yuan looked displeased. I don't believe he's that kind of person, don't talk nonsense. He must have his own reasons for not wanting to come. All right, old Zheng, the 6 of us are enough. If there were any more people, there wouldn't be enough to go around. Yeah, if we can't win a fight, we can at least outrun them. After leaving through the east gate, Qin Ziwen continued down the same path as yesterday. Even though they'd walked it once before, he was still cautious, sweeping the grass ahead with a stick. Whoosh. A black and white snake in the grass to the side was startled and quickly slithered away into the deeper brush. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. That color combination was a little too intense. Qin Ziwen, was that a banded kite? Deng Guang gave a bitter smile. I don't know, but I saw it was black and white. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gently stomp his foot. Before they left, his wife had made him wear high-top boots and even wrapped several layers of newspaper around his ankles, worried he'd get bitten by a snake or have some bug crawl in. But he wasn't sure if any of it could actually stop a snake's fangs. After that little episode, the 3 of them were even more careful as they walked, constantly probing the grass with their sticks. After walking for over an hour, they reached the spot where they had set the earth cage and snare traps the day before. Let's check the snare traps first. The traps had yielded delightful results. All 3 traps had been triggered. One was empty, another had caught a hedgehog, and the last one held a field mouse. The hedgehog and the field mouse were both still alive. They struggled frantically when they saw people approaching. The field mouse thrashed wildly in the snare, its tiny claws rustling against the rope. It let out a high-pitched squeak, its round body trying to squeeze through the gap in the rope, only to be cinched tighter. The hedgehog had curled into a spiky ball. Startled, it rolled halfway around, causing its quills to get tangled in the snare, making it impossible to break free. Qin Ziwen took down the whole trap, rope and all, and put the hedgehog in his pack. Then he grabbed the field mouse, picked it up by the scruff of its neck, and put it in his brother's backpack. Seeing the snare traps work with his own eyes, old Deng was even more impressed with Qin Ziwen. This guy has some real skills. He wanted to ask him how it was done, but then he felt it would be too shameless to ask someone to teach him their bread and butter skill. Old Deng's face was an open book. Qin Ziwen could tell at a glance that something was weighing on his mind. Qin Ziwen chuckled. I can teach you, you know. Old Deng's head snapped up, his face filled with pleasant surprise. Is that okay? Of course. This forest is huge, how many could I possibly catch on my own? Just don't go spreading it around to everyone. Old Deng slapped his chest and promised, don't worry. I'll take what you teach me to the grave. What's with all this talk of dying? We all need to focus on living. Old Deng smiled, pressing his lips together as crow's feet appeared at the corners of his eyes. Right. We'll all live. Qin Ziwen first cleared the surrounding area, then crouched down and began to teach old Deng step by step. Qin Ziwen leaned in to watch and follow along. Qin Ziwen had taught him before, so Qin Ziwen already knew how to set a snare trap, he just wasn't very practiced at it. After about 10 minutes following Qin Ziwen's instructions, old Deng finally got the hang of it. Qin Ziwen said, the rest is just practice. It's actually pretty simple as long as you're willing to learn. Next, Qin Ziwen went to the riverbank and started pulling up the earth cage with the rope. His expression darkened. As soon as he started pulling, he saw a large gash in the top of the cage. Yesterday's fears had become reality. The earth cage had been attacked. The earth cage, with a huge hole bitten into it, was completely empty. Qin Ziwen was silent for a long moment. He then pretended to reach into his backpack but was actually retrieving a new earth cage. He decided to try one more time. If this earth cage was also destroyed by tomorrow, he would stop placing them in this part of the river for the time being. He moved the new earth cage to a different spot and threw in the loach guts he had prepared earlier. Let's go. We'll head deeper in and see. It'd be best if we could find a fruit tree. A single undiscovered fruit tree could yield several, or even dozens, of pounds of fruit. This forest is so big, there must be some that no one has found yet. After setting 7 more snare traps in the vicinity, Qin Ziwen led the group deeper into the forest, moving horizontally. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became. The beaked eagle glided slowly overhead the entire time, its sharp eyes helping to survey their surroundings. A nimble figure flashed through the bushes ahead and was gone in an instant. Qin Ziwen fixed his gaze on the spot. It looked like a long-haired animal, not very big, about the size of a medium dog, but it was incredibly fast, disappearing into the undergrowth in a heartbeat. Compared to these medium-sized animals, humans, these bipedal, upright apes, were still quite intimidating, especially since these upright apes liked to move in groups. They had been walking for no more than half an hour when they saw several decent-sized animals. Unfortunately, most of them detected the group from a great distance and quickly fled. This reminded Qin Ziwen of a certain single-player hunting game he used to play. A pot of tea, a pack of smokes, a whole day spent chasing a single deer. The hunting game had been forcibly turned into a running simulator. Suddenly, the bushes ahead began to shake violently. The three of them stopped, their expressions grim. A black wild boar emerged. It was almost waist-high. The three remained on high alert. The boar, upon seeing them, showed no fear. It stood its ground, staring at the group with pitch-black eyes, its ears pricked straight up. A moment later, the boar flicked its tail, turned, and continued deeper into the woods. Staring at its retreating back, Qin Ziwen narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his weapon. That's one huge pig. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. If they could hunt that boar, the score would definitely be high. And if they butchered it, the meat would be more than enough to last them a month. But could the three of them actually hunt it? Qin Ziwen tightened his grip on the wooden club, eager to try. Bro, I really want to ram this stick right up its ass. Watching the direction the wild boar had gone, Qin Ziwen said, that boar didn't look all that big. Deng Guang advised against provoking it. A boar like that is at least 200 pounds. Don't be fooled by how stocky it looks, it's all muscle. There's an old saying, first the boar, then the bear, then the tiger. It's not that boars are the strongest, but they have a one-track mind. They get incredibly aggressive when injured, and their first instinct is always to charge. Qin Ziwen suppressed the urge to attack. He knew his current weapons and gear weren't suitable for hunting a wild boar. Qin Ziwen analyzed the situation calmly. Since it showed up here, this area must be its territory. If it appeared once, it'll appear again. We should figure out how to build a trap. As long as we can restrain it with a trap, things will be much easier. Qin Ziwen whispered, I think the three of us could take it. It's 200 pounds, but I'm no slouch either. I'm 170, and you and Uncle Deng together must be at least 300. Our total weight is more than double its own. Qin Ziwen shot him an annoyed look. Can you guarantee you won't get hurt? What happens if you do? Even if the chance of getting a bacterial infection from a bite isn't 100%, there's at least a 60 or 70% risk. We don't have any iodine or alcohol to disinfect a wound. Besides, there are only three of us. Even if we injure it, we might not be able to track it down. Let's play it safe for now. Qin Ziwen fell silent. Although he didn't think he would necessarily get hurt, he also felt there was nothing wrong with his older brother being cautious. Fine, I'm just worried someone else will find it first. Qin Ziwen shook his head and chuckled. If it's gone, it's gone. This forest might be short on other things, but it's not short on animals. These things aren't that easy to kill. How many people in our gated community do you think have ever killed a wild boar? None of us have any experience. When I get back today, I'll find some strong rope. Then we can start hunting slightly larger animals. Deng Guang said the electrical cables in the gated community should work. Qin Ziwen thought of the climbing net from the children's playground in the gated community. He'd been eyeing that net for a while. That net would have been the perfect material for trapping a wild boar, but unfortunately, Huang Tao's group took it after the crocodile hunt. The three of them followed the path the boar had come from. The animal had seemed relaxed when it came from that direction, which meant it hadn't encountered any dangerous predators on its way. Compared to the other directions, that one was more likely to be safe. There are mushrooms here. Qin Ziwen crouched down. Some gray mushrooms were growing by the tree roots. Are they edible? I don't recognize them. The three of them looked at each other, then picked a few and put them in a small compartment of a backpack. They didn't know what they were, but maybe someone in the gated community would. They could take them back and ask around. After walking for a while, they came to a gentle slope. At the top, the trees thinned out and the light grew much brighter. Qin Ziwen saw that the trees ahead were covered in vines, and the vines were laden with brown fruit. The fruit wasn't large, and at first glance, he almost didn't recognize it. It wasn't until he picked one, peeled back the skin, saw the familiar color, sniffed it, fed some to the vole and hedgehog to test for poison, and then took a small bite himself that he confirmed they were kiwis. Unlike the ones sold in supermarkets, these wild kiwis were very small, and they hung in small bunches on the branches. Most were brownish yellow, but a few were greener and harder, seeming not yet ripe. Qin Ziwen began picking them. I've heard kiwis are rich in vitamins. This will help supplement our diet. Wild kiwis. The wild kiwis closer to the ground were easy enough to pick, but the ones higher up weren't so convenient. Qin Ziwen had the beaked eagle help out. In the end, the three of them worked for the better part of the day and managed to pick most of the wild kiwis in the area. They left only the fruit that hadn't ripened yet. Of course, the main reason they stopped was that their backpacks were full. All 3 packs were stuffed with wild kiwis, weighing at least 70 or 80 pounds altogether. The hedgehog and vole from the backpacks were placed into a bucket. Qin Ziwen recalled that kiwis had a reasonably long shelf life. Plus, with the seller at home, storing them for a month should be no problem. Whatever they couldn't eat, they could trade with others for more shelf-stable foods like crackers, instant noodles, and other modern processed goods. It was now afternoon, and the three of them, tired from half a day's labor, sat on a rock to rest. Deng Guang considered their situation. Maybe we should head back. We've had a pretty good haul today. What if the kiwis in our packs get crushed? Qin Ziwen readily agreed. In fact, he'd been thinking the same thing. Sounds good. Little eagle, go check the direction of the gated community. The beaked eagle flew into the sky and came down a moment later, nodding its head toward a certain direction. They descended the gentle slope, steadying themselves with tree trunks and grabbing onto vines until they reached the bottom. Then they headed back in the direction the beaked eagle had indicated. After walking for about half an hour, the intermittent sound of a dog barking came from the dense woods ahead. Sounds like it's just up ahead. Be careful. Hope it's not a wild dog. Deng Guang suggested, why don't we go around? All right, Qin Ziwen nodded. In the wild like this, other people could be just as dangerous as wild animals. Whether it was a beast or not, they were prepared to avoid it. The three of them cut diagonally for some distance. Suddenly, a brownish-yellow figure burst out of the dense woods. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing the filthy, soy sauce-colored golden retriever before them, the three men tightened their grips on their weapons. It's a pet. Woof, woof, woof. The old golden retriever didn't attack. After barking at the three of them a few times, it turned and looked behind it. It took a few steps back, and when it saw they weren't moving, it turned its head again and barked at them once more. Qin Ziwen frowned. It looks like it's trying to get us to follow it. Qin Ziwen glanced at the golden retriever. Ignore it, let's keep moving. The three of them walked another dozen meters or so before the golden retriever caught up. It didn't get close, however, maintaining a safe distance of 2 or 3 meters. It dropped to the ground and whimpered, its cries trembling. Whined Tilda. The golden retriever lay on the ground with its hindquarters raised, its tail wagging furiously. It seemed to know who the leader of this group was. It looked at Qin Ziwen, cautiously crawled closer, and gently pawed at his pant leg. Now that the golden retriever was closer, Qin Ziwen saw that it was injured. There were traces of blood behind its ear. Whined Tilda. Qin Ziwen narrowed his eyes. You're asking for help. The golden retriever seemed to understand. It stood up, let its tongue loll out, and looked at Qin Ziwen with pleading eyes. Qin Ziwen looked at his older brother. Bro, should we go? Qin Ziwen was silent for a long moment. How many people are with your owner? Bark once for one person, twice for two. Woof, the golden retriever barked once. After another long silence, Qin Ziwen said, let's go take a look. Seeing Qin Ziwen start to follow, the golden retriever excitedly turned and ran. Qin Ziwen and the others moved slowly, remaining on high alert the entire time, letting the golden retriever run ahead. After weaving through the woods for some distance, the golden retriever stopped up ahead. Qin Ziwen stood some distance away, looking at a clearing ahead. He had the others put down their backpacks and hide them in a nearby bush, then advanced with his weapon drawn. A man was sitting by the roots of a tree, his back against the trunk. The golden retriever ran over, nuzzled him with its head, and then barked a few times in the direction they had come from. Qin Ziwen kept his distance, asking from behind a tree, what happened to you? Hearing a voice, the man sitting by the roots seemed to regain some of his spirit. He turned his head and said excitedly, my leg is injured. It hurts like hell if I move. Can you help me? How did you injure your leg? A wild boar rammed me. We were hunting it just now. After it got hurt, it went crazy, zeroed in on me, and broke my leg. The boar got away in the end. Where are your companions? The man gave a bitter smile. They went after the injured boar. I called for them, but not a single one answered. The beaked eagle circled the area once before landing silently on a branch overhead. Qin Ziwen felt a sense of relief. Looks like there really is no one else around. He stepped out from behind the tree and approached the man. The injured man didn't look old, probably in his early 20s. His lips were pale, perhaps from blood loss. His brown pants were soaked with blood, and a torn section revealed a gory wound. An exquisite-looking saber lay on the ground next to the young man. A wild boar did that to you. The young man nodded, gored by its tusk. Qin Ziwen looked at the young man's wound and felt a wave of relief. He was glad his older brother hadn't let him hunt that boar earlier. Otherwise, they could have been the ones injured, and they might not have found the kiwis either. Judging by his condition, the injury was severe. The young man looked at Qin Ziwen with hope in his eyes. Can you help me? I'll make it worth your while, I swear. Oh right, I have a set of mountain armor at home made from cold-rolled steel. It's the real deal, a wild boar couldn't even pierce it. It's a total game changer. Armor, man, a full suit of armor. Back in ancient times, owning something like that could get your head chopped off. Mountain armor, how do you have something like that? Qin Ziwen asked, puzzled. The young man explained, I'm a historical costume enthusiast. I don't just have the mountain armor, I also have Hanfu and all sorts of replica ancient weapons. That set of mountain armor is too heavy, I can't walk very far in it, so I didn't wear it. At this, the young man gritted his teeth in frustration. I teamed up with a few guys from my gated community. We all have large dogs and used to get together to walk them, so we grouped up after the crossing. I trusted them. I figured there was strength in numbers, so I even lent them the cold weapons from my collection to use. But when it mattered most, they abandoned me and just went after the boar. I was so wrong about them. Qin Ziwen told his brother to pick up the saber from the ground. Let's go. Qin Ziwen picked up the saber and swung it through the air. What kind of saber is this? It looks pretty cool. The young man said, it's a Tang cross saber. I had it custom made, cost me a 5-figure sum. By the way, my benefactors, I don't even know your names, I'm Li Yue. The Li is from Li Tang and the Yue is from Mount Tai. My surname is Qin, this is my younger brother and this is my friend Old Deng. Li Yue's eyes grew red. Brother Qin, brother Qin, brother Deng. Thank you. Qin Ziwen said, all right, that's enough talk for someone who's injured. Can you put any weight on your leg at all? I can still use my uninjured leg. Qin Ziwen and Deng Guang supported him, one on each side. Li Yue hopped along on his good foot. After they had gone some distance, Li Yue's face grew even paler. The wound on his leg, which had started to scab over, split open and began to ooze blood. Li Yue said weakly, hey guys. I think we should probably stop the bleeding first. They set him down. After a quick search, they used a knife to cut open his shirt, tore off a strip of fabric, and tied it tightly above the wound until the bleeding lessened. None of the three were medical professionals, nor had they ever learned how to bandage a wound. They had no idea if this would actually work, but they figured it had to be better than not stopping the bleeding at all. I'll carry you. The three then took turns carrying Li Yue on their way back. Luckily, Li Yue wasn't heavy, he had a tall, slender build. According to him, he weighed just over 120 pounds. Qin Ziwen ran a finger along the blade. This saber has an edge on it, I thought the ones you buy online couldn't be sharpened. Li Yue, who was being carried by Deng Guang, replied, in principle they can't be. All I get is... Sometime after Li Yue had left, a beagle, sniffing the ground, emerged from the bushes. 3 men followed close behind, accompanied by a German shepherd and a Labrador. I told you we should have gone for its legs first. How are we supposed to catch it if we don't cripple it? Easy for you to say, you think I didn't want to, that boar was fast and strong, there was no stopping it. So what about Li Yue, his leg is injured. How are we supposed to get him back? It's still so far, it'll be dark by the time we get him back. As they were talking, they arrived at the spot. Where is he? How did he disappear? I remember him being under this tree. There were rocks next to it. The man in the denim jacket with a wolf-cut hairstyle looked around. Don't tell me some beast dragged him off. The man with a mole by his lip said, over here. Look, there's still blood on the ground. He was right here a moment ago. The middle-aged man with glasses looked worried. Sai, what do we do now? The man with the wolf cut glanced at him and sneered, all right, cut the act. You were the first one who wanted to chase the boar. You weren't worried about what to do back then. The middle-aged man's lip twitched. Li Yue was shouting for us back there and you two ignored him too. At these words, all 3 of them averted their eyes. Back then, Li Yue was injured, but the boar also looked to be badly hurt. The 3 of them had tacitly agreed to chase the boar. As for Li Yue, if he had an accident, it would just mean one less person to share the meat with. And they wouldn't have to return the weapons they'd borrowed either. After Li Yue had lent them the cold weapons, he had pestered them every single night to get them back. These weapons were a joy to use, and he acted as if they had no intention of returning them. But to their surprise, not only did they fail to catch the boar, but the injured animal had run off at high speed. Even the dogs couldn't keep up. The boar knew the surrounding terrain like the back of its hand and eventually vanished. The wolf-cut man looked around. Damn it, this whole area looks the fucking same. Good thing we have the dogs or we probably wouldn't even have found our way back here. Say, you think Li Yue is hiding somewhere. The man with the mole on his lip said, his leg is that bad, so what if he's hiding? He won't survive a night in this forest. Come on, let's just go back. The middle-aged man mused, I suggest that when we get back, we stake out his house. If he does manage to make it back, we can resolve the conflict. The wolf-cut man scoffed. So what if he comes back? We came back to look for him. It's his own fault he disappeared. You can't blame us. You expect us to apologize to him. Looking at the other 2, the middle-aged man cursed internally. These 2 morons. My method for resolving the conflict would never be an apology. The simplest and most brutal solution is to make someone shut up for good. Forget it, let's head back, a whole day's work for nothing again. Brother Chen, you got any extra dog food at home? Mind lending me some? The young man with the wolf-tail haircut chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he faced the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head, his face full of regret. Sorry, Xiaojing, I'm almost out of dog food myself. My Labrador has a huge appetite like a bottomless pit. The wolf-tailed young man looked at the young man with the mole, who quickly waved his hands. De Fei, I was about to ask you for some. I'm out of dog food too, I don't know what I'm going to do. A flicker of gloom crossed Zhang Fei's eyes, but he quickly looked up, a sunny smile returning to his face. All right, let's head back then, come on, Heisey. The German shepherd, which had been circling the Labrador, heard its master's call. It glanced back at the Labrador reluctantly before running to its master's side. After they had walked a short distance, the German shepherd barked furiously at something up ahead. Woof, woof, woof. The Labrador moved forward, coming up alongside the German shepherd. The beagle glanced ahead, then lowered its head and took 2 steps back to stand by its master. Rustle, rustle. A rustling sound came from the tall grass. An injured wild boar poked its head out, glanced at the 3 men, and then ducked back into the bushes behind it. The 3 men froze for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "It's that injured boar." After it. Woof, woof. The German shepherd was the fastest. It charged ahead and dove into the tall bushes, but a second later it was sent flying back out. It flew 3 or 4 meters through the air before hitting the ground and rolling several times. The German shepherd's body twitched slightly. It struggled to get up several times but couldn't. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled. The 3 men watched as a dark silhouette like a moving fortress burst from the grass. The injured boar from before was cowering beside this behemoth. Though it was a large boar itself, weighing well over 200 pounds, it looked like a child in comparison to the giant beside it. The injured young boar let out a pathetic squeal from its throat. Beside it, the gargantuan boar's tail whipped back and forth. It lowered its head, its snout rooting at the ground, its hooves digging into the soil. Seeing the classic pre-charge stance opposite them, Zhang Fei's throat went dry. He turned and ran. The other 2 men snapped out of it and also turned to flee. Roar. With a deep, powerful roar like an engine, the gargantuan boar became a black shadow as it charged forward. Zhang Fei had only run a short distance when something slammed violently into his lower back, sending him flying through the air. He could only watch as he hurtled toward a tree. Careful, don't run into the tree. Qin Ziwen steadied his brother. Just now, Qin Ziwen had stepped on a small rock and nearly twisted his ankle. Cree. Overhead, the beaked eagle seemed to hear something and looked behind them. It stared for a moment, then turned back. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening, when the sky was already dark, that everyone arrived safely back at the gated community. Li Yue was moved to tears. Bro, don't say anything. I'll keep it all in my heart. A long road tests a horse's strength and time reveals a person's heart. Qin Ziwen shot him a disdainful look. All right, you're not even using the idiom correctly. Where do you live? We'll help you get up there. Li Yue said, bro, I'm in building 5, unit 2 on the 3rd floor. They followed Li Yue to his apartment. Li Yue retrieved a key from a hidden compartment in the fire cabinet next to the door and opened it. Li Yue said, I live alone, so it's a bit quiet. Once inside, the golden retriever wagged its tail excitedly. The decor in Li Yue's home looked expensive. The walls were made of stone, the floors were hardwood, and all the cabinetry was custom-made from wood. In a corner of the living room stood a mannequin. The mannequin was dressed in a full suit of mountain armor. The individual plates, shaped like mountains, were pieced together from many small metal sheets. The full set included arm guards, shoulder guards, leg guards, and the main chest armor. The entire set weighed a good 30 to 40 pounds. No wonder Li Yue didn't wear it when he went out. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Li Yue was stunned for a moment, then his face flushed with anger. Those 3 actually dare to come looking for me? This is going too far. Li Yue, I saw you come back just now. Have you seen Zhang Fei? A woman's voice came from outside the door. Li Yue replied coldly, no, I got separated from them. The woman outside sounded anxious. How could that be? Weren't you all together this morning? Li Yue whispered an explanation to Qin Ziwen. That's Zhang Fei's girlfriend. They live together, she probably saw us. Qin Ziwen responded unconcerned. He packed the mountain armor into a large cloth bag and lifted it. It's pretty heavy. He probably wouldn't get much chance to use it on a regular basis after taking it back, just like the compound bow. The compound bow was a very delicate piece of equipment. If it broke, it was unlikely anyone could repair it. Using it for hunting before he had a spare would be a waste. But if he could pull it out at a critical moment, it would be a game changer. But before that, he needed to get a simple bow first to practice his archery skills. The woman outside was still interrogating him. Li Yue, did something happen to Zhang Fei and the others? It's already dark, how come you're the only one who came back? And who are those people who came back with you? Hearing this, Li Yue laughed in exasperation. He walked over, peeked through the peephole to confirm there was only one person outside, and then opened the door. You have the gall to blame me, they were the ones who abandoned me. I injured my leg, and these kind people were the ones who saved me and brought me back. The woman outside poked her head in and carefully scanned the room, her gaze focusing on Qin Ziwen and the other strangers. The woman had long, dyed blonde hair, she was on the thinner side, wearing a loose white t-shirt, and her eyes were sharp. We're leaving, Qin Ziwen said, lifting the bag to take his leave. The woman blocked the doorway. You can't leave. Zhang Fei and the others haven't. Move. Qin Ziwen pushed her aside directly. I don't know any Zhang Fei or any other Fei for that matter. When I found him, there was no one else around. This is the first and last time I'm explaining this. The woman, having been pushed aside, came to her senses. She stared at Qin Ziwen in disbelief, her voice turning shrill. Are you even a man? Hitting a woman's. Qin Ziwen, who was already heading downstairs, stopped. He glanced back over his shoulder, a hint of mockery in his eyes. A woman? I'd hit a man all the same. Following behind, Qin Ziwen let out a cold snort and struck his club heavily against the handrail. The woman's face paled. She was so angry she could grind her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Li Yue poked his head out the door and called out to Qin Ziwen and his brother, Brother Qin, stay safe on your way out, Tilda. With that, he promptly shut the door. Once they were downstairs, Qin
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.